Planet Constructor. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyright or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76. Blade Squad. Isn't it in its infancy yet? Several generals found it hard to accept his remarks. Under the current situation, it will be difficult for us to deal with it without missiles or other weapons. He Xingzhou never stopped talking, and he continued, I think that the modern warfare methods we currently think of have very limited deterrent effect on the Z war. According to the current way of fighting, dealing with them is like hitting a rock with an egg. The more he spoke, the more outrageous it became. Several generals were a little dissatisfied. Lady Infeng said, the Chuan force is one of the top military forces in the world. The weapons and fighting methods it possesses are definitely not comparable to those of ordinary forces. It is no exaggeration to say that when our base is built right here, our strike system will be able to cover the entire combat area. It is bound to intercept the Z outside the coastline. He Xingzhou shook his head and said, General Lady, I don't want to argue with you. These so-called strike systems can only solve temporary worries, but cannot solve the fundamental problem. The most important thing is that we can't treat the Z with the same thinking as we treat human wars. Several generals were about to say a few more words, but Qin Pen waved his hand and asked He Xingzhou, Comrade He Xingzhou, what do you think? He Xingzhou said, I have also learned some information during this time. Let me give you an example. Suppose the Z lands on the coast, how should we defend? Of course, we will send troops to garrison, and rely on the sea, land, and air, a trinity, to strike simultaneously. Our artillery shells can carpet bomb every area. Even if there are millions or tens of millions of Z, we can destroy them, said a general. This is the limitation of thinking. He Xingzhou said, in modern warfare based on human thinking, using missiles to attack enemy outposts and major military facilities and adopting non-contact combat can paralyze and collapse the enemy. But have you ever thought about it? When the Z land, the places where the missiles fall are all our human territory. Our own buildings and ecological environment will inevitably be affected. Even if all the Z are killed by blanket bombing in a Z tide, so what? The ocean can still produce Z continuously, and they will not take more than 10 years to grow into a batch like humans. Recent studies have found that some specific Z only need 1 or 2 years to become particularly threatening. By then, the Z tides will come one after another. Will bombing still be useful? Can we blow up all the oceans on the Earth? Don't forget, we are the only ones who were afraid of seawater pollution. The Z are not afraid. Even if we throw all the nuclear bombs into the sea, a batch of them will die in a short period of time, but more ferocious Z will grow up immediately. He Xingzhou's words made the crowd start to feel frightened. Most of them thought the Z was scary, but they never thought they could really challenge the dominance of the human blue planet ecosystem. There is one more thing. He Xingzhou emphasized, we can't rely too much on missile systems. All the research of Sentinel research shows that the Z have biological electromagnetic weapons. If a large number of Z with biological electromagnetic functions appear, it is not certain whether the missile system or radar system can accurately locate them at the time. He Chief Engineer, according to what you said, what we are doing now is a waste of effort? A general asked. Of course not. He Xingzhou said, the current means of attack can guarantee the protection of Xingzhou's safety in the initial response. The Z is growing, and our technology and military weapons are also growing. And don't we still have the Great Wall of Steel plan? He Xingzhou said, the Great Wall of Steel can at least give us 10 more years of development time. The Great Wall of Steel. Qin Pen fell into thinking. Before, he thought that this plan was too exaggerated and there was no need to implement it. Now, after understanding the Z and He Xingzhou's explanation, he felt more and more that perhaps the necessity of this plan was above other plans. He Xingzhou continued, another thing is to expand the means of warfare. The means of warfare at sea, on land, and in the air must be updated. Let's not talk about other things first, let's talk about land warfare. The large-scale invasion of the Z will inevitably involve some powerful individuals invading cities, rural areas, etc. In the city, how can our armored vehicles still fight conveniently? Can missiles still bomb targets at will? It's unrealistic to expect ordinary soldiers to fight them with ordinary guns and cannons. So we have to develop mechanical exoskeletons, laser weapons, electromagnetic weapons, and flexible combat armor, etc. Having said so much, He Xingzhou still gave them a shot of prevention, telling them that without new equipment and means of warfare, the current means cannot keep up with the war with alien races. Indeed, we must seriously consider these issues. Qin Peng nodded and said to Lady Yunfen, write them down and discuss with the experts from the Academy of Military Sciences how to continue to expand in this direction. Yes, General. Lady Yunfen nodded. Having said so much, let's get back to the topic. He Xingzhou looked at the Zeg in the Petri dish and said, I'll let the AI instructor analyze your previous combat data, combine the situation of the Zeg with the situation of the soldiers, formulate combat plans and combat skills, let it train the soldiers, and let's see the effect. Okay, let the Blade Squad come over. Qin Peng gave an order, and the Blade Squad, which had been waiting for a long time, gathered immediately. They are a specially selected elite team. Everyone is a special operations elite, fully equipped with all kinds of guns and cannons, as well as armored vehicles, anti-tank guns, fighters, drones and other modern equipment. The Blade Squad has assembled, please give instructions. Feng Xiaolong, the captain of the Blade Squad, saluted everyone wearing a full set of field equipment. The other team members also stayed in the armored vehicles or saluted with weapons on their backs. There were a total of 15 of them, including fighter pilots, armored vehicle drivers, gunners, snipers, scouts, medics and other members. In fact, almost everyone has undergone comprehensive training to ensure that if a team member is missing, others can quickly fill in. I handpicked the Blade Squad. Lady Yunfen said, they are all the best of the best, but unfortunately, they have never won a single battle against the Zeg. When he said this, all the members of the Blade Squad showed shame. As special warfare elites, they have never lost in military camp competitions. But facing these inhuman monsters, they have modern weapons, but they have never won. If it weren't for the support of the base, they might have been wiped out under the attack of the Zeg. This is a shame for them. Feng Xiaolong shouted loudly. Report to the commander, the Blade Squad has been reflected and trained. We request to conduct simulated combat again and resolutely achieve the goal of victory. Captain Feng, don't worry. Qin Peng smiled, Comrade He Xingzhou brought you an instructor today. After his training, I believe you will have earth-shaking changes. Instructor. The members of the Blade Squad were all puzzled. They were all elites who had fought hundreds of battles, and they were usually other people's instructors. Who else could be their instructor? Thanks to Xiaoloxing Tiaxia 1, Wanzi Yi Changing Bu Liu Gong, Shangsai Fang Jin, Xiaoxin Meima, Jalai Liaso, Shikampani, Lengeln Guln Xian, FM Alkalu Liang and Zhumen Xiaxia for their rewards. Chapter 77 Practical Training AI Instructor. When they entered the combat training room and connected to the internal network, they found out that the instructor this time was actually a computer program. Hello, team members, I'm AI Instructor Damo. A virtual middle-aged man appeared in front of the computer screen. It was the first time for the members of the Blade Squad to talk to a computer, and they all felt a little strange. Team members, I already know your information. Damo said to everyone, I will analyze and explain the areas where you need to improve one by one. The previous simulations were recorded with video and various test data, which have now been handed over to Damo for analysis. First, we will analyze and explain the individual, and then the team process. Damo has already started teaching, and everyone is watching from the side. Because it is artificial intelligence, Damo can teach multiple soldiers at the same time. Feng Xiaolong faced the computer screen, where Damo was explaining some of his mistakes. When formulating the battle plan, you thought that these Zegs had no combat experience, so you adopted a fast attack mode at the beginning, wanting to use the team's firepower to forcibly eliminate the target. But you must judge the vitality and reaction of the Zeg. 2 of the targets were killed, but the others escaped. In the process of handling the battlefield, you made 8 mistakes. First, you exposed your smell. The Zeg's sense of smell is very sensitive. The scars on your arm are not treated in time. Even if they're several kilometers away, they can accurately locate your position, which is equivalent to you being under their surveillance at all times. The AI instructor analyzed them one by one. At first, Feng Xiaolong was still here to listen to the class because he was following orders, but as he listened, he found that what Damo said was much more profound and comprehensive than the summary meeting they held themselves. And a lot of the content was so detailed that it was outrageous. Even his uncoordinated muscle movements and minor flaws in weapon control could be analyzed. Most importantly, AI instructor Damo could come up with solutions. These solutions made Feng Xiaolong and others suddenly enlightened. They were still exploring the details of the battle against the Zerg, but the AI instructor seemed to have a very comprehensive understanding of the Zerg. Of course, this was not possible without He Xingzhou spending tens of thousands of units of energy to unlock some Zerg biological research data and transmit it to the AI instructor. This AI instructor is not bad. Lady Infant watched the whole scene and praised. The analysis of individuals, situations and tactics is completely a master's understanding. He Xingzhou smiled and said, "In fact, its understanding is also the understanding of all the predecessors. It has learned the knowledge of all the predecessors and can analyze." Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed, thinking that they also provided information templates to the AI instructor. They were still a little proud. The training continued. After the AI instructor conducted personal analysis, he analyzed the team's behavior, command and performance. In 1 week, we will improve the known problems, and then specify a new combat plan and conduct the second simulated battle. Feng Xiaolong reported to Qin Pen and others. Okay, 1 week, we're waiting to see your performance. Qin Pen nodded. Their performance is also related to the actual function of the AI instructor. The current AI instructors talk a lot, but the actual guidance effect depends on the actual combat simulation. For a week, He Xingzhou stayed at the Chuanwa base and discussed new ideas for fighting the Zerg with military experts. 7 days later, the Blade Squad had already gone through a week of AI instructor training. When He Xingzhou saw them again, they had a brand new look. The original Blade Squad was also very proud. After all, they were all elite players, but after the attack of the Zerg, the morale was still a little low. And today's Blade Squad, everyone's face revealed a breath of confidence. Report to the commander, the Blade Squad has assembled and is waiting for instructions at any time. 15 people reported loudly at the same time. Good. Qin Pen, Lady Infeng and others were present today. The Chuanwa clan had heavy tasks, and they were usually very busy. But several people wanted to know how much the so-called AI instructors weighed and whether they could be promoted throughout the army, so they took time out to come and inspect. Report, the simulated Zerg combat training ground is ready, waiting for instructions. Someone else reported. Okay. Qin Pen said, release the bugs. He gave an order, and the elevator in the field rose again, and 15 Zerg culture dishes were opened. These strange mutant creatures were all covered with blue-green culture fluid, and some even had their own mucus. The largest one was larger than an adult Asian elephant. Other Zergs were as small as cheetahs, fierce and agile. Some looked like giant beetles, and the multi-organ deformed species had the most terrifying appearance, which made people shudder. The sedatives and anesthetics in their bodies gradually faded, and these Zergs began to regain consciousness. Fortunately, everyone was observing them through the monitoring system this time, otherwise they would immediately attack when they saw humans. The positions of the 15 Zerg awakening were different, because according to the previous experience of the Chuanwa base, Zergs would also fight each other. If they were put together at the beginning, it was very likely that only one bug would survive in the end. There were also deliberately released beasts around the awakened bugs. He Xingzhou saw that an adult buffalo that was released into the area in advance was easily beaten to death by the Zerg with the size of an elephant, numbered F-1, and then bit off its head. The scene was 100 times bloodier than the animal world. After eating the buffalo alive, F-1 was obviously much more ferocious and physically stronger, like an activated biological weapon. The Blade Squad also saw such a scene, but they had experienced it several times before, and their psychological quality was strong. They did not feel uncomfortable, but were full of fighting spirit. Blade Squad, attack. Qin Pen ordered. Everyone, attack. The Blade Squad opened the protective electric grid and entered the simulated battle area. During their combat, various hidden camera equipment were used to broadcast in real time, and everyone sat in the command room, watching the combat screen. Compared with the confusion in the previous times, this time, they seemed much more experienced in facing the Zerg. The reconnaissance team begins to move, release the drones, and be careful, if the drones are discovered, do not return, stay on the spot and deal with them. Zhang Xiaolong began to command, which was also learned from the AI instructor. At first, they just regarded these monsters as mutants, and they did not expect that they could also determine the location of the drones to search or ambush them. The rest of the people will scout around and find a suitable hidden place to build a defensive base first. These people skillfully smeared their bodies with mud, grass leaves, etc. And also deliberately applied some herbs to cover their own smell. It's really much more sophisticated. Everyone watched from a god's perspective. Not far away from them, there were two Zegs hiding in this area. Like them, these bugs were also exploring this area. If they acted rashly, they would be discovered by the Zeg 100%. Zegs are naturally adapted to the environment. If they are not prepared, they may be attacked by surprise. You know, although this is a real combat training area, the Zeg is too dangerous, and it is difficult to kill them directly with ordinary weapons. If there is an accident, there may be a risk of life. Thanks to Hanfeng Chapter 78 Terrible Bugs, the Blade Squad first camouflaged, then set up a simple base, and then explored step by step. Soon, the reconnaissance drone discovered the first Zeg, which was a Zeg with a lot of fish characteristics on its appearance. It still had biological characteristics such as scales and fins. Now it was using its recently grown hooves to walk on the ground while looking for its prey. Target F-14. According to biological characteristics, it may have attack methods such as spitting acid, ramming, and biting. The scales have strong defensive power. Wanlu, Xingzhou, you two move, and use armor-piercing bullets. Xingzhou commanded. They learned the initial method of identifying Zeg capabilities from the AI instructor Damo. This F-14 is a mutant with a low degree of mutation, so there is no need to deploy their armored vehicles. The two team members acted immediately. The two of them moved quickly according to the coordinates. At this time, the F-14 had already discovered the drone. As everyone guessed, it had realized that this was a threat, but it had no means of long-range attack, so it hid in the forest. Watch out, it's coming. In the forest, Wanlu and Xingzhou had already hidden. According to experience, it was stupid to fight mutants in close combat. Because their reaction speed and movement speed were much faster than humans. If they were facing blue star beasts like lions and tigers, the two team members would not be afraid even if they held guns. But mutants were different. Experience from many battles showed that if they were facing them face to face, humans would definitely be at a disadvantage. The F-14 had entered the shooting range. The two team members did not hesitate and pulled the trigger of the armor-piercing rifle at the same time. With the powerful recoil of the gun, two small-caliber armor-piercing bullets were aimed at the head and heart of the F-14 respectively. Bang! Bang! Two gunshots sounded almost at the same time, and then the F-14 fell in a pool of blood. Two fist-sized blood holes appeared on its hard head and body, and it was struggling on the ground before death. What a strong defensor! Several generals watching the battle couldn't help but sigh. They knew the power of this firearm. This anti-tank rifle can penetrate 10 layers of steel plates at a time. It is a weapon designed to fight light tanks. If it hits a person, with the strength of human muscles and bones, it can turn a person into a pile of rotten meat in an instant, but this mutant creature resisted 2 shots and was able to struggle. Its vitality was so tenacious that it was terrifying. To be on the safe side, they added another shot, and the F-14 finally stopped moving completely. Report, I'm Wanlu, I have knocked down the F-14. Wanlu reported to the captain, and Xingzhou continued to command, don't get close for the time being, use drones to explore. If it were before, they would definitely go to check the body. But after training, they know that seeing is not necessarily believing. In this case, many accidents will happen. For example, the Zeg they knocked down is actually just a shell of the real mutant. No one stipulates the size of the Zeg, maybe its real body is just a parasite. Once a creature approaches, the parasite will take the opportunity to drill into the human body directly. Or maybe there are other Zegs secretly observing, and if you approach rashly, you will be ambushed. These experiences, without the reminder of the AI instructor, rely on the team to explore on their own. I'm afraid they will pay the price of blood. The drone approached the F-14 and took close-up photos. As a result, as soon as the drone approached, a bone spur appeared in the body of the F-14, piercing the drone. Sure enough, there is an ambush. Wanlu and Xingzhou were horrified to see a white worm like a spine crawling out of the F-14's body, and it tried to drill into the wreckage of the drone. Bang! With another gunshot and the projection of high explosive bombs, this bone worm and the wreckage of the drone were blown into ashes at the same time. This one is really hard to guard against. Even generals such as Qin Peng and Lady Yunfeng felt a chill in their hearts. If it were really based on human combat experience, this wave would definitely have killed soldiers. No wonder. A general was watching a simulated combat for the first time. He sighed. I didn't understand before why that Blade Squad, our most elite squad, never succeeded in a simulated combat. It turns out that our enemies are so terrifying and dangerous. The F-14 target was completely eliminated, and the Blade Squad continued to act. Half an hour later, they found 2 more targets, F-15 and F-8. The 2 squads acted at the same time and eliminated them. These 2 targets were just simple mutants, and it was not difficult to eliminate them with guns. Everyone watched patiently as the targets were found one by one. Until there were only 5 targets left out of the 15 targets, the mutation occurred. Before dying, F-7 emitted infrasound, which is a sound wave with a frequency less than 20 Hz. Its wavelength is very long, not easy to attenuate, and difficult to be absorbed by water and air. Infrasound of certain frequencies can also resonate with human organs, directly killing people invisibly. If infrasound of a certain frequency is released in the atmosphere, it can even spread throughout the entire planet. Human ears cannot hear infrasound, and conventional combat weapons will not defend against infrasound. But this time, the team had an early warning. Hide in the armored vehicle immediately. Xingzhou didn't know what the infrasound waves emitted by F-7 were, so he could only order the team members to hide in the armored vehicle first, which had an anti-sound wave protective layer. The infrasound waves disappeared quickly, and there was no organ resonance phenomenon, but the Blade team discovered another phenomenon. The remaining 5 targets, including the most ferocious F-1, all gathered at the place where the infrasound waves were emitted. This sound wave is a communication signal. F-7 exposed our position before dying. Xingzhou understood immediately. No wonder we were often discovered and perceived by the Zed during previous battles. Hurry up and set up traps and find ambush points. The team began to prepare, and as expected, the 5 mutants soon came to the location where the infrasound waves were emitted. They had not attacked each other before, but tacitly took F-1 as the leader and obeyed its command. Seeing this, He Xingzhou said, "It's just as we guessed before. The Zeg have a strict hierarchy and division of functions. Sometimes they attack each other, but when they enter a combat state, the less evolved ones will obey that command of the more evolved ones." The generals, Lady and Feng said in shock. So, once a large number of Zed gather together, they are born to be an army that obeys orders. That's right. He Xingzhou affirmed. At this time, the Blade Squad has begun to attack. They set up multiple ambush points. One of the ambush points has begun to attack. 5 sniper rifles fired at the same time, killing only 2 targets. The other 3, F-1 were shot, with a blood hole on his body, but he was still able to move freely. F-3 collapsed to the ground, while F-4 took the initiative to break up, just like a gecko or a sea cucumber, abandoning a part of its body and surviving. 3 mutants rushed to 3 ambush points respectively. Snipers, evacuate. Xingzhou shouted in the communicator, "Machine gunners, shoot." Thanks to Perfume Pineapple, Red Leaf Autumn, 2025, Passer be passing quietly, only love this dust song, Long Jiu, 1686, talented beautiful man, foolish immortals carousel, and don't want to play wild for the rewards. Chapter 79. Retreat. The sniper immediately evacuated the scene. The insects moved too fast. If they stayed there, they would die. The armored vehicle had already adjusted the muzzle and fired with the machine gunner. First, the F-3, which collapsed on the ground, was smashed into a pile of mud by a burst of bullets. The F-4, whose body was split, also took hundreds of bullets. In just a few seconds, its body was broken to the point that it could not split further. The only target left was F-1, the most evolved one, a giant elephant-sized egg. The armored vehicle's self-propelled anti-aircraft gun hit it hard. There was a loud boom, the flames flickered, and the dust splashed. Did it kill it? In the sky, the drone was still filming in real time. But before the dust settled, everyone heard a loud bang accompanied by the tremor of the earth. A giant mutant was seen running towards the armored vehicle. Although it was huge, its running speed was not slow at all. Inside the armored vehicle, Xingzhou saw its appearance through the drone. A big hole was blasted out of its scales, and there was burnt flesh and blood inside, but even so, it could still move freely. In the injured place, there was visible to the naked eye, and the wriggling flesh and blood were filling the wound. This defensor, recovery power. This is not a blue star creature. Lady Infant couldn't help but complain, what He Xingzhou said is too reasonable. I'm the first one who doesn't believe that this is not an alien species. This guy can overturn the armored vehicle and crush it. Qin Peng asked. Yes, it has this ability. He Xingzhou nodded. The Blade Squad only equipped them with light field armored vehicles for this mission, not heavy armored vehicles. If they were approached by the F-1, even if they hid in the armored vehicle, they would not be able to escape death. Prepare the self-destruct system. The control personnel in the base have begun to prepare for the backup. They have installed bombs in the bodies of the experimental subjects. Once the Blade Squad is in danger of being wiped out, the bombs will be activated to wipe out the mutants. Victory or failure depends on this one move. Led it to the trap. Xingzhou commanded the team members to drive and attract F-1 to move. The trap they set up before was for this moment. F-1 was getting closer and closer to the light armored vehicle. Not to mention the sharp blade team members, even the spectators were nervous. It's a little out of position. A team member shouted. Slow down. Xingzhou tried to take a deep breath and commanded calmly, the machine gun forces it to move. The machine gunner continued to fire, and F-1 also knew how to dodge bullets. Sure enough, under the attack of the machine gun, it returned to the trap route. Here it comes. In just a few dozen seconds, F-1 was very close to the light armored vehicle. At this time, the soldiers in the base were sweating. The giant mutant monster covered with scales was about to hit the armored vehicle, but encountered a huge explosion on the way. Several intelligent mines were detonated, and the power of the explosion blew it up and flew into the air. At the same time, the team members fired incendiary bombs, which were incendiary bombs with a temperature of up to 3000 degrees Celsius. It instantly ignited F-1 into a big fireball. The power of the mines also shattered its body. Under the observation of the drone, this fierce mutant was still broken into pieces and died, and no parasites came out. F-1 is dead, and all 15 targets were killed. It took 14 hours and 24 minutes. A message came from the command center. Report to the command center, this is the Blade Squad. Our team has completed this actual combat training mission. All team members have no casualties. Xingzhou's proud voice sounded in the communicator. This is the first time that they have killed all the targets intact. It seems easy from the result, but they themselves know that any negligence of any detail will lead to failure. It may even lead to the crisis of the destruction of the entire team. Good. Keenpen laughed and shouted, call back immediately. Well done. This is our first successful simulated combat. Lady Infeng said with emotion, but it also tells us that our opponents are much stronger than we thought. To be honest, I have never thought of bone worms, infrasound waves, and splitting before. I heard that the Z has more biological weapons, it's hard to defend against. The other generals were also full of emotion, this is much more complicated than human wars. It's so difficult to deal with just 15 Zeds with low mutation levels. It's hard to imagine the scene of countless Z outbreaks in the future. They felt their pressure doubled. The Blade Squad quickly withdrew and reported the mission. Xingzhou said with emotion, Commanders, this operation was successful thanks to the AI instructor. It pointed out our shortcomings, taught us tactics and combat methods, and helped us avoid many mistakes. This technology is really amazing. Not bad. In this actual combat training, everyone also saw the improvements of the Blade Squad, with tacit cooperation, rigorous command, and swift combat. Keenpen announced directly. In this case, let the AI instructor vigorously promote it so that every soldier can experience the help of new technology. We also want to thank Comrade He Xingzhou for bringing us such a zip. Everyone present saluted He Xingzhou, this was their heartfelt gratitude. They knew that with the AI instructor, an intelligence system, the strength of the Chuan troops would be greatly improved, and a large number of casualties would be reduced in future wars. You are too polite, it will be too late to thank me later. He Xingzhou replied, I plan to put the AI instructor into a portable smart device, and in the future you'll not only be able to use it in the training base, but also in real time. That's great. Keenpen said happily, if you have any needs, just ask, we will cooperate as much as possible. Another 2 weeks later, He Xingzhou left the Chuan base. Here, he not only obtained a lot of information, but also won the respect of the Chuan troops. Now the whole base is looking forward to He Xingzhou's next invention and the birth of brand new equipment. The reason why He Xingzhou left was for research, and the Lunar New Year was not far away. He first went back to the Sentinel Research Institute to take a look. Because of the heavy workload and confidentiality, many people here could not go home for the New Year. He Xingzhou himself did not have much time, so he could only take time to go back on New Year's Eve and rush back to the institute the next day. New Year's Eve. The helicopter landed in a special community engineering mansion. He Xingzhou's parents had moved and lived in the area arranged by the above. There were strict security measures and convenient supporting living facilities here. The living conditions were much better than before. Zhuzilan and Ding Yu also came back with He Xingzhou. They also had to accompany He Xingzhou to protect his safety. Only when He Xingzhou stayed at the military base or in a safe secret research institute did they have time to take a few days off to deal with their personal affairs. Chapter 18 New Year. When He Xingzhou walked to the door, it was already opened, and the guard at the door had already notified his parents. Brother. He Xingzhou just walked to the door, and a slender figure ran over. He Xingzhou grabbed He Mengyo with his backhand and held her down. Brother, what are you doing? He Mengyo was very dissatisfied. She wanted to give He Xingzhou a hug. Sorry, I've been exercising recently, and I'm used to it. He Xingzhou said awkwardly. You're back. He Gahang and Jing Manrong looked at He Xingzhou, and Jing Manrong said distressedly, the child has lost weight. Obviously he has become stronger. He Xingzhou smiled. Every time he went home, Jing Manrong said that he had lost weight again. This was a habit. Where are your secretary and bodyguard? He Gaham asked, didn't you say we were going home together? Oh, they have some work to do. They'll be here for the New Year's Eve dinner later. He Xingzhou said, celebrate the New Year together. Yes, yes, yes. Jing Manrong said, they've worked hard for a year, and they can't go home for the New Year, so let's celebrate the New Year together. She went to cook with He Kohan. In fact, the family hired a nanny this year, but as the New Year was approaching, the two elders gave the nanny a New Year's holiday, so they still prepared the New Year's Eve dinner themselves. Brother. What are you doing recently? Is there anything new? As soon as He Xingzhou sat down, He Mengyo came over, hugged his arm and asked curiously. She was very curious about He Xingzhou's affairs. She didn't think there was anything wrong when she was in high school, but after half a year of college, she found that people on the internet and in school often discussed He Xingzhou. Not to mention the students, even teachers and professors are like this. But He Mengyo did not reveal her identity as He Xingzhou's sister, otherwise she would not be able to continue her university studies peacefully. He Xingzhou thought for a moment. The Chuanwu project could not be disclosed, so he said, it should be considered as making games. Making games? He Mengyo asked in confusion, brother, weren't you working on artificial intelligence before? Why are you suddenly making games? Our technology is suitable for games. He Xingzhou said as a matter of course. What game? Let me see. He Mengyo also plays games, so she is very interested in this. Tomorrow, you will know tomorrow. Before coming, Xingzhou had a brief exchange with him. Their game studio is going to launch the game Gods and Demons Wukong, and plans to release the promotional video on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Not long after, Zhuzilan and Ding Yu also dealt with their own affairs. The two of them also brought gifts. Uncle, Aunt, we don't have any gifts. Zhuzilan put down a few small bags, which contained some things specially supplied by the military region, such as tea, meat and the like. These are good things that money can't buy. You are so polite. You have helped Xingzhou so much, why do you bring gifts? Jing Manrong said polite words while looking at Zhuzilan. He was even happier to see that she was pretty, had a good figure, and spoke nicely. He Kohan, on the other hand, talked to Ding Yu about work and the like. In fact, he also wanted to know what He Xingzhou was doing in disguise. The two elders were also very confused about He Xingzhou's work. This year, He Xingzhou's frequent appearances have made him a national celebrity. In the past year, relatives and friends have visited him one after another. Even He Gahang and Jing Manrong's former colleagues and superiors were flattered by their care and diligence. There were even high-level leaders who came to show concern and greetings. This treatment was something they could never have imagined before. Uncle, don't worry. Chief engineer, he is a scientist, and he develops technology for the country, so of course he deserves such treatment. Ding Yu didn't want to reveal too much, and said, in short, his work, safety, etc. are all fine. In the kitchen, Zhuzilan, who was cooking with Jing Manrong, was also prevaricating. The two elders could roughly guess that it was probably related to some confidential information that could not be disclosed, so they stopped asking. An hour later, the New Year's Eve dinner was served. On the TV program, the host of the Spring Festival Gala was happily introducing tonight's program. Shin Bingbing also appeared on the Spring Festival Gala this year. She specially introduced, "We will have special programs on the Spring Festival Gala this year." The special programs she mentioned was some technological displays and infrastructure achievements. The program team also invited scientific researchers and several experts from He Xingzhou's team to the stage. The entire Spring Festival Gala program seemed to be different from previous years. The entertainment programs were decreasing, and the content about this year, our lives seem to be completely different. Jingman wrong side, I always feel something is wrong. For example, there seems to be some kind of civil aid defense project being built next to our community. Is something going to happen? Yes, a friend of mine is a sailor. I heard that the requirements for going out to sea are very strict now, and small tonnage cargo ships are not allowed to go. He was also confused, and this party, it feels weird too. Zhuzilan and Ding Yu looked at each other, both lowered their heads and said nothing. The civil aid defense project next to the community is actually a biochemical shelter, which was arranged and built by He Xingzhou, using He Xingzhou's personal funds and the wealth obtained from the technology licensing. As for the rest, they didn't say much. He Xingzhou smiled and said, "This shows that our country attaches more importance to science and technology. New infrastructure projects also promote our economic development and make life more convenient." He Xingzhou gnawed on a pig's trotter, her mouth full of oil, and agreed, "Yes, a lot of new things appeared last year, such as electromagnetic floating vehicles and wireless devices, which are much more fun than before. In short, our lives are getting better and better, and there is no need to worry about anything." He Xingzhou raised his glass and said, "Dad, Mom, little sister, Zilan, Brother Din, let's toast to each other and wish us good health, success in our dreams, and prosperity for our country. Cheers. Raise your glass to bid farewell to the old and welcome the new." He Xingzhou looked out the window, fireworks lit up the night sky, some people cheered and congratulated, and the New Year's greetings from the host of the Spring Festival Gala came from the TV. There are not many days of peace and tranquility like this. He sighed in his heart. In a year, there are more and more mutant creatures in the ocean. Now there are deformed species in the ocean, and they can't even make the news. People have gotten used to it. He Xingzhou's original prediction model still has some gaps, because he found that when there are more and more mutant creatures, there will be a certain group evolution effect, and the speed of Zeg evolution will become faster and faster. The original prediction of the time for the Zeg crisis to break out may be shortened by half. Zhuzilan quietly looked at He Xingzhou's profile. Only she and Ding Yu knew what He Xingzhou was thinking. At this time, she found that someone was secretly touching her arm. She turned her head and saw He Xingzhou showing a grinning expression and gave an "I understand" expression. Zhuzilan's pretty face blushed slightly, pretending not to see it. Thanks to He Xingzhou, 2036, Konzi, 2083, it's like continuing to sleep in a dream. I'm not such a scumbag. Xingmo Rin, an old farmer in Tanaka, the most handsome man in Shibuya. Information is being updated, 2026, an 80,000-year-old little demon, 2088, my beloved Lulu, Iron Armor Warriors, Moon Against the Light, and rewards from Thlobo 14. Chapter 81. He Xingzhou also makes money. He Xingzhou's New Year's Eve dinner was not quiet, because at this time, the messages of New Year's greetings to each other had filled up several of his mobile phones. He, Chief Engineer, Happy New Year. This was from the Sentinel Research Institute. Mr. Lee, I wish you a Happy New Year on behalf of the First Automobile Group. This was from the Automobile Group. Mr. Lee, the Power Grid wishes you a Happy New Year. New Year, new atmosphere, I wish you a Happy New Year. There were hundreds of New Year's greetings from the groups and research institutes that he had cooperated with. Old He, it's the new year, let's get together when we have time. There were also New Year's greetings from former classmates, such as Wang Jiao, Fen Tao, Xingyang and others. Senior, Happy New Year. It was sent by Junior Jiang. Xingzhou, remember to find time to write your master's thesis. This was sent by teachers and Boyan. He Xingzhou replied to some of them individually, and for more, he could only reply in unison. Happy New Year to everyone, I wish us all the best in the new year. In the Chuan executive group, everyone was also greeting each other and talking about New Year's plans. Kong King said, everyone worked hard last year. We must do better in the new year. This year's tasks are heavy, and the speed of plan advancement must be accelerated. Keen Pen said, the combat methods and equipment of the troops must be completely updated this year, not just the Chuan troops, but the entire army. He Xingzhou. After the new year, we will start trying to build bases in the sea. Kui Women. The situation this year is not optimistic. Our actions have attracted the attention of various countries. They have begun to restrict us intentionally or unintentionally, and the procurement of materials has become more difficult. Let me give you a shot of prevention. The international situation this year may change greatly. Lu Mei. Last year, we initially established a support system, and this year we will continue to build various shelters. Song Jinghong also spoke. The more I study the Z genes, the more I feel that we humans are small and ignorant. I now agree with He Xingzhou's conjecture that the Z is an alien species. As everyone chatted, Kong King asked, at He Xingzhou, Comrade Xiaohe, what plans do you have for the Sentinel Research Institute this year? He Xingzhou said, continue to improve the supporting technology. The next step is to make a carrier for the AI instructor, an intelligent device. Comrade Xiaohe, you are still quite stable. Kui Women said with emotion. They originally thought that He Xingzhou's crazy plan would be a mess when it was actually implemented. But this year proved that He Xingzhou was well organized. He was not in a hurry to build any steel great wall or planetary fortress. Instead, he started with supporting technology, because he led the team to conquer technologies such as magnetic levitation vehicles, wireless power transmission, and ultra-precision machine tools. Now the national industrial manufacturing level, logistics transportation, energy transmission and other basic construction capabilities are all greatly improved. This is all laying the foundation for the Chuan plan. If it continues to develop like this, perhaps when the Chuan plan is announced, the steel Great Wall will be built at a speed beyond the imagination of the whole world. On the internet, many people also wished He Xingzhou a Happy New Year. He Xingzhou's social account has been silent for several months. But the enthusiasm of fans has not diminished. Every day someone leaves a message to He Xingzhou and urges him to update. Author, it's a new year, why haven't you updated yet? Everyone, go away, the author has retired. Happy New Year. Another day without He Xingzhou, I miss him, miss him, miss him. He Xingzhou was studying the smart devices on the technology tree at this time. Among all the smart devices, he found the most suitable AI instructor, which is the so-called AI-assisted combat system. The carrier of the smart tactical glasses. This kind of tactical glasses can carry AI, and its AR and VR functions can also assist in combat. It is easy to carry and very convenient. We will start research and development tomorrow. He Xingzhou sent the plan to Zhu Zilan and asked the team to prepare. At this time, Xingzhou sent him another message. Chief Engineer He, Happy New Year. We have developed your game Gods and Demons Wukong using the Kaian Kun engine. As for the war simulation game, we are still short of money. Want me to promote it for you? He Xingzhou asked. Yes. If Chief Engineer He is our spokesperson, this game will definitely become popular all over the country in one day, and we will have money to continue to develop it. Xingzhou did not hide his thoughts. He Xingzhou thought about it and it was indeed the case. He said, promotion is possible. But the war simulation game I mentioned before has higher requirements. It can't be just an ordinary game, it must be made into a VR game. At the Chuan base, He Xingzhou saw the Blade Squad struggling to eliminate those mutants. He realized that not all teams could fight the Zerg so smoothly, and the Chuan project did not have so many mutants and resources to train all the soldiers. Just to breed a mutant, the cost reached millions. This is just the most basic. Large-scale training is completely unbearable. If they can train in a very realistic game before the real war, they will be prepared and experienced in the real war. VR game. Xingzhou pondered for a while. The difficulty was directly raised to a higher level, but he still agreed and said, no problem, for that Chuan project, we should also contribute. Okay. He Xingzhou also watched the promotional video, and it was okay. He used his online media account to post a message. New Year, Happy New Year to everyone. Recently, I and the team developed a physics engine, Kaian Kun, and gave it to I to try it out. The effect is not bad. If you're interested, you can take a look. Below is the link to the promotional CG. He Xingzhou's account is rarely updated, and this update is the focus of the whole network. Front row. Finally I've waited for you. Luckily I didn't give up. Can anyone tell me what a physics engine is? Is He Xingzhou also doing an ad? Games. Many people clicked in to watch the promotional CG. This time, the promotional CG Forgotten Demons Wukong was remade and optimized by a Wing company based on the previous one, using the Kaian Kung game engine, and the effect is even more outstanding. Why did He Xingzhou cooperate with a game company? Is he also short of money? In front of a computer, a young man clicked on the video link. His name is Mao Jun. He is one of He Xingzhou's fans and also an ordinary office worker. Mao Jun also liked games in the past, but after work, he didn't have much energy to invest in games. In addition, the quality of games nowadays is not good, so he gradually quit. If this video hadn't been released by He Xingzhou, he wouldn't have bothered to click on it. But once he opened it, Mao Jun knew that he had misunderstood He Xingzhou. You must have heard of his story, as the voice next to him sounded. The light went from dark to bright, and a dilapidated Buddhist temple appeared in front of him. The murals of immortals and Buddhas with ancient colors, the majestic Buddha statues, the broken walls and ruins, and the old monk in the dim candlelight, all the scenes seemed so real and lifelike that Mao Jun's attention was completely attracted in just 3 seconds. Thanks to Kim-san and Bezhao if you were listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World. It means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novel, as there you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82 is on fire. Fuck, a game so awesome now. The graphics are so amazing. Mao Jun couldn't help shouting, but soon he realized. No, many games are still rubbish now, but this one was made using He Xingzhou's physics engine. He continued to look down, and soon the protagonist of the game, Wukong, appeared. The super realistic monkey hair, the texture, was so smooth. The expression was so vivid that it was hard to tell that it was made by a computer. The beautiful natural environment, the mountains filled with demonic spirits, the strange caves, scenes were constantly switching, the light and shadows were rendered, the music was humming, and Mao Jun's mind had completely entered this virtual mythical world. It was not until the level boss appeared that he realized that he had underestimated the charm of this game. Brother Molian, let's play together. In the mountain's dream, the white-skinned, beautiful, long-legged spider spirits laughed and played. They had exquisite looks. Mao Jun was watching them intently, and suddenly he saw a spider spirit being attacked and transformed from a human form into a demon body. The human skin faded away inch by inch, replaced by spider bristles. The originally watery peach eyes turned into red demon pupils flashing with strange light. The long legs turned into spider legs. The cherry mouth grew poisonous teeth. This transformation process was so real, as if it was really happening in front of him. Mao Jun's hair was sweating like a countdown. There were other bosses on the scene, with golden helmets shining in the sun and golden armor condensing light. The tassels on the helmets fluttered like mountain pheasant tails, and the robes covered the armor in light yellow. The dragon's ape belts on the armor were shining, and the heart-protecting mirror was brilliant around the eyes. Deerskin boots, dyed with locust flowers. Brocade aprons, willow leaf velvet makeup. Holding a thread-pronged steel fork, the divine light was compelling. He looked like a divine soldier, but he turned into a yellow wind monster, controlling endless storms, sweeping across the mountains and rivers. The scene changed, and there were mountains of corpses and blood, death was everywhere, ghosts and monsters were everywhere, and gusts of cold wind. Surrounded by countless monsters, the 3 great monsters of Lion Camel Ridge sat high on the mountain of corpses. They were taller than the mountains and had ferocious looks. Among them, there was a terrified voice from the land god, reminding, "That is the land of all the monsters, the purgatory on earth. Even gods and Buddhas dare not set foot there. Don't go there, don't go there." My scalp is tingling. Mao Jun I couldn't help but tremble. The CG was almost over. Behind me, it seemed that the 4 heavenly kings had descended to the human world. Their angry shout shook the earth and mountains. 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals, gods and Buddhas everywhere, they formed mountains and blocked the way for the travelers. The sea of suffering is boundless, and turning back is the sea. Monkey, you shouldn't go on. The sound of Sanskrit sounded, as if a voice of great compassion was trying to persuade him. No, all sentient beings are suffering, and the journey to the west is a big lie. Even if I am torn to pieces, I will find that truth. Monkey, what on earth do you want to do? Do you want to be an enemy of the heaven and Lingzan? A god shouted angrily. The monkey roared. I want this sky to no longer cover my eyes, I want this earth to no longer bury my heart, I want all sentient beings to understand my intentions, and I want all Buddhas to disappear into thin air. At the end of the picture, one man with a stick split the universe and fought against the gods and Buddhas in the heavens. 5 golden characters flashed. Ryujin hoop stick. Fuck. Seeing this scene, Maljun stood up. Too exciting. Is this really a game to be released? Ah. Why is it gone? He felt that the blood in his body was boiling, and the heart that was tortured to death by life was rekindled. Maljun opened the video comments and found that everyone felt the same as him. Too exciting. I was taking a shit, and when I saw this CG, my shit was broken. This is the most awesome CG I have ever seen. Is the game screen really that good? He Xingzhou is awesome. I'm going to download the game now. I'm too lazy to watch the Spring Festival Gala for even a minute, but I'll watch this CG 100 times. What else are you talking about? It's already started downloading. Are there anyone who can stay up all night? Let's go together. If you don't play this, are you still a human being? Maljun directly clicked on the link and went to download. The game Gods and Demons Wukong was released together with the CG. This is because after Yueming company became familiar with the Kaian-kun physics engine, its manufacturing efficiency increased by dozens of times. The game that was originally planned to take a year to develop was completed in just a few months. And He Xingzhou helped promote it. If it is not released now, will the popularity decline? Gods and Demons Wukong can be downloaded on the Steam platform and the official website of Yueming Games. This game is a paid boutique game. In order to attract more players, a phased payment method is adopted, that is, an initial game package is priced at 58 yuan, and then each expansion data package is priced at 98 yuan. There are currently 4 expansion packages, that is, the current total price is 450 yuan, and the subsequent expansion content is still under development. In Yueming Game Studio, He Xingzhou and a group of game designers are staring at the backstage nervously. Today is the Spring Festival, but the whole company is staying here, not for any reason, just to be able to know the sales of the game as soon as possible. He Xingzhou paced in the office non-stop. Sales are not only related to the survival of the company, but also to whether his dream can be realized. 10 minutes have passed since He Xingzhou released the video, and players have already downloaded and purchased on various platforms. In their background, programmers have made a simple sales statistics window, which is refreshed every 10 minutes to collect data from various platforms. In the first 10 minutes, He Xingzhou, Xingzhou, and all the employees in the company stared at the statistics window, motionless, and you could hear a pin drop in the company. Suddenly, the number jumped, and the number that was originally naught suddenly jumped to 2,454,515. Seeing this number, everyone was stunned. Yes, they knew that the data might be good, because they had confidence in the game and the Kaian-kun engine. But no one expected that it could reach such an exaggerated number. You know, a new standalone game can be considered a success if it can sell 10,000 copies on the first day of its launch. 100,000 copies, that would be a hot fried chicken. On the internet, it is a popular game worldwide. And now, this number directly made them collectively dumbfounded. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million. He Xingzhou recited as if he was learning Arabic numerals for the first time. Am I reading this correctly? 10 minutes, 2,400,000 copies. Fuck. Xingzhou couldn't help but swear, this is simply against the sky. Really sold more than 2 million copies. Even the game designer himself couldn't think of it. More than that. The employee in charge of marketing shouted, now our game is the most popular on the entire network. In 10 minutes, the sales have exceeded 500 million. When he said this number, the whole company was boiling. 10 minutes and 500 million, this is definitely a miracle in the history of world games. And this has just begun, it will continue to rise. One day, will it exceed 10 billion? You know, even Penguin Games, during the period of traffic surge during the Spring Festival, the highest daily sales record was several billion. They are a small, unknown company, and they directly crushed the industry giants as soon as they opened. This feels like a dream, making people addicted and crazy. Thanks to Xingzhou book friends, Yamin, Luli, Luochongqing, Zifei 2043, and Ihud for their rewards. Chapter 83 Pray and pray, are we going to succeed? Laos, we are going to succeed. He Xingzhou shook Xingzhou frantically. Although Xingzhou was also very excited, he was calmer. Because he was the one who knew about the Chuanwu project, his biggest wish in life was to make a world-famous, high-quality game like He Xingzhou. But now, when this dream is about to come true, he finds that his dream has already changed. Perhaps, following chief engineer He to complete the Chuanwu project is my biggest ideal in this life. Xingzhou thought. He patted Jian Yanzhen on the shoulder and said to everyone, "Everyone, today is a good start. But our work has just begun. Continue to develop and maintain the game Gods and Demons Wukong, and then from today on, start to develop VR game technology and create future war simulation games. Is it necessary to be so anxious?" Jian Yanzhen was still silent. "Enjoy," he said. "Gods and Demons Wukong has just begun." "Yes." Xingzhou said seriously. He couldn't reveal it. This was related to the implementation of the Chuanwu plan. "The game is popular, we have money. I will be responsible for the new project personally." The popularity of Gods and Demons Wukong is still continuing. Just watching the promotional CG has attracted cheers from players all over the internet. At the beginning, some people questioned that the actual game might not match the promotional CG. When they bought the game and tried it, they found that they were still too young. The physics engine of Kung is definitely the most powerful physics engine in the world. The reviewer of Penguin Games vowed, the picture, physical action, sense of attack, sense of operation, all the experience, all full marks. It is foreseeable that Gods and Demons Wukong will become the most popular game in the country and even the world in the future. Another data analyst said. According to our analysis, their sales in 10 minutes are expected to exceed 500 million. It may exceed 10 billion a day. What are you waiting for? Contact He Xingzhou's team immediately. We must get the authorization for the Kung physics engine. The president of Penguin Games hurriedly ordered. Along with him, domestic game giants and foreign game companies have contacted He Xingzhou's team, hoping to obtain the authorization of the physics engine. In this regard, He Xingzhou accepted all comers. Anyway, the core technology of this thing is in his hands, and he is not worried that others can steal it. Make as much money as you can. The next day, He Xingzhou was on his way to the National Academy of Sciences, the Institute of Microelectronics in Beijing. His goal of this trip was to develop AI tactical glasses and serve as a smart device carrier for AI instructors. The Institute of Microelectronics under the name of the Academy of Sciences is one of the core institutions for researching semiconductors and smart devices. He chief engineer, our game is selling like hotcakes. I have immediately started VR and AR technology research. Xingzhou sent him a message. Congratulations, contact me if you need anything. He Xingzhou replied. There's news from the team, too. Zhuzilan told him, hundreds of companies have come to inquire about licensing the Kung physics engine. If it works well, this technology should be able to make tens of billions. Tens of billions. He Xingzhou smiled and said, we can build a few more power stations. Power stations? Zhuzilan was puzzled. He Xingzhou almost regularly requested to build power stations. Why? Why not build the Great Wall of Steel directly? How long would it take? He Xingzhou asked Ding Yu. It's estimated to be there in an hour. Ding Yu was flying a helicopter. Well, call me when we're almost there, I'll take a nap. He Xingzhou pretended to close his eyes to rest, but in fact he was calling the quantum optical brain to unlock technology. Unlocking basic semiconductor information requires 10,000 units of energy. Unlocking basic optical knowledge requires 7,000 units of energy. Unlocking 100 basic optical instrument manufacturing principles requires 50,000 units of energy. Unlocking basic augmented reality technology requires 30,000 units of energy. Unlocking virtual reality technology requires 50,000 units of energy. A small pair of smart glasses requires a lot of pre-technology. He Xingzhou used up most of the energy he had accumulated these days and only unlocked half of it. He will have to continue unlocking it later. He closed his eyes and digested the information in his mind. When He Xingzhou was about to start his first research in the new year, a tragedy was happening somewhere on Blue Star. In the Sakura country, in the waters of F Island, near the Pacific Ocean, a medium-sized fishing boat is collecting the nets. Captain Tanaka Taro is praying to the gods, hoping that the catch this time will be more. The fish near F Island are getting fewer and fewer, and because of pollution, fewer and fewer people are willing to buy them. Tanaka Taro prayed in a low voice, we have to go to a farther place to fish. God bless me. I still need to support my family and crew. Let us get more. Brother, pull up the net. His younger brother, Tanaka Jiro, was directing the net collection. The diesel cable machine on the ship was turning very fast, and the crew had a bad premonition in their hearts. The net was pulled up so quickly, is there no catch? Soon, the fishing net was pulled up, and when it floated to the surface, Tanaka-jiro cursed. Bagger, there is nothing. It's an empty net. There was not a single fish in their fishing net, there was only a big hole. The fishing net was bitten through by marine life. How could there be a hole? Tanaka was furious. Didn't you check before you cast the net? Logically speaking, the material of their fishing nets could not be bitten through even if they caught a killer whale. Captain, we checked before we cast the net. The crew member quickly explained, such a big hole, it is impossible not to see it. Tanaka frowned and asked in confusion. Then how did it break? As soon as he finished speaking, the hull shook, as if something was hitting the hull. Everyone swayed for a while, and the quick-eyed and quick-handed crew members hugged the mast and the side of the ship. Tanaka and Tanaka-jiro both fell down. What's going on? Tanaka shouted. He was hit on the head and was dizzy now. Ship, Captain, monster. It's a sea monster. A crew member screamed. Following the direction of his scream, everyone looked over and saw a guy covered with thorns climbing up the side of the ship. Its body size is about the same as that of a killer whale, with a pair of claws about 3 meters long. It has no eyes, but has sharp teeth like a great white shark. Its body is pitch black, and no one can recognize what species it is. The screaming crew member had no time to escape, and was grabbed by its claws. Half of his body was bitten off, and the other half was bloody. The blood was all over the A-class, which scared everyone out of their wits. It's a sea monster. Quick, kill it. Tanaka shouted with a trembling voice, and Tanaka-jiro had raised his gun and shot at it. The bullets hit its solid body, leaving only a few white marks on its tortoise shell-like shell, while other troops were left with bullet holes, but they did not kill it, and even seriously injured it. The monster was enraged, it rushed onto the ship and began to kill. Quick, call the maritime guard. Request rescue. This was the last sound that Tanaka made, because the next second, he entered the monster's stomach. P.S. It will be available at 12 noon tomorrow, and the pace and updates will be accelerated. Please support. Chapter 84. Comments on the release and additional update rules. Before I started writing this book, I was actually not very willing to write science fiction anymore, especially science fiction about science and technology. Many authors know that this type of novel is difficult to write. It is tiring to look up information, and it is difficult to control the scale. If you are not careful, it will be 404, but some plots are easy to be harmonized. It is not like fantasy and fairy tales, which are easy to write long. The lack of length in online novels means fewer readers and low income. For various reasons, authors are reluctant to write science fiction. If you look at the science fiction channels now, they are all infinite streams or fantasy novels disguised as science fiction. But recently, watching the news and looking up information has touched me a lot. We live in an era of technological hegemony, and it is also an era of national rise and competition with the world. A global disaster, everyone can see that the world is not as peaceful and beautiful as we imagined. For example, when I wrote this book, some readers questioned that when a world-class disaster comes, all mankind should unite. But if you look at the news, when a disaster comes, what does the world do? Grabbing resources, fighting each other, creating friction, shifting contradictions, the death toll is increasing every day. In the eyes of some people, the passing of life is just a cold number. In contrast, the land of China is the safest place. In the disaster, even the most ordinary people are shining and radiating. 1.4 billion people can be united and work together. How many epic stories are hard to describe. In the past, we didn't know what we would do and how we would do it if we encountered such a disaster. But today, we know. That's why the story of Planet Builder was born. The story has just begun to unfold. The really exciting plot is still to come. So, please support and subscribe to Kid Chinese website. No one wants to write this type of novel, so read it and cherish it. On the day of listing, the minimum update of 10,000 words will be guaranteed. Finally, the rules for adding more chapters are the same as the previous books. The first reward to the helmsman will add 1 more chapter. First recharge benefit. After that, 1 more chapter will be added for each leader, 10 more chapters for the Silver Alliance, and 100 more chapters for the Gold Alliance. The last book was updated with 100 chapters on the day it was released. If you give a direct reward to the leader for the first time, you'll get 2 chapters at the same time, including the first benefit. If you increase your average subscription by 500, you'll get one chapter. If you increase your monthly ticket by 500, you'll get one chapter. There is no upper limit, and it is valid for a long time. Please subscribe, give monthly tickets, and give rewards. Yuedong, on June 18, 2021. Chapter 85, Chapter 84, 85A. Normal shipwreck help. Run. The sea monster is eating people. The fishing boat was in chaos. Seeing his brother being eaten, Jiro Tanaka turned pale, but he did not scream. Instead, he immediately went to the cockpit and called for help using the satellite phone. This is the fishing boat Tanaka. We have been attacked by a sea monster. Request for support. Coordinates, 20. After Jiro Tanaka released the distress signal, he did not forget to record a video with his mobile phone. He saw that in the video, the sea monster was enjoying the fun of hunting. It was hunting the crew members leisurely. Some crew members were frightened and jumped directly into the sea, but there seemed to be other monsters in the sea. Those crew members who were good at swimming jumped and disappeared. Hello, this is the security office. Are you sure you have encountered a sea monster? The operator didn't believe it. Where was the sea monster? However, Jiro Tanaka didn't have the energy to reply. Escape, I must escape back. In the chaos, he ran to the lifeboat at the stern, jumped on it and started it directly. Save me. Another crew member tried to join him, but was knocked down by the monster. Jiro Tanaka didn't even look back, and directly started the lifeboat and rushed out. Behind him, there were the screams of the crew members. He looked back and saw that the monster was eating people. Its head without eyes was leaning towards Jiro Tanaka, its bloody mouth opened and half of its body rolled to the ground. It seemed to be laughing and mocking. This scene was deeply engraved in Jiro Tanaka's mind, and he would never forget it. At this time, the operator of the Sakura Maritime Guard reported this distress message. Are you sure it is the distress signal of the Tanaka? Not a prank? Asked the person in charge, Kojima Haiko. We checked the port information and declaration records, and the Tanaka was indeed fishing in the nearby waters at this time. There is no problem with the signal. As for the sea monster, it may be that it encountered a large marine life. The operator was not sure. In short, the ship encountered a problem. Dispatch the search and rescue team immediately. Kojima Hayako ordered, and his subordinates immediately executed. Wait. Kojima Hayako thought for a while, and then instructed. Dispatch a surface patrol ship and a patrol aircraft. Captain, it's just to rescue fishing boats, is it necessary? A subordinate was a little puzzled. Carry out the mission. Kojima Hayako did not explain, he always felt a little uneasy. He didn't believe in sea monsters or something, but the frequent appearance of deformed marine life in the nearby waters recently always made him feel a little uneasy. Kojima Hayako himself also acted with the search and rescue team. He took a patrol plane and headed straight for the target sea area. Half an hour later, they arrived at the target sea area. Sir, target found. The pilot shouted, the Tanaka is sinking. In their field of vision, a medium-sized fishing boat was halfway under the sea. Calling the Tanaka, this is the Coast Guard, we are on a rescue mission. The communicator was still trying to contact the crew on the Tanaka, but received no response. Come closer. Take a look. Kojima ordered. The patrol plane began to slowly descend. Kojima held a telescope and could almost see the situation above. With just one look, his face changed drastically. The deck was covered in blood. Usually, this is also very common on fishing boats. Some deep-sea fish are not easy to preserve, so they will be processed directly on the deck. But the blood here is not fish blood, but human blood. Because he clearly saw that there were human body parts on it, and it seemed that they were brutally killed by some monster. What happened? Kojima Yan's voice was trembling. Captain, look, it's a sea monster, it's a sea monster. The pilot shouted in horror. As the plane continued to approach, they could see that on the deck, there was another monster nearly 5 meters long, with a black shell on its back and thorn-like spikes, no eyes, claws and a big mouth, and it was gnawing at food. And the thing it was gnawing on was vaguely visible, and it was a part of a human limb. There really is a sea monster. Shadow Yan was going crazy. What kind of species is this? Why have they never heard of it before? This bloody and cruel scene made them unable to bear to look directly. I'm afraid the crew has all died. The pilot's hands couldn't help but tremble. At this time, the sea monster had noticed them. It roared at the plane, then tore off a part of the hull and smashed towards the plane. Take off, take off. Xiao Yan shouted hurriedly, call for help, kill it, no, capture it. There was only a machine gun on the patrol plane, and a team member immediately operated the machine gun and attacked the sea monster. Bullets poured out, and the sea monster was injured. It became even more angry and jumped up, jumping dozens of meters high. This scared Kojima and others to death. This guy can actually jump high. Run. Kojima no longer had the heart to fight. The plane continued to rise, and the pilot's palms were full of sweat. Fortunately, the sea monster couldn't jump so high, so it could only roar at them. At this time, the voice of the patrol ship sounded, and support was coming. Support us quickly, bombard that monster. Kojima shouted into the communicator. The people on the patrol ship held back their shock and began to bombard. The first shell did not hit the sea monster, but hit the wreckage of the Tanaka, making a violent explosion. Seeing this, the sea monster dived into the sea and disappeared without a trace. It ran away. Kojima was still in shock. Captain, the crew must have been eaten by it, what should we do? The team members asked with pale faces. Keep searching. Kojima tried to keep himself calm. Besides, don't tell anyone about this. I'm going to report it. When the search and rescue team found Jiro Tanaka, he had already fainted. He was overly frightened, and there's nothing wrong with his body, said the doctor. Sea monster, don't eat me. Ah. Jiro Tanaka woke up from his dream and saw a group of people surrounding him. Don't be afraid, you're safe now, the doctor comforted. Jiro Tanaka was stunned for a few seconds, then burst into tears and shouted, my brother, my friend, were all killed by the sea monster. They were eaten cruelly. Everyone was silent, and an investigator said, Mr. Tanaka, please describe what happened in detail. We were collecting the net at the time and found a big hole in the fishing net, Jiro Tanaka recalled terrified. Very good. The investigator had finished recording. You must kill it. Jiro Tanaka begged, as long as this monster is there, we fishermen can't go out to sea to fish. Don't worry, we will handle it. Soon, the investigator reported the information. I'm sure it's a sea monster. We saw it with our own eyes, and there's video evidence. Kojima Hayaka was speaking in a secret meeting room. No one present had a lower position than him. Professor Fujioka, what do you think? One of them asked a grey-haired old professor who was an expert in this field. I think it's a marine creature that has mutated due to nuclear wastewater contamination. It's more aggressive than ordinary marine creatures. Fujioka Shingo said with a serious expression. And I conclude that there are more than one such creature. Under the ocean, these mutant monsters are posing a threat to us. We must take action, ridiculous. A voice interrupted him. The speaker was a big shot. He shouted angrily. There is no sewage, no pollution, and no mutant creatures. Do you understand? But this is the fact. Fujioka Shingo wanted to argue, but the other party shouted directly, this is just an ordinary shipwreck. Because of a ship accident, the Tanaka was in danger and all the crew members died. In short, this matter must not be made public. Otherwise, we will face huge pressure. Fujioka Shingo's expression was shocked, and Kojima Hayako didn't dare to speak. They knew that if this matter was made public, it would definitely bring huge negative impact to the entire Sakura. First of all, there will be pressure from the fishery, and then from all walks of life in the country. The problem of the nuclear power plant will be put in front of the public again, and there will be international pressure. Do you have any questions? He looked at everyone. Kojima Hayako lowered his head first, and then Fujioka Shingo also lowered his head silently, and the others did the same. It's settled? The man said, the incident is kept strictly confidential. I don't want to hear that anyone has exposed it. If anyone has, you should die to atone for your sins. Hey. Everyone nodded. The Tanaka's death only occupied a small space in the news that day, saying that the ship had a malfunction and all the crew members had died. The families of the crew members requested to continue the search and rescue, but were directly rejected. An event that should have awakened the world just disappeared without a trace. Somewhere in Sakura, some bigwigs were still discussing this matter. There are more and more mutant creatures in the sea, and something will happen sooner or later. Reduce fishing operations in nearby waters. Let them mutate, they are just some deformed creatures, arrange some whales and patrol ships to kill them. Compared to our economic problems, this is a small matter. For them, mutant creatures hurting people are the same as wild beasts hurting people. But people must not mention that it is a pollution problem. The economic problems that are bothering them now are even more serious. Last year, Xingzhou made breakthroughs in several technologies, including metal smelting, industrial manufacturing, automobiles, etc. Our related industries have been seriously affected. If this continues, our economy will experience a larger-scale recession, said one person. It's not just us, several other countries are in the same situation. None of our measures have been effective. We can't compete with them on our own, said one of them. The light country has invited us to hold a 7-nation conference in 2 months to discuss economic issues. This time, we have to step up our efforts. John, Gore, Maple Leaf, Kangaroo, etc. will also be attending the meeting. The earth-shaking changes in the past year have given them a strong sense of crisis, so all members of the meeting called by the Eagle Source this time are very active. He Xingzhou didn't know what happened at sea, and even if he knew, he thought it was normal. It's been so long, there must be some eggs that have evolved faster, and their appearances will become more frequent. Chief Engineer He, welcome to your visit. Our institute is ready. He Xingzhou has arrived at the Microelectronics Research Institute. After several hours of communication he met 2 team leaders. One of them, He Xingzhou, an old expert in his 60s, is an expert in the field of microelectronics, one of the academicians of the Academy of Sciences, and a second-level executor of the Quanwa Plan. Another nearly 50-year-old female academician, Yan Hui, is an expert from the Institute of Optoelectronic Technology at the Academy of Sciences, an academician at the Academy of Engineering, and a second-level executor of the Quanwa Plan. The Institute of Optoelectronic Technology at the Academy of Sciences is in the southwest region. He Xingzhou had communicated with them before the new year. They have formed a team to cooperate with He Xingzhou's plan. We have to do things on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Thank you for your hard work. He Xingzhou shook hands with them. It's all for the Quanwa Plan, so it's not hard. He Xingzhou smiled, then let's start right away. We're ready with people and equipment. Yan Hui said. Yes. He Xingzhou started working with them immediately. He first connected with the team about the relevant technology and research of smart glasses. A researcher introduced. We have collected information from research institutes all over the country. Regarding smart glasses, we can produce a basic framework, and the performance is similar to that of mobile devices such as smartphones currently on the market. He Xingzhou carefully learned about it and said, there are still some defects. First, the chips cannot be manufactured by ourselves, which is a very important issue. Second, the optical technology is backward. The high-end lenses used in smart glasses need to be imported. Third, VR and AR technologies cannot keep up. They are only the most basic VR and AR technologies. As for the AI system, my team has completed it. The chip problem is really not something that can be solved in a short time. He Xingzhou said helplessly. Everyone knows this problem, and research institutes all over the country are studying it. Well, He Xingzhou also understood it. He said, then our short-term goal is to improve optical technology as well as AR and VR technology as soon as possible. He Xingzhou positioned the first goal as manufacturing high-end optical lenses. This thing is extremely important. It can be used for scratch detection on the surfaces of metals, glass, films, wafers, etc. Damage detection of chips and silicon wafers, mark point positioning, glass cutting machines, dispensing machines, SMT inspection, plate mounting machines and other industrial precision alignment, positioning, parts confirmation, size measurement, industrial microscopes and other CCD visual alignment, measuring devices and other fields. Intuitively speaking, the smart glasses or other smart devices he wants to make require high-end optical lenses. Secondly, the genetic tester that has not been made can also be successfully manufactured if it has an ultra-high-resolution electron microscope. Going further, the manufacture of lithography machines, chips, and ladders also requires this thing. Most of the high-end manufacturers in this area are concentrated in Sakura country, Hans country, etc. Fortunately, in this field, Xingzhou was also gradually exerting its strength and mastering some technologies. Please subscribe and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 86 Chapter 86 87 Angstrom Scale Transmission Electron Microscopy. Let's start with the miniature, efficient and high-resolution electron microscope we need. He Xingzhou said, while studying the lens, we also solved the optical problem of genetic engineering instruments. Academician Pan Yan has mentioned to him many times that without sophisticated genetic engineering equipment, it is impossible to detect the genetic information of the egg. If it was a year ago, it would be difficult to manufacture this thing because they would face difficulties in materials, manufacturing level, design and image algorithms. In this year, He Xingzhou's various scientific and technological reserves have solved three major problems. Materials, Xingzhou can already manufacture top-level glass and related materials. Manufacturing level, long-term machine tools processing level can be used to polish microelectronic microscope lenses, and large ones can be used to polish lenses for space telescopes and nuclear fusion power generation devices. The image algorithm was also perfected by He Xingzhou not long ago. The only problem is the design. He Xingzhou has just unlocked the mechanism diagrams of 100 optical instruments from the quantum optical brain. As long as he is given a certain amount of time, he will definitely be able to complete it. While He Xingzhou led his team to concentrate on the research of optoelectronic instruments, the public was still paying attention to the game Shenmue Con. It gained a good reputation and became the world's best-selling standalone game in just 1 month, with more than 50 million copies sold. 30% of them were foreign players. As a result, major game manufacturers announced that they had purchased the license for the Qiankun physics engine and would produce related games. Another piece of news was that the 7 countries were about to hold a forum to discuss development issues. Before the forum started, all parties seemed to have started some new smaller moves. FEI Company in Hillsboro, Oregon, the land of lights. This is a company that produces and operates a variety of scientific instruments and provides world-class microscopy solutions for the global nanotechnology community. The transmission electron microscope it produces is one of the indispensable equipment for life science research. Mr. Taylor, we have already paid 30% of the deposit in advance. When your company's products arrive, we will pay the remaining 70% according to regulations. In the company's business department, Zhu Bo, a buyer from China, was talking to Taylor, a senior president of FEI, in fluent English. Taylor smiled and said, "Of course, no problem. The transmission electron microscopes you ordered have been fully manufactured. Once the export review is passed, we will ship them immediately. I wish us a happy cooperation." Zhu Bo shook hands with him, and he was relieved. He is the head of a medical technology research institute and came here to purchase transmission electron microscopes for life science research. Of course, this is just his superficial identity. Zhu Bo's real identity is the third-level executor of the Xuanwu plan. For the research on the ZEG, the team encountered very big obstacles in terms of instruments and equipment. The relevant high-end equipment could not be bought, so they could only focus on the relevant parts. These days, Zhu Bo and other teams have traveled back and forth between countries, but have not been able to buy their products as they wished. For example, the manufacturer of this high-end transmission electron microscope, there are only 3 companies in the world that can produce it, 2 of which are in Sakura country. They originally looked for a manufacturer in Sakura, but the other party directly rejected their purchasing needs. In desperation, with various connections and a 300% premium, they finally reached an agreement with FEI to purchase some transmission electron microscopes that were not the most advanced. Zhu Bo didn't know that despite his careful disguise as an ordinary purchaser, his purchase list still reached the intelligence center of Dengao. This Oriental man bought a large number of high-end transmission electron microscopes, suspected to be used for life science research. The intelligence personnel reported the list. Life science. In recent times, they have been very sensitive to life science. It is said that because a lot of mutant organisms have been discovered recently, the superiors have ordered that all related scientific and technological trends must be monitored. They have been looking for related instruments and equipment, and this purchase of transmission electron microscopes should be one of them. Cannot sell. The reviewer stamped a red seal of rejection at the stamping area. The subordinate said in embarrassment, "This is the largest order of FEI this year. If we refuse, they will be very dissatisfied, and the order is compliant as a whole." The auditor glared at him and scolded, "This kind of thing cannot be sold no matter how much money. As for the reason, do you need me to teach you? Just find an excuse and block it." Yes. The subordinate understood instantly that the boss said that, which meant that he could withstand the pressure of FE. As for the excuse, just make up one. Zhu Bo got bad news before he returned to China. "Mr. Zhu, the things we bought were stuck." It was said that it involved a certain restricted technology. After the accompanying staff finished speaking, Zhu Bo frowned. "We bought it with great difficulty. If these instruments cannot be shipped back, we will hinder the Xuanwu plan." An accompanying staff member said anxiously. "Yes. These transmission electron microscopes can be used in at least dozens of high-end instruments. We must not let anything go wrong here. But this is their territory. They don't sell their things. What should we do? Someone asked. Xingzhou said. It's definitely not possible for us to do it alone. Contact FEI. If these things are released, they will also suffer huge losses. Let FEI put pressure on them, maybe there is still a chance. Yes, we are not the only ones who were anxious. FEI will also face huge losses. Here, their words are more effective than ours. Xingzhou immediately contacted Taylor. Just like what he thought, Taylor was also very anxious. If the relevant department suddenly issued a ban, they would suffer huge losses. He assured, "Don't worry, our company has requested a review. It has not been clearly stated that there is a problem with the order. There is still a chance." Xingzhou and others are also working, but they have encountered too much resistance and have not made any progress. In the institute, He Xingzhou was designing an angstrom-level transmission electron microscope. 1 angstrom is equal to 1/10 of a nanometer, 10 to the negative 10th power of a meter. At present, most of the advanced transmission electron microscopes in the world are micron level, and the most advanced ones can reach the sub-angstrom level. Traditional optical microscopes cannot see ultra-microstructures of 0.2 microns because the wavelength of visible light is too long. The wavelength of an electron beam is much shorter than that of visible light, and the higher the voltage, the shorter the wavelength. He Xingzhou looked at his computer, which had drawings of 5 parts, divided into the lighting system, imaging system, vacuum system, recording system, and power supply system. Most of them can be handed over to the team for design. The most difficult part is the electron lens, which involves multiple systems. Vacuum electron gun, condenser, sample chamber, objective lens, diffraction lens, intermediate lens, projection lens, fluorescent screen and camera. He Xingzhou further subdivided the electron lens and began to design them one by one. The electron gun is actually a heated filament. When the heating current passes through it, the filament will emit electrons. The tip of the arrow wax or point-shaped filament beam is more concentrated. This is a very brain-burning process. The design of each structure requires a lot of thinking and calculation. While he was working, He Xingzhou led people to conquer microelectronics, microsensors and other technologies to improve the relevant technologies of smart glasses. Yan Wui's team was working on optical lenses and optical sensor technologies, including a multiphoton laser scanning microscope technology, which was an improved version of He Xingzhou's original two-photon laser scanning microscope technology. This microscope can be used in life sciences to observe brain slices, embryos and organs. Compared with the angstrom-level transmission electron microscope designed by He Xingzhou, the optical lens required for smart glasses is a small problem. A month passed quietly, and there was only 1 month left before the 7th forum. In other countries, Xingzhou's team had exhausted all kinds of methods, formal channels, and connections, but with little success. The transmission electron microscopes they purchased have been detained at customs and cannot be returned to China. Mr. Simon, you have been reviewing our procurement materials for a month. In the relevant unit, Xingzhou argued, we have submitted all the documents and materials you asked us to submit. All procedures are legal and compliant. We demand the immediate return of the goods we purchased. Simon, the person in charge, looked at these Orientals with a cold expression. He said, whether it is compliant or not is not up to you, but it must be checked by us. We haven't finished the inspection yet, so you wait patiently. He didn't care what Xingzhou and others said at all. It's only been a month, why rush? It will take at least a few years. Mr. Simon, you have seriously damaged the interests of our FEI company by doing this. Taylor was also very unhappy about this. If it is not resolved within 10 days, I will complain to the Industry Management Committee. Simon's attitude towards Taylor was much better. He smiled and said, President Taylor, don't worry. We are also actively testing and studying the problem and try not to cause losses to your company. Then you come again in 10 days, and we will hold a review meeting and make a decision. Taylor snorted coldly, I hope so. In a capitalist society, the power of these capitalists cannot be underestimated. If they cannot appease FEI, they will also face tremendous pressure. 9 days later, FEI. Taylor met Simon before the review meeting. Simon said, this batch of instruments cannot be sold to Xingzhou. Then what about our company's losses? Taylor questioned. Don't worry, although we can't sell it to Xingzhou, we have found other buyers for you. Recently, Sakura and Goryo companies are preparing to order a batch of transmission electron microscopes. We can act as middlemen for these products and let you sell them. In this way, you will be compliant and will not suffer losses. Simon said. The pressure from FEI still worked, but their solution did not take Xingzhou and others into consideration. Then what about our company's reputation? Taylor questioned. Don't worry, there is nothing we can do about it. No one can say anything. And I can tell you clearly that there will be no Eastern customers for TH. Taylor understood what was going on. After weighing the pros and cons, he agreed, okay, let's do as you say. Simon smiled and said, I'm sure President Taylor will know what to do when we meet tomorrow. The next day, Xingzhou and others met Simon and Taylor again. Compared with their previous anxiety and uneasiness, Xingzhou and others seemed to be calmer today. Pretend, let's see how long you can pretend. Simon laughed in his heart. Now their biggest reliance, FEI, is on the same page with him. Don't even think about buying their products back in this lifetime. As soon as he saw Taylor, Xingzhou's attitude changed. He challenged Taylor directly and asked, Mr. Taylor, why did you return our deposit? This is a violation of the contract. We haven't received the goods we ordered yet. Facing Xingzhou's questioning, Taylor was still acting. He said in embarrassment, what a pity. Mr. Xu, just now, Mr. Simon told me that this batch of goods could not be shipped because it violated relevant laws. So in order to avoid causing you losses, our company has returned the deposit. Xingzhou said angrily, you have caused us huge losses, not only the deposit, but also various related project costs. According to the contract, you have to compensate us for our losses. No. Simon spoke, and he said with a smile, because this order violates the law, your contract is also invalid, and we have made a judgment. According to regulations, FEI does not need to compensate you for any losses. If it was 10 days ago, Xingzhou and others would be so angry that they would vomit blood. They spent so much effort, but the other party was completely unreasonable and didn't follow the rules. They made all their efforts go down the drain like a gangster. Even FEI changed its position and cheated customers regardless of its own company's reputation. This behavior is too shameless to describe it as shameless. Simon wanted to see the angry but helpless look of these Orientals, but he found that Xingzhou and others were not angry. Xingzhou said, we have been treated unfairly. We will not remain silent about this matter. The entire international community will know about it. Simon didn't think so. It's not the first time they've done this. Is there anyone who will speak for them? Even if there is, they don't care. The damn country is the boss of the world now. Xingzhou's second sentence confused Taylor and Simon. He said, in addition, I want to thank you today. Thank us? Simon and Taylor thought, these Orientals, are they confused? Xingzhou smiled and said, because just yesterday, I got the news that our country's research institute has developed an Angstrom-level transmission electron microscope. I originally wanted to return this batch of goods, but was worried about breach of contract. Since you said the contract is invalid and returned the deposit, it's really the best of both worlds for us. We don't have to spend so much money to buy outdated equipment, nor do we have to bear the liability for breach of contract, so I must say thank you to you. Thanks to the helmsman who has no back temper and the lazy little pit, who will update more in the evening, and the rewards from book friends such as Zhilija Shorin, He Xingzhou, Yan Zizhu, Tong Liang, Ruz Dugat, etc. Chapter 87, Chapter 88, Chapter 89. You can use it yourself. Additional chapters for those who don't have bad tempers. What? Both of them were stunned when they heard his words. What he meant was that the world's most advanced transmission electron microscope technology had been conquered by He Xingzhou. Angstrom-level transmission electron microscope. Taylor laughed immediately and said, even if it is a sub-Angstrom-level electron microscope, it will take more than 1 or 2 years to conquer it. Ha ha, you're really humorous. Simon realized that these Orientals must be deliberately deceiving them. Xingzhou smiled but said nothing. He looked at his watch and it was almost time. At this moment, in Xingzhou, the Academy of Sciences held a short press conference. The content was only one sentence. Under the leadership of Comrades He Xingzhou, Luo's He, Yan Wu and others, my country has conquered Angstrom-level transmission electron microscope technology and multiphoton laser scanning microscope technology. This is the first time that my country has reached the world-leading level in this field. He Xingzhou did not attend this press conference, but the attention was not low at all. Simon was laughing when a subordinate walked in and whispered something in his ear. Simon said in a shocked tone, is it true? The subordinate looked at Zubo and others, said nothing, and handed him a document. Simon looked down, and his expression gradually became solemn. What is true? Taylor realized something was wrong. Simon did not give him the file, but he had received the message from the company. Is there really an angstrom-level transmission electron microscope? Taylor saw the message. It was said that they were now demonstrating their technology. The technical department analyzed the information they showed and found that the news was basically true. Taylor was extremely shocked. Their FEI company was definitely the strongest company in the world in this field. The two international groups in Sakura country were not as good as them in this regard. And their most advanced technology could not even reach the sub-angstrom level. Xingzhou could already make angstrom level, which meant that the other party's technology was at least 10 years ahead of them. How does it feel to be the world's #1 and suddenly be stepped on by someone? Taylor felt an extremely strong sense of crisis. Their market monopoly had been broken. When he looked up at Zubo again, he was no longer as indifferent as before. At this time, another message came. Taylor saw that it said, President, the buyers from Sakura country and Goryeo country have changed their minds. They don't want to buy our products. They think the price is too high. Taylor knew that the high price was just an excuse. They just saw the news from Xingzhou and thought that Xingzhou would soon manufacture related instruments. There was no need for them to be taken advantage of. Simon. Taylor gritted his teeth and looked at Simon. If this batch of goods was not in his hands, the company would suffer heavy losses. Simon also knew that the situation had changed, and immediately said, Mr. Zhu, I just received news that there were indeed some problems with the previous review of your order with FEI company. We will review it to ensure your fair trade. He knew that the higher-ups would definitely change their decision. Since the other party had more advanced technology, it was meaningless to hold on to this batch of goods. It would be better to make some money. No need. Zubo stood up and said with a smile, Your instruments are too expensive. We can't afford them. You can keep them for yourselves. Mr. Zhu, we can talk again. Taylor was anxious. Before, it was Zubo and others who had asked them for help. Now the situation suddenly reversed and it was their turn to ask the other party for help. However, Zubo and others pretended not to hear and left the venue, leaving behind the anxious Taylor and the embarrassed Simon. Seeing their backs disappear, Taylor regretted it very much. Why did he listen to Simon? He could have made a lot of money, but now they were the ones who suffered losses. Simon, I need you to give an explanation. Taylor said, if our FEI company suffers losses because of this, I promise that you will never have an easy time. Simon didn't dare to say anything more after he threatened like this. FEI is one of the international giants, and there are several capital tycoons behind it. Their influence, not to mention himself, even his boss can't stand it. And in China, the breakthrough of angstrom-level transmission electron microscope technology has attracted the attention of a large number of enterprises and research institutions. In particular, hospitals and biological research institutions have sent letters to inquire. The public did not feel anything, because they did not understand this field and did not know what this technology meant. In addition to the praise, the comments below the news were urging He Xingzhou to update. Why did He Xingzhou go to make a microscope? At He Xingzhou, update quickly. Why was He Xingzhou not at the press conference today? He Xingzhou also posted a dynamic message. He wrote, I am working on a smart product, which may be announced within this month. With the collection of research resources from all over the country, the development of optical lenses, optical sensors and other technologies has been very fast. He Xingzhou also put forward some suggestions for improvement. It is expected that within this month, a powerful smart glasses will be available. He himself brought several newly developed electron microscopes back to the Sentinel Research Institute for use by the biological research team. After a year of construction, the underground space of the Sentinel Research Institute has expanded more than 3 times. There is an entire floor of the Biochemical Research Institute, which mainly studies the Z and Z genetic information. This thing is great, it's a timely relief. Team leader Pan Yang personally experienced the functions of several electron microscopes and said happily, now we can start a more comprehensive study of these egg. Are there any problems with gene sequencing? He Xingzhou asked. It has been solved. Pan Yang said, we have developed an nanobiological detection chip with a Keter Mission Songs team, and have begun to detect the gene fragments of these experimental questions. When a DNA molecule passes through a hole, it will affect the current or light signal. By detecting this signal, the current DNA information can be obtained. It is one of the most advanced gene sequencing technologies. He Xingzhou continued to communicate with her. The biochemical research team can be said to be one of the most task-heavy and busiest teams. From the establishment of the Chuanwu project to today, almost no one has taken a day off. According to previous inferences, all the mutants now have not truly become Zeg. Pan Yan said, but we discovered one thing, the Zeg have a unified language. In our research, we found that mutants can communicate with each other. There are many ways to communicate, such as sound, smell, movement, and even biological electromagnetic waves can be used to communicate. They can understand different ways of communication, so we infer that they should have a unified language. We have recorded all this information and are preparing to compile it into a Z language dictionary. He Xingzhou also agreed very much with this. The Zeg are an advanced civilization. If we can know their language, it will be of great use to our subsequent plans. Academician Pan, I propose that in addition to this Z voice dictionary, we should also compile a Z biological dictionary. He Xingzhou said, when I went to the Chuanwu base, I found that everyone knew very little about the biological organs, functions, etc. of the Zeg. If there is such a Z biological dictionary, it will be of great help to them. We are indeed collecting and organizing information on mutants, but because we have not found the Zeg's biological chip yet, we cannot summarize it for the time being. Pan Yan said. So, what about the research on the human body and Zeg genes? He Xingzhou asked a question that no one wanted to mention and was afraid of. Current research shows that Zeg genes have contaminated marine life. But everyone has doubts in their hearts, will this gene contaminate land life and humans? Pan Yan was silent for a moment and said, so far, there has been no case of human beings being contaminated by Zeg genes, but in our experiments, we found that some mutants can release viruses or parasites, spores and other things to contaminate land life. Mammals do not have special resistance to this kind of pollution. So humans should be no exception. After she said this, she fell silent. If one day, humans are also contaminated by genes and become deformed monsters, how should everyone face these former compatriots? A voice said on the side, it's not that bad, at least there is no evidence that this kind of pollution can be carried out on a large scale. Only a few special mutants have the ability to contaminate genes. The speaker was a young female researcher, He Xingzhou's junior Jiang. She was accepted as a student by Pan Yan as an exception, and has been in the Sentinel Research Institute for almost a year. She has participated in some research processes. He Xingzhou was in a heavy mood and said, it seems that we have to crack the Zeg's biochip as soon as possible. Knowing yourself and the enemy, you can fight 100 battles without danger. Without understanding the biological information of the Zeg, you can't make corresponding countermeasures. He Xingzhou stayed here for nearly 2 weeks and worked with the team to develop plans for the Zeg biological dictionary and biochip exploration. During this period, the most concerned thing in the outside world is the upcoming Seven Nation Forum. All kinds of evidence show that this year's Seven Nation Forum will be different from previous years and may bring about huge changes in the world pattern. In China, there are also many big things happening. For example, the Fishery Department announced that in order to protect the fishery resources of the ocean, it will greatly reduce deep-sea fishing. The country has started a new round of grain inventory, inspecting all grain depots across the country and greatly increasing the planned storage of grain. The Reserve Bureau will also expand its reserves of coal, iron, copper, aluminum, oil and other resources. The global raw material market has been rising, but China has no intention of stopping and continues to hoard resources. In terms of construction, the National Magnetic Road Reconstruction and National Wireless Power Transmission, the whole world is discussing this. The general view is that this is caused by fierce international competition. In addition, there is another piece of news that has attracted the attention of the public. That is, He Xingzhou's social network dynamics have been updated again. He posted, in a week, I will show a brand new smart glasses with that, so stay tuned. If you want to experience it, you can leave a message to apply. He Xingzhou is going to make smart glasses. Half a month ago, He Xingzhou had a preview, and netizens guessed a lot. Some people said that he would make a smartphone, some said it was a smartwatch or something, and of course some people guessed smart glasses. Now that the dust has settled, everyone is more excited, because He Xingzhou never makes ordinary products. He Xingzhou is going to make smart glasses. Xianjun of the Rice Group, one of He Xingzhou's fans, was in a meeting when he learned the news. He interrupted the meeting and ordered, "Don't worry about other things, hurry up and apply to be a tester." The last person who applied to be a tester of He Xingzhou's technology has become an internet celebrity. Muscle Golden Wheel. The company, Woodpecker Pictures, has also become a hot film and television company in the market. The Dream Game Studio, which has obtained the technology license, has created a popular game that has attracted tens of billions of dollars. Not only in June, as soon as the news came out, the president of Wall Company, Penguin Company, Ali Company, Qiandu, OpenSix, etc. These internet companies and technology product companies have applied to He Xingzhou's team to become testers. Some people are looking forward to it, and some people are unhappy. For example, Apple's CEO Cook was very dissatisfied with He Xingzhou's decision. Because the week after He Xingzhou said was the day for their spring press conference. They have already done the publicity and advertising. If He Xingzhou does a technical demonstration, won't he draw all the audience's attention? Is he doing it on purpose? It's on the same day as ours. Cook asked. This, we don't know either. The executives couldn't say for sure. Should we change the date? Someone asked. Change? An executive said dissatisfiedly, why should we change it? We're the leaders in the technology industry, and He Xingzhou is not even a company. Why should we change the date of the press conference? Isn't this a joke? Although he is not a company, he is more powerful than a company. I heard that he has gathered the most powerful scientific research team in China. Someone reminded, if we release it on the same day, the effect of our press conference may not be as expected. Impossible. This time our new iPhone and iWatch, Apple fans have been looking forward to it for more than half a year. The whole market will pay attention to us. As for He Xingzhou, he can do whatever he wants. When will we, Apple, hold a press conference? Also consider other people's schedules. Holding a press conference on a close date is like releasing a movie in the same schedule. There will be competition between each other. If the technology of one side is not as good as the other, it will be directly used as a stepping stone. Don't change the date. Cook decided. We also have our own smart glasses products. This is a good opportunity to let the world see who is the global leader in smart products. Apple decided not to change the date. The spring conference will be held at the same time as He Xingzhou's announcement. The difference is that because they are in North America, due to the time zone, their conference will be held in the early morning of Beijing time, while He Xingzhou's conference will start at 2 p.m. Thanks to Yukiwuji and Juan for the reward. Please subscribe and vote. Chapter 88, Chapter 90, Chapter 91. Is this innovation? Please subscribe to the monthly ticket. At the Beijing Microelectronics Research Institute, He Xingzhou and others were having a video conversation with Qianpeng and He Hongwei, introducing their AI tactical glasses. This AI tactical glasses has the function of three-dimensional modeling, which can assist soldiers in aiming and shooting. The AI instructor it carries can also help soldiers with environmental analysis, tactical analysis, action guidance, etc. He Xingzhou held a pair of tactical goggles in his hand. Of course, basic functions are also available, such as myopia correction, anti-glare, anti-collision, anti-smoke, anti-dust, and infrared night vision function. Looking at the full coverage AI tactical goggles in his hand, Qianpeng and He Hongwei were jealous. He Hongwei said, "I want to try what you said now." Qianpeng was even more delighted and said, "That's good. Once mass production is completed, just like you said, our soldiers will use external plugins per capita. Isn't it?" Luo's Hei also highly praised this creation. He said, "This is definitely the world's top smart product. Its intelligent system has added the computer vision technology of the original chief engineer his team, which can identify organisms and the environment, and it can find details that the human eye cannot find. In addition, it also incorporates physical engine technology, which can perform dynamic environment modeling and real-time three-dimensional image generation. With the stereoscopic display and sensor system we developed, the glasses also have AR and VR functions. If you pair it with a somatosensory device, you can use it directly for simulated war training." The two people were excited when he said this, and He Hongwei said with emotion, "This is what we call high-tech modern equipment. If there are more such equipment, He Xingzhou's military strength will increase several times. This is just the beginning." He Xingzhou laughed. After all, AI tactical goggles are just auxiliary equipment. Real practical high-tech equipment is much more powerful than it. He Hongwei asked, "What is its cost and price?" If it is to be promoted throughout the army, the manufacturing cost is also a big problem. He Xingzhou said, The overall cost is not high, and the most expensive part is its smart chip. It is a bit embarrassing that the most advanced smart chips on the market cannot fully carry all its functions. So we adopted the cloud model. Its basic model only has some functions. Functions like physics engine and AI instructor must be connected to the internet and connected to our supercomputer to use. This is a problem that He Xingzhou cannot solve in a short time. The amount of calculation required for a physics engine alone requires the use of supercomputers. Game companies such as imminent game studio use the physics engine is actually connected to their supercomputer in the cloud. Not to mention the micro smart product chips, even the current computer chips cannot carry so much computing power. He Xingzhou estimated that to achieve a truly portable AI device, at least quantum chip technology is needed. Is that so? He Xingzhou thought about it and said worriedly, there are still a few problems. According to our requirements, the technological weapons used in the Chuan plan cannot use any foreign-made products, especially chips. If they install a backdoor in the chip, with self-destruction, eavesdropping or friend or foe identification system, it is absolutely unacceptable to us. This kind of thing has not been done abroad. For example, there is a backdoor in the chip of the aircraft. When necessary, manufacturers can directly control the aircraft they sell through the backdoor. There is also that friend or foe identification system in military weapons, which is a tacit understanding of everyone. The military weapons sold, such as missiles, will not attack their own targets. Xingzhou is right. Qin Pen asked, can this problem be solved? He Xingzhou said, it's okay to use domestic chips, but it will weaken some of its functions. In the next stage, I will study the problem of high-end chips with the team. As for the cost, He Xingzhou said, we have contacted many companies, and they are all interested in this smart product. When it is announced, the profit should be able to support our R&D and manufacturing costs. The reason why He Xingzhou has been making two versions, military and civilian, is to use the profits of the civilian version to support the military version. Okay, I will send someone to take over now, and first manufacture and deploy this AI tactical glasses in small quantities. He Xingzhou said. A week passed quickly, and it was the day when He Xingzhou was going to show the smart glasses. At 1 a.m. local time in Shenzhou time, Apple held its annual Spring Festival press conference. As the world's largest market value and the big brother of the smart product industry, their press conference is naturally the focus of everyone's attention. In addition to the collective audience of foreign media and consumers, in Shenzhou, many Apple fans are still staying up late to watch the live broadcast. At the press conference, CEO Cook was talking about Apple's recent research and development achievements and new products. The new model of Apple mobile phone has added a new color scheme, and the Appearance color library has added a new member. Cook introduced their new phone with a new color scheme. At the scene, many Apple fans cheered, but in the live broadcast room at Shenzhou, netizens did not buy it. Question mark, question mark, question mark. I have been looking forward to it for so long, and you added a new color scheme with me. Can't I apply a film myself? Fuck, this is also called a new model, this is also called innovation. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and come up with something useful. I'm really convinced, who doesn't know this thing? In fact, Cook and Apple executives can guess the reaction of consumers at this time, but they don't care. Although the audience scolded, they were more excited than anyone else when they were released. We found that many consumers have extra Apple chargers and earphones, which is a waste of resources. For the sake of environmental protection, we decided to cancel the chargers and earphones that are used, and contribute to the Earth's environmental protection cause. Cook announced another great invention of Apple. Seeing this sentence, the audience was stunned. The audience in Shenzhou did not indulge them at all and directly scolded them in the live broadcast room. You're so shameless, this is called environmental protection. Isn't this a disguised price increase? 666. As expected of Apple, it has brought new technological innovation. I love it, how about you? Technology is really advanced. You make me angry even across the Pacific Ocean. I swear, I'm a dog if I buy Apple again. Excuse me, after the death of Steve Jobs, Apple has been playing badly. The press conference is still going on. Until now, the rhythm is still controlled by Cook. Consumers will definitely be dissatisfied. They have guessed it long ago. But they still have a killer. Cook announced. The new generation of iPhone is more advanced in 5G technology. We have our own 5G chips, 5G antennas and modules. And we had 5G software applications to match it. Sure enough, when Cook announced this, the scene was boiling, and the Apple fans in the live broadcast room also began to cheer. Although it's a rip-off, Apple is still awesome. I want to buy it. It's not that I don't buy domestic products, it's that domestic products are even worse. Isn't the new iPhone good? The Apple operators in charge of maintenance saw these comments on the internet and laughed in their hearts. It was indeed the case. Similar to the company's decision, consumers' bottom line can be even lower. In front of the new iPhone, those shortcomings were ignored by consumers. Next, Cook released several smart products, including Apple iPad, Mac, iWatch, etc. As well as the Apple smart glasses launched this year. VR is an inevitable trend after the maturity of 5G technology. Our VR glasses are an epoch-making product that can bring you a completely immersive experience. Anytime, anywhere, start working, talking, and entertaining. When Cook introduced Apple's smart glasses, the atmosphere of the press conference reached its climax. The audience kept cheering and the media reporters hurriedly wrote manuscripts. Watch Apple's spring conference live. The new iPhone and smart glasses are the biggest highlights. Apple's latest smart products are coming, opening the VR era. The pricing of 10 new Apple products has been exposed. Apple releases new products, leading the world again. Various news announcements were released continuously, and many viewers were curious and excited, and they started discussing. Foreign news and technology sectors are almost all related news, and Apple's stock price has also been rising. But in China, this news is not as enthusiastic as expected. Some people are scolding, some are looking forward to it, and some are comparing. Today He Xingzhou will also show his smart products. I wonder how it compares with the new products released by Apple. I admit that He Xingzhou is awesome, but in the field of smart products, Apple is the world's #1, there is no need to argue. Apple fans replied. Haha, Apple is indeed the world's #1, the world's #1 is cutting leaks. I think the things that He Xingzhou can show will definitely not be bad. What's there to compare? He Xingzhou doesn't run a company. Although he doesn't run a company, he opens up technology licensing, and then all domestic brands can follow up. In the quarrels of netizens, the time finally came to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He Xingzhou held the exhibition at the National Olympic Sports Center. The venue had been set up long ago. The media staff, invited guests and audience had already filled all the seats before the press conference began. There was not a single empty seat. On TV, the national television station broadcast live. On the internet, large online-like broadcast platform, it feels more lively than the Spring Festival Gala. Backstage, reporter Shin Bingbing looked at the data reported by the program team and couldn't help but smack her lips. It is said that the number of people watching the press conference now is comparable to the Spring Festival Gala. Brother Xingzhou, you are now the undisputed #1 celebrity in the country. Shin Bingbing said enviously. Everyone's attention is actually a concern for our technological strength. He Xingzhou said with a smile. You as a person too. Shin Bingbing said, on Bilibili alone, your fans have reached tens of millions, ranking first in the entire site. Not to mention other platforms. Shin Bingbing herself is also a celebrity on Bilibili, but compared to He Xingzhou, she is nothing. The press conference is about to begin, and this time, many of He Xingzhou's acquaintances are also present. For example, his classmates at the University of Science and Technology, Fen Tao, Zhang, Ban Jiao, and teachers in Boyan, Kai Dao, Dong Chen and others. He Xingzhou's parents, He Kohan, Jiang Manrong, and his sister He Mengyu were also present. At this moment, He Mengyu is excitedly taking pictures and showing off to her college classmates. Look, there are so many people here, and there are so many celebrities sitting over there. She is on a video call. The roommates see the scene and are envious. There are so many people. Wow, I see a star. And a first-line star. Stars. There are many big guys over there, all on the Forbes rich list. He Mengyu's phone is on the side. Sure enough, in the nearby seats, there are many entrepreneurs, and their faces can often be seen by these roommates on the internet and in the news. He Xingzhou is too amazing. He Mengyu, how come your seat is so close to the front? You are so lucky. Yeah, I heard that you can't buy tickets online. Scalpers are asking for 10,000 yuan a ticket. Hehe, I told you, I know He Xingzhou very well. He Mengyu boasted. Then the classmates didn't believe it at all. Don't brag, you won your ticket in a lottery. I saw it with my own eyes. They saw that He Mengyu redeemed the ticket online, but what they didn't know was that the redemption code was sent to He Mengyu by his user Lan. As they chatted, the lights on the scene suddenly dimmed, and then the spotlight shone on the stage, and a young man in his Thongshan suit walked onto the stage. With a straight back, steady steps, and handsome looks, He Xingzhou drew cheers from the audience as soon as he came on stage. He Xingzhou. He Xingzhou, I love you. There are also female fans screaming. He Xingzhou has quite a few female fans. Just ask, how could a young man who has achieved great success, an officially certified scientist, who can influence the world's scientific and technological landscape, and whose net worth is difficult to measure with hundreds of billions, not be liked by women? According to an unofficial statistic, there are more than 1 million women on the internet who claim to be He Xingzhou's girlfriend. Hello everyone, I am He Xingzhou, the planet builder. When He Xingzhou opened his mouth, the scene became quiet. The quality of the audience was still quite high. In the past period of time, I have worked closely with the researchers of the Beijing Microelectronics Research Institute and the Northwest Optoelectronics Research Institute. Hard work pays off, and we have finally achieved some results. I have already announced to everyone before, that is, a pair of smart glasses. Smart glasses, everyone is no stranger to this term. There are also various types of smart glasses on the market now. But can the smart glasses we develop be the same as other products? No. The audience shouted. He Xingzhou smiled and said, today, our smart glasses have three main functions, namely light sensing technology, AI system, and VR function. We will introduce these three functions one by one, and invite our experiencers to come and experience them. Today's experiencers are all well-known entrepreneurs, so you can look forward to it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic Novel, as there you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89, Chapter 92, Chapter 93, Lingguang Smart Glasses. For lazy little pigs and subscription extra, hearing He Xingzhou's words, the audience's expectations became even greater. He Xingzhou activated the button, and the stage's lift slowly rose. On the transparent bracket, a row of smart glasses were placed. He Xingzhou picked up one, and behind him, the electronic screen magnified it. He Xingzhou introduced while showing it. Its name is Lingguang Smart Glasses. As you can see, the bracket of smart glasses is wider than ordinary glasses. This is because it is loaded with circuit boards, chips and 5G antennas. Don't worry about wearing it too heavy or uncomfortable, because all its materials are made of lightweight alloy, and the structure is combined with ergonomics, so it feels almost weightless when worn. From the shape point of view, this pair of smart glasses has the feeling of a future spy movie. Its appearance is designed by top designers, and several smart glasses have different appearances, including semi-enclosed, fully enclosed, and monocles. So beautiful. Some netizens fell in love with it just by looking at the appearance. Yes, it looks very high-tech, completely different from the ugly and cramped big-frame glasses I wear. Can such a small size really accommodate so many functions? Some netizens questioned. I remember that the smart glasses from Google and Apple are much bigger. Not only are they big, ordinary smart glasses are okay, but the VR glasses are like wearing a helmet, so heavy. After He Xingzhou briefly introduced the appearance, he said, now, please invite our first experiencer to come on stage. He will experience the light sensing technology of the Lingguang Smart Glasses. Please welcome, the founder, CEO, and President Xiao Ma of Penguin Group. After He Xingzhou finished speaking, in the row, a middle-aged man with a simple and honest look and wearing rimless glasses walked onto the stage with a smile. Fuck, it's Xiao Ma Ji. Seeing him appear, netizens were swiping the bullet screen frantically. I see it again, familiar gesture, go for 80,000. Xiao Ma Ji is also a tester. What is the face? This is it. Others watch press conferences and invite celebrities to endorse. He Xingzhou holds press conferences and the richest man in the country comes to endorse. Are you going to match glasses with Xiao Ma Ji on the spot? Xiao Ma Ji, who was born as a programmer, has repeatedly topped the list of the richest man in the country. The Penguin Group he founded has now become the undisputed overlord of the internet industry in China. Compared with other entrepreneurs, he is relatively low-key and rarely attends public events. But this time, Xiao Ma Ji signed up for He Xingzhou's press conference. Because all companies that have obtained He Xingzhou's technology authorization have become emerging enterprises in China. Let's not talk about anything else. Just say that the Dreaming Game Studio has the qualifications to compete with Penguin Games with just one game, Shenmue Wukong. So this opportunity is something that Xiao Maji is unwilling to give up. When Xiao Maji came on stage, He Xingzhou said, President Ma is also a senior user of glasses. Xiao Maji nodded and said, yes, I was born as a programmer and I use my eyes a lot, so I became nearsighted very early. Xiao Maji has been wearing glasses for decades, and he has not had myopia surgery. This is something everyone knows. He Xingzhou handed him a pair of smart glasses and said, Lingguang smart glasses have the most advanced light sensing technology. Its sensors can capture the reflected light from people's glasses and adjust the light. Simply put, no matter how myopic the wearer is, it can adjust itself to give the wearer a clear field of vision. When He Xingzhou finished speaking, the audience immediately became excited. Automatic myopia adjustment. This is amazing. So, in the future, we don't have to go through the trouble of getting glasses. A pair of glasses that adjust automatically. Really? Just this function alone makes me want to buy it. Can it also adjust myopia? In the land of lights, it was already late at night, but the senior executives of Apple did not sleep, but watched He Xingzhou's press conference together in the conference room. Seeing He Xingzhou mention the first function, they felt incredible. Their light sensing technology has reached this level. Cook was a little unbelievable. Xiao Maji himself was also very interested. He immediately took off his glasses and put on smart glasses. He Xingzhou explained at the same time, saying, there is also a sound transmission device on the frame of the smart glasses. It is divided into external and internal listening modes. External playback is to play voice directly, and internal listening is to transmit sound through the bone conduction of the cheekbones. It has the same effect as wearing headphones, and only you can hear it. 666. A detail that He Xingzhou casually mentioned made the audience excited. Awesome. He Xingzhou's classmate Wang Jie now said excitedly below, if other companies have this function, the press conference PPT will be at least 10 pages long, but he just mentioned it in passing. Indeed. Xinjiang and Feng Tao agreed. At this time, Xiao Maji had already put on smart glasses. Because it was a press conference, he turned on the external smart voice, so that all the audience could hear it through the loudspeaker. Activating Lingguang smart glasses, recording iris information, already bound to the user's iris. Smart glasses also have the function of iris recognition. Light correction is in progress, please look straight ahead. At first, Xiao Maji's eyes looked blurry in front of him. He was highly myopic. Not to mention the audience, he couldn't even see He Xingzhou's face next to him very clearly. He waited patiently for a few seconds, and the smart glasses began to adjust the light. There was a polarizing layer in the lens, which could adjust the refractive index of light through electronic adjustment. 2 seconds later, when Xiao Maji looked ahead again, everything became clear. The whole world seemed to be washed by rain. This clarity of vision gave people a great sense of security. In a trance, Xiao Maji seemed to have returned to his youth, when his eyes were so bright. On the big screen, the computer system was showing the changes in Xiao Maji's vision, and millions of viewers saw this change simultaneously. Xiao Maji's joy was visible to the naked eye. He did not hide his joy and said, I feel that the world has become brighter, as if I have been reborn. When everyone heard him say this, there was warm applause from the audience. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of 666 and He Xingzhou is awesome filled the live broadcast room. If the gift special effects are turned on, the computer screen will be completely filled with gift special effects. Regardless of which platform, this live broadcast room is the most popular at the moment. Some big anchors simply stopped broadcasting themselves, and watched He Xingzhou's live broadcast in their own live broadcast rooms. The popularity is much higher than usual. He Xingzhou smiled and said, visual field correction is only its basic function. Light sensing technology can also allow the wearer to use it in various scenarios. For example, strong light conditions. He Xingzhou said, and the backstage action staff immediately aimed the spotlight at Xiao Maji's face. Under the strong light, the smart glasses automatically adjusted to sunglasses mode, allowing him to look directly at the headlights that can blind people's eyes. This function is amazing. I can see the sun in the future. Someone shouted immediately. You just use it to see the sun. You don't need to wear sunglasses when driving. Actually, I think it's pretty good to wear this to see girls on the street. Low light conditions. After He Xingzhou finished speaking, the lights on the scene dimmed, and the image enhancement function appeared in Xiao Ma's field of vision, and things in the dark were clearer than before. He Xingzhou had not introduced some functions, such as the auxiliary aiming system, which is available on military-grade AI tactical glasses, but not on this one. Just seeing this, the audience was already excited. Buy. Is this thing for sale? I'll buy it directly. Don't say it, the credit card is ready. This is only the first function, won't the following functions be even more awesome? Some were happy and some were worried. Just seeing this function, the hearts of Apple's senior executives sank. There is no doubt that this light sensing technology alone is far beyond them. Like them, senior executives of Google and other companies are also paying attention to this press conference. After the first function was introduced, they couldn't sit still. If this smart glasses is licensed to companies in China, they will definitely completely dominate this market. Xiaoma GE experienced the light sensing technology for a few more minutes, and He Xingzhou said, "The light sensing technology is almost here. Now, please invite our second experience to experience our AI assistance system. Please invite Mr. Kaiyang from Xingzhou Group to the stage." The second person is also a well-known entrepreneur, Mr. Kaiyang. Mr. Kaiyang was born in the countryside. Relying on his own efforts, he became a tycoon in the internet industry and is also very well known on the internet. Mr. Kaiyang is here too. I wonder if his face blindness has been cured. Yes. Netizens joked. I haven't seen Brother Kaiyang for a long time. I feel much older. Another billionaire appeared. Who has ever seen a press conference endorsed by so many billionaires? Brother Kaiyang's appearance, does it mean that this smart product will be sold on Xingzhou? It's possible. President Kaiyang walked onto the stage and greeted the audience, also wearing a pair of smart glasses. After light correction, this pair of glasses has perfectly matched his vision. He Xingzhou explained. Lingguang smart glasses have the ability to collect mobile phone processors, and its AI system can connect to our supercomputers through 5G antennas. As a cloud device, it has powerful intelligence. For example, real-time traffic navigation, people with poor directions don't have to worry about not finding the way. President Kaiyang, you can try it. After He Xingzhou finished speaking, President Kaiyang immediately tried it. He called out to the smart glasses. Lingguang, navigate me to the headquarters of Xingzhou Group in Beijing, and the mode of transportation is walking. An arrow appeared on his piece of paper, and the intelligent voice prompted. You have been navigated to the headquarters of Xingzhou Group in Beijing, this is good, this is good. Some people with poor directions applauded immediately. My mother has never understood navigation. If this product is released, I will buy her one. Yeah, isn't it more convenient than mobile navigation? The map is right in front of you. It's really easy to use. Brother Kaiyang exclaimed. He Xingzhou smiled and said, in addition to navigation, it also has intelligent voice dialogue, and some operations that can be performed on a mobile phone can be performed. For example, order takeout, search for nearby stores, check the weather, read the news, video calls, etc. The lens is also a smart screen, and the voice system can communicate with people without barriers. It is proficient in all the mainstream dialects in the country and more than 30 languages and scripts in the world. These functions are not installed in the smart glasses. To put it bluntly, smart glasses are just a carrier for networking. The real AI system, Lumi, is in the supercomputer equipped by the Sentinel Research Institute. Of course, these functions can also be achieved by other smart devices. He Xingzhou said. Let me introduce its unique function, three-dimensional measurement and calculation. The Lingguang smart glasses are equipped with micro-sensors and cameras, which can capture the picture in front of them. Through the analysis of the computer system, a rough measurement can be made. Within 30 meters, the measurement error is within plus or minus 1 centimeter. Is it possible? President Kaiyang couldn't help it and turned on the measurement mode, select the target, the lift. As soon as he finished speaking, the smart glasses marked the length, width, and other remote measurement data on the field of view of the lift. So convenient. President Kaiyang couldn't help but exclaimed, saying, "This is very useful in work and life, especially in engineering construction." Some engineers saw the display of this function and said excitedly, "If the error is really that small, won't we all wear one in the future? Ha! With this thing, we don't have to carry a lot of equipment to do measurements anymore. Just a pair of smart glasses, and we'll know at a glance. Distance measurement. In other countries, some intelligence agencies were also watching this live broadcast. When they saw this function of the Lingguang smart glasses, they immediately thought of other aspects. This function can be used in the military. When soldiers wear them, it's obvious how it helps in mission execution. They must have used it in the military. Quick, let our people do everything they can to get these smart glasses. They all wanted to crack and study it, but they were destined to do nothing. The light sensing devices on the glasses were all made in China, and the computer system for analysis was also in the supercomputing center. Even if they got the smart glasses, they would only get an empty shell. At this point in the press conference, the atmosphere on the scene had completely risen. There is no doubt that the functions of the smart devices displayed by He Xingzhou have exceeded the expectations of the public. Before the press conference, there was a lot of information about Apple's spring press conference on the internet. But now, at least on the domestic internet, no one cares about what Apple released yesterday. All of them are about He Xingzhou's press conference. The second function display was also introduced, and everyone was more looking forward to it, because the final function display of VR technology was what they cared about most. He Xingzhou said, "Everyone is familiar with AR augmented reality and VR virtual reality technology. But today, when 5G networks have become popular, our VR technology is still not mature enough and has not entered thousands of households. And Lingguang smart glasses will completely change this situation." Chapter 90, Chapter 94, Chapter 95 Opening a new era of VR, additional chapters for the lead Umbrella X2. Let's invite our third experiencer to come on stage, Mr. Xian from Rice Technology. After He Xingzhou finished speaking, a well-known entrepreneur walked onto the stage. "Everyone, I'm Xingzhou. This is my second time attending Mr. He Xingzhou's product launch conference. The last time was at the road test site of the electromagnetic floating vehicle." Xingzhou smiled and greeted everyone. "Another billionaire is here." The audience was delighted to hear about this. "I'm a Mi fan. Mr. Xian has become the spokesperson. Can he represent He Xingzhou's technology in the future? Will he release Rice smart glasses?" The familiar Mandarin appeared. "Are you okay?" After shaking hands with Xingzhou, He Xingzhou asked Xingzhou, "Has Mr. Xian experienced VR technology before?" Xingzhou nodded and said, "I did my homework before coming here. I have experienced several of the most common VR devices on the market." "Then how does Mr. Xian evaluate the current VR devices?" He Xingzhou asked again. Xingzhou said, "It is not mature enough. The wearable device is too heavy, the VR perspective is blurry and rough. It does not solve the problem of dizziness. I felt dizzy and nauseous after wearing it for a while. And the cost is too high, which is not conducive to popularization and promotion." He Xingzhou nodded and said, "Mr. Xian is right, these are the problems of current VR devices. Then now, please let Mr. Xian experience it. Put on our Lingguang smart glasses and turn on the VR function." As he said this, he handed the smart glasses to Xingzhou. Soon, Xingzhou completed the activation and binding. Mr. Xian's VR perspective will be synchronized to our electronic display screen. He Xingzhou explained. Everyone looked at the electronic screen in the venue with curiosity. At this time, the VR mode had been turned on, and there were several ready-made scenes to choose from. Xingzhou first chose the blue star scenery scene. In this scene, you can switch to various real-life maps for scenery viewing. "Welcome to the Himalayas, this is Mount Everest, the highest mountain in the world." As the prompt sounded, everyone's perspective followed Xingzhou to the roof of the world. Here, there are vast mountains everywhere. The sky is clear, the white clouds are hazy, and the holy snow-capped mountains stand above the vast land. This is by no means a flat feeling like looking at a picture or watching a movie, but an immersive experience. The audience's senses will be weaker, but for Xingzhou, his mind has been immersed in this boundless scenery. He seemed to feel the coldness of the roof of the world and the warmth of the sun, and the mountain springs melted from the snow-capped mountains washed his soul, and the whole person relaxed. If it weren't for the voice of the commentary in his ears, he would have forgotten that he was still at the press conference, not climbing Mount Everest. "It's so beautiful, I really want to put on these glasses and see for myself," some viewers exclaimed in low voices. The scene began to switch. In the last second, Xingzhou was still on the top of the snow-capped mountains. In the next second, he was in the Chiclamacan desert. In the distance was an endless expanse of yellow sand, undulating sand dunes, and there seemed to be a poplar forest. The scorching sun was scorching the earth. At this time, a strong wind blew, rolling up a dust storm, rushing towards Xingzhou. The horror of flying sand and rocks, and the power of nature in the dark sky, made his heart tremble, and he almost cried out. He opened his eyes wide and found that even the tiny dust had a three-dimensional and granular sense around him. If it weren't for the lack of that physical sensation of wind blowing sand, he wouldn't even be able to tell that this was a VR scene. Too real. Xingzhou couldn't help shouting out loud. He exclaimed. Put on the glasses, it's like I've come to a whole new world. This picture quality has exceeded the resolution of my eyes. Hearing him say this, the audience was excited and expectant. Look at Mr. Xian's expression, his smile is about to overflow the screen. Ha, he was actually scared during the sandstorm just now. I've taken a screenshot. Ah, I'm so jealous. With this thing, you can travel around the world without leaving your home. Watch games, I want to watch games. As if he heard the audience's calls, He Xingzhou smiled and said, speaking of VR games are naturally indispensable. I specially asked Human Game Studio to produce a clip of VR game. Now, please let Mr. Xian experience it. Okay, I'll also experience what you young people play. Xingzhou himself was in high spirits. He Xingzhou said, the following clip is the VR version of Gods and Demons Wukong, and the plot is the battle between the Bull Demon King and the Flame Mountain. In order to make Mr. Xian's experience more realistic, we have also prepared a complete set of somatosensory equipment. The stage's lifting platform rose up, with all-round treadmills, somatosensory clothes, somatosensory gloves and other supporting equipment on it. Xingzhou put them on one by one under the guidance of professionals, and then entered the game interface. He saw that the environment he was in had completely left the real world and came to the virtual world. There are several large volcanoes here. Flames kept coming out of the Earth's core, scorching the surrounding air into heat waves, and no grass grew within thousands of miles. At the top of the mountain, magma continued to erupt, forming a boiling red magma river, and there was black smoke and demon fog everywhere. Xingzhou was looking at the scenery, and suddenly a voice rang out. Monkey head, you still have the face to see me. The voice was powerful and heavy, with endless roars, and as it spoke, the volcano seemed to breathe with it. If I hadn't believed your lies about obtaining the scriptures, how could I, the great sage Pintian, end up like this? My wife and children were separated, and even I, the great sage of the demon clan, was suppressed under this flame mountain. I saw a huge voice slowly emerging from the magma. This is a bull demon, and its pair of eyes as big as copper gongs glared at the protagonist fiercely. You can see that its limbs and bones are pierced by iron chains, suppressing and binding it here. Seeing this scene, the audience was already excited. It feels so real. The dubbing and pictures are amazing. Why is there no such plot in the game I play? Please come out soon. The sense of immersion is here. Don't even mention the VR perspective, even this flat perspective feels so cool to me. Xingzhou, who has a VR perspective, was even more shocked. The surrounding scenes were too realistic, and they were much better than the VR devices he had experienced before. He followed the instructions of the game to carry out the plot and lifted the seal of the Bull Demon King. Bang! With a loud bang that shook the world, the Bull Demon King escaped from the magma. The chains that bound it broke bit by bit, and it was recovering its original shape. A peerless monster with a height of 10,000 feet, the sun, moon and stars above its head, and mountains and rivers under its feet appeared in front of him. From the perspective of VR, Xingzhou's body could not reach the Bull Demon King's hoof. It seemed that the opponent could flatten a mountain with just one kick. This kind of shock from the perspective has stunned Xingzhou and the audience. They have seen giant monsters in movies and games. But once these giants are enlarged, it is difficult to perfect the picture quality and details. From their perspective, the Bull Demon King with the sky above his head and the ground under his feet can be seen clearly, even a single hair on his body. With its movements, the trembling of the earth, the wailing of the flame mounting, the eruption of lava, everything is changing dynamically. Xingzhou was stunned and forgot to operate to fight against the Bull Demon King. He only saw a hoof stepping down, and then the screen went black. This scared me. Xingzhou said, I almost thought I was going to be trampled to death. He Xingzhou smiled and said, Mr. Xian can experience it again. Come on, continue. Xingzhou was also fascinated, and the game restarted. This time, he followed the instructions of the system. Holding the He Xingzhou bang, he fought against the Bull Demon King. expansion, explosion, particle effects. The performance of the Kung physics engine was once again demonstrated, and the audience exclaimed that it was addictive. Is it really okay to watch this blockbuster without spending money? Hurry up and go online, my hands are already thirsty. Oh my god, is this a live broadcast that can be watched without a membership? Mr. Xian is too bad at playing, let me do it. Isn't this more exciting than Boruto? At the booth, Xianjun was already addicted to the game. He died twice again and asked to restart. Seeing this, the audience laughed. Seeing this scene, executives of Apple, what kind of smart glasses are these? They are too outrageous. How can they be so powerful? Cook couldn't figure out why they could do this. Once it is on the market, it will definitely sweep the global smart product market. An executive analyzed, its related technology can actually be used on mobile phones. That's inevitable. A president said, today He Xingzhou invited so many Chinese entrepreneurs to participate, they may have reached a cooperation agreement before. Cook quickly asked, can we get their technology license? When this question was mentioned, a president said helplessly, it's impossible. They will never open this technology to the outside world. Only their local companies are eligible for authorization. Lingguang smart glasses will have a huge impact on our Apple. They don't need to think about it. When the stock market opens tomorrow, Apple stock, which has just risen, will definitely fall. Don't be afraid of doing poorly, just be afraid of comparison. Now, let alone Xingzhou, everyone's attention on the internet in North America and the West has also shifted to Lingguang smart glasses. Apple's spring conference, which used to dominate the topic list for several days, has rarely been discussed. Google is also discussing this issue. The operating system of their glasses has gotten rid of the Android operating system, and other technologies have not been used by us. This can't go on like this. This will make us lose our position as a technology giant. Google has always been the leader in global AI technology. Judging from the AI function of Lingguang glasses, there is no doubt that it has surpassed us in some aspects. These executives all felt a strong sense of crisis. In the past year, the global high-end manufacturing, automotive, and special metal industries have all been strongly impacted by the new forces of Xingzhou. Lingguang smart glasses represent more than just a pair of smart glasses, but a reshuffle in the relevant technology field. Who is this He Xingzhou? Google's senior officials hated He Xingzhou so much that they couldn't sleep in the middle of the night. At the press conference was over, but Tianjun was still not satisfied. He Xingzhou smiled and said, Mr. Tian, I'll give you these smart glasses, but don't play too much and delay your work. Ha ha ha, then I'll be disrespectful. Tianjun smiled. Of course, he would not be addicted to games. What really fascinated him was the technology in it and the brand new VR market he saw. At this time, the reporters had already entered the question and answer session. Shen Bingbing, who was dressed sweetly and cutely, asked from the audience, Mr. Li, netizens are very concerned about a question. Will the Lingguang smart glasses be sold directly? He Xingzhou explained, the Lingguang smart glasses will be sold. Our research institute will set up a smart product company called Lingguang to specialize in manufacturing and selling this smart product. This was also decided by the Chuan executives. They are not trying to steal business from private enterprises, but they really need a company that manufactures smart products, and manufactures military-grade smart products. Of course, if it can make a profit, it would be even better. It will be on sale. Upon hearing this news, the audience cheered. After watching this press conference, they couldn't help but want to buy it. Shen Bingbing was also very happy. She asked again. Our invited entrepreneurs are also very concerned about another issue. Will Lingguang's related technology be open for licensing? When this question was mentioned, the entrepreneurs in the room all pricked up their ears and looked at He Xingzhou without turning their eyes. He Xingzhou said directly, it will be open for licensing. We hope that technology will benefit society and we hope to have a market environment of cooperative supply and fair competition. I have always believed that the advancement of science and technology and the birth of new products require competition and cooperation. More corporate participation will also allow us to discover the shortcomings in technology and make improvements. When he finished speaking, there was warm applause again. Those billionaires were also applauding at this time. They really admired He Xingzhou. Such a decision could not be made by any of them. The comments in the live broadcast room were all over the screen. The pattern. This is the pattern. I always say the same thing, He Xingzhou is awesome. 6666. Well said, if it is a brand, it will definitely get worse and worse. Only with competition can it do better. In the future, as long as it is He Xingzhou's business, my 358th group will definitely help out. He Xingzhou answered a few more questions and then announced, "Friends, today's product display has come to a successful conclusion. See you next time." When he left the stage, tens of thousands of spectators in the international stadium stood up and applauded and cheered for He Xingzhou and the new technology. Seeing this scene, He Xingzhou's parents laughed so hard that they couldn't close their mouths, and a sense of pride rose in their hearts. "It really makes my He family proud." He Xingzhou laughed. He knew that at this moment, their relatives and friends must be watching this scene. Thanks to Vitra and other book friends for their rewards. Chapter 91, Chapter 96, Chapter 97. The secret meeting begins, monthly ticket plus 2 more chapters. Brother, I watched the entire press conference. You're amazing. He Xingzhou sent a message to He Xingzhou. He Xingzhou replied directly, "Do you want Lingwang smart glasses?" Hehe, big brother really understands me. He Xingzhou replied. He Xingzhou, "I'll send you one later." He Xingzhou, "Brother is so nice." Expression. Cute. At this time, He Xingzhou's classmates and teachers were also sending him messages. I'm Jiao. Old He, 666. When can you take me with you? Xingyang. Mr. Li, is there an internal purchase link? Fen Tao. Brother is still steady. He Xingzhou replied one by one. Since participating in the Chuanwu project, he has hardly returned to school. Most of the students in the same class have gone to companies for internships. I've been away from normal life for too long. He Xingzhou sighed in his heart. Sometimes he also wants to relax for a few days. Talk with friends, have fun, or go traveling to relax, or find a girlfriend or something like that. After the Z crisis is resolved, I will definitely take a good rest for a while. He Xingzhou returned to the Sentinel Research Institute and started the next phase of the plan. Smart glasses and related technologies are still fermenting in the market. Companies continue to issue statements, saying that they have obtained authorization from He Xingzhou's team and are about to manufacture and release related products. The newly established Lingwang Intelligent Technology Co. Limited has also been expected by the public. The first Lingwang smart glasses have not yet been released, but the pre-order volume has reached millions. While consumers and related companies are going crazy for smart glasses, the 7 most industrially developed countries in the world are about to hold a meeting. The Light Country, Washington, D.C., the leaders from the White Eagle, John, Gore, Sakura, Hans, Maple Leaf and Rome gathered together. The 7 of them represent the most powerful industrial countries in the world today. Of course, some members are excluded by them. And their GDP added up to more than 50% of the world. It can be said that their decisions will determine the development and direction of the entire world. This year's forum is different from previous years. Although previous years also had to solve major problems, this year's things seem to be more serious than previous years. In the hotel where the representatives of all parties are staying, all parties are preparing this year's proposals. Regarding industrial manufacturing, special metals, the automotive industry, and the semiconductor industry, we are ready to pay the highest price this year. We must make other members agree to our proposal. The boss of Sakura is discussing with his staff. We must not drag it on. Regarding the pollution issue, we firmly deny it. Last year, our Hanse's industry suffered heavy losses. According to economists' estimates, this year will be even worse. So at this forum, we want the other 6 parties to reach a consensus and never let Xingzhou industry swallow up our market. The leader of Hans has discussed this idea with the team for a long time, and it is rare to get unanimous votes of approval. We all have also been greatly affected. In the African market, we will purchase a large amount of raw materials and expand the market. This issue must also be raised this year. Gaul is also making preparations. Even if John's sun sets, we can't let it rise in the east. John's commander secretly said, what we have to do is to make the whole world a mess. Take the opportunity to get more benefits from the White Eagle. Communicate with Brother White Eagle again and see what instructions they have. The commander-in-chief at Maple Leaf was the most relaxed, and as for the leader of Rome, he was ready to wait and see. On the White Eagle side, the commander-in-chief received several documents. Boss, this is a joint statement. The assistant informed the information on the document. More than 100 companies from manufacturing, internet, biotechnology and other fields hope that we can support their development. The commander-in-chief naturally knew what it meant. This caused their international giant companies to suffer heavy losses, and the market value and market of international giants fell by nearly half within a year. He read it carefully and said, "This is similar to our idea. We must not go on like this." The assistant continued, "There is another important thing, which is about marine pollution and mutant creatures. According to our investigation, the global marine pollution has reached the highest level in history. Especially in the Sakura Sea and some of our Pacific oceans, there are highly mutated and aggressive dangerous creatures. What do the experts think?" he asked. Experts believe that this will pose a threat to marine fisheries and marine transportation. I hope that all parties can reduce marine pollution and set up a special research institution to study this. I have been very concerned about this matter recently and have been calling on everyone to pay attention to this aspect. This all costs money. The commander-in-chief was a little dissatisfied. What kind of problem is this? What waves can a few deformed fish make? Modern weapons can easily eliminate them. The next day, a meeting was held in a secret room. During the meeting, in order to prevent eavesdropping and leaks, the network of this room will be isolated. Please be prepared. A parliamentary secretary said. All parties looked at each other and were ready. Then, the external network was cut off, and the 7 commanders began this year's negotiations. First, they discussed some routine issues. In these aspects, they did not have much disagreement and soon reached a consensus. White Eagle sat in the first seat, looked around at everyone, and said, "The last 3 issues are the most important issues we have to discuss this time. The first one is about environmental protection and marine pollution." When this issue was mentioned, everyone's expression was slightly unnatural. Because everyone present has nuclear power plant technology, and some are still testing nuclear weapons, and have made outstanding contributions to the protection of the global environment. However, those who can sit here are all old hands. Even if someone scolds them, spits on them, or slaps them in public, they can greet them with a smile and ask if the other person's hand hurts. So, they began to discuss this issue seriously. Gaul spoke first. "I think Sakura should pay attention to this problem. Ocean pollution is getting worse and worse. You should invest more money to protect the environment. Environmental protection organizations are protesting every day, which has a great impact on us." Sakura had long been tough. He denied it directly and said, "We have always been at the forefront of the world in environmental protection." Hans disagreed and said, "Not only Sakura, but White Eagle, as the eldest brother, should also set an example. We have been working hard for it." White Eagle spoke without blushing or beating his heart. Maple Leaf saw this and said directly, "We have a developed economy and can't affect anything. Their pollution is the most serious." Yes. Sakura started to blame others when she heard it, and quickly agreed, "We have also been affected. I condemned them a few days ago. The ocean is the common property of mankind." John heard it and followed suit. They should indeed bear their own responsibilities. These few sentences are actually nonsense. They had shouted before, "Your pollution is more serious than ours. Don't you know it?" White Eagle saw that it would be a waste of time to continue discussing like this. So he said, "In this case, I plan to donate some money to set up a Marine Protection Research Institute. This research institute is actually used to study mutant species." After he finished speaking, he glanced at Sakura, and Sakura quickly said, "For environmental protection, we will also donate money." Maple Leaf naturally followed and said that he would donate money as well. Several other people also expressed their willingness to donate money. They also understood that this problem was indeed very serious. Donating some money is also what the people want, and it can also give an account to those environmental protection organizations that are protesting. Okay, the first problem has been solved. Seeing that everyone was cooperating, White Eagle said with satisfaction, "Let's discuss the second problem now. Shenlong's actions in the past year have been very impressive. I think everyone knows this. They have consumed a large amount of foreign exchange reserves and stockpiled food, oil, coal, and industrial parts from around the world. We have intelligence that they are planning to carry out a secret plan. We don't know what this plan is yet, but over the past year, because of this plan, science and technology have made unprecedented progress. For example, He Xingzhou and his team, every time they announce news to the public, there are new technological breakthroughs. Yes, we are all paying attention. Everyone nodded and their expressions became serious. This is a big problem. If He Xingzhou knew that his name still appeared in their discussion, he would probably laugh 3 times. These guys don't care about the ocean, and they have time to care about themselves. In a few years, whether they can sit here and hold meetings with peace of mind is a problem. Hans was very vigilant about this and said, at the beginning, they used the whole country's strength to develop science and technology and created brilliant results. Yes, we must be vigilant. Sakura was the first to agree. White Eagle asked, don't you have any intelligence to share? Everyone shook their heads. This is all we know. White Eagle was very dissatisfied. He had always wanted to figure out what those people were doing. But he didn't get any useful information from these partners. He said, for the sake of all of us, we can't let them go on like this. So I suggest that as partners, we should share and communicate about this information in a timely manner. Does everyone have any opinions? No. Everyone agreed. That's as good as saying nothing. White Eagle thought he had discovered that some of his partners were not very willing to cooperate, otherwise they would definitely be able to come up with some valuable intelligence. Then let's discuss the last question directly. White Eagle finally mentioned the issue that everyone was concerned about. Regarding the rapid rise of Shenlong technology, how should we respond? When this was mentioned, everyone immediately became excited. In fact, the issue they wanted to discuss most when they came here this year was this issue. Sakura was the first to say with a heavy heart, we have suffered the most serious losses. Last year, at least 10,000 of our related companies were affected, and the market share of related industries has dropped significantly. Ever since they were able to produce by themselves, our industrial products have been unsaleable. Hans heard this and hurriedly said, we are the most affected. Everyone knows that industry is almost everything we have, but since they have mastered ultra-precision manufacturing technology, our industry has been hit hard. Maple Leaf also spoke quickly and said, our economy has begun to decline. It's because of this. John heard this and thought, fight, the more intense the better. He also spoke. We are all victims, so Brother White Eagle, we're here today to discuss with you how to deal with this problem. Gaul and Rome have always agreed. Seeing this, White Eagle thought that they could finally reach an agreement. He was well prepared, and the conference assistant distributed a document to everyone. White Eagle said, here are some related technologies and technologies, which are our expertise on technologies that have not yet been broken through. It involves multiple industries. If we can unite and fully control these industries, this drama can continue. Everyone was secretly surprised when they saw it. The things on the document almost covered all of their respective cutting-edge technology fields. And the intensity of its control is unprecedented. They used to control these technologies very tightly. But this time is different. This time, White Eagle means to use a fighting method that is willing to hurt the enemy 1,000 at the cost of injuring 800 of ourselves. Hans hesitated and said, doing so will also bring a huge blow to our own industry. After all, this is the era of globalization. Sakura also hesitated. Once this task is carried out, many of our companies will go bankrupt. Gaul couldn't accept it after seeing it, and said, it was fine if the intensity was slightly increased before, but why is it so great this time? John even questioned, why do we have to bear more losses in the documents? As the boss, shouldn't White Eagle share more? Maple Leaf didn't say anything. He was also opposed in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it clearly. White Eagle said, everyone, you are still hoping for the best. Everyone has seen the changes in this year. If we continue with this trend, we all know what will happen to the world. I'm not exaggerating. When all your high-end technologies are conquered, the problems you will face will be even greater than they are now. And this plan doesn't require us to lose too much. Although some people will be dissatisfied in the short term, in the long run, this will deal a huge blow to the entire related industry, and our industry will take the opportunity to enter and occupy the market. The final result will definitely satisfy everyone. This is a comprehensive competition agreement. Once comprehensive competition is launched, there'll only be one result in the end. Bayan clenched his fists. That means we can get the dominance of science and technology back in our hands. Brothers of IP, come to Kidian.com to subscribe. The subscription of this book is neither good nor bad, and the author has no motivation to write. With subscriptions and monthly tickets, I can write 20,000 words a day. Without subscriptions, I can't even write 2,000 words a day. I need 100 million reasons to update more. Chapter 92, Chapter 98, Chapter 99 Comprehensive competition. The meeting lasted for 2 days in total. Except for some minor issues at the beginning, they spent the whole day discussing this so-called comprehensive competition plan. At the end of the meeting, reporters from various countries were waiting outside, waiting to interview them. Facing the reporters, Bying smiled and said, "We had a very pleasant discussion this time, and have formulated a comprehensive cooperation plan. We will announce this plan to the world later." Hans, John, Maple Leaf, Sakura, Gore, Rome and others also smiled and agreed. They returned to their respective countries and began to deploy. In the Xuan executive chat group, the executives were discussing this matter. In this meeting, their performance was surprisingly consistent, as if they had reached some agreement. He Xingzhou said, "This is very abnormal. Although these people hold a meeting every year, many times it is useless and there are disagreements among the internal members. But this year, these members are surprisingly consistent, and there is no discordant voice. Don't think about it, it must be related to us." King said. "I hope they can pay attention to the problems of pollution and mutant creatures." Lu Mei sighed, "I don't know, and this global crisis can be solved by us alone. Just imagine, even if Xingzhou tried its best to resist the Zerg outside the land, if other places were not blocked, wouldn't it become a paradise for the Zerg? Let these alien species evolve unscrupulously." He Xingzhou said. "So we have to build a planetary fortress. In the future, we will definitely face the threat of Zerg in other places." They announced the news. Women got the information the fastest. He sent out the document and commented, "Good guy, this group of people is really ruthless this time, and they want to compete with us in an all-round way." The document contained the meeting results announced by Bing and others. He Xingzhou directly omitted the others, and he saw the following red-marked contents. They plan to establish a global marine protection and biological research institute, with joint funding and personnel from all parties. Song Jinghong analyzed, "This is to study mutants. These guys don't admit that there is pollution and mutation, but their actions are very honest." No one was surprised by this. With so many mutants, it would be a problem if they didn't study them. The key is whether they will really invest a lot of money and manpower, or is this research institute just a shell to shut up environmentalists? There is another item, that the members have reached comprehensive cooperation in multiple fields. Women said, "Our intelligence system collects the movements of all parties and has analyzed the content of this so-called comprehensive cooperation. In simple terms, it means that we have started the most stringent technological F-lock in history in these fields." He sent another list with relevant technological information marked on it. He Xingzhou took a look and found that it can be divided into 9 major fields: aerospace, chip technology, communication technology, robotics technology, AI technology, computer technology, energy technology, life sciences and military technology. These 9 major fields can be further divided into thousands of small projects. After reading the list, King said, "It's as expected. But there are fewer things on this list than we have seen before." He Hongwei also said, "Yes, there were battery technology, ultra-precision machining, industrial software, special metals, bearings, automobile engines, transmission electron microscopes, scanning electron microscopes and other things before. Now we have become the boss in these fields." Women reminded, "This time it is much more serious than before. It was just a technical restriction before, but this time, they have ignored their own losses and want to force a blockade. For example, chips, I just got the news. White Eagle has signed a document requiring all chip manufacturers and related technology manufacturers to prohibit the sale of any high-end chips and related technologies. In short, let our chips go back to 5 years ago." When he finished speaking, everyone was silent. The chip is updated very quickly, almost 1 generation a year. What does it mean to use chips from 5 years ago? All industries that use chips will start to regress. Mobile phones, computers, electromagnetic floats, industrial machinery, new energy technologies, medical equipment, etc. Many fields will be affected. This will also cause heavy damage to Xingzhou's enterprises. For example, the mobile phone field, which is in great need of chips. Apple or Samsung has released the latest mobile phones, while the performance of domestic mobile phones has directly regressed by 5 years. Are they still competitive? There is only one outcome: bankruptcy and withdrawal from market competition. Aren't they afraid of our countermeasures? Lu Mei asked. Women said, "They are afraid too, but this time, they seem to be willing to go all out." Even if they bear the losses themselves, they must carry out a plan. This year, our actions have scared them too much. Kingpeng said, even some people abroad speculate that we are preparing for war and want to fight Star Wars. It's really funny, do you still need to guess? We are. He Xingzhou. Kui women said. In the face of this situation, our reserve institutions have certain preparations. Normal industrial production can support 1 or 2 years. It's just that for those private enterprises, survival is difficult. Just one chip is enough to cause a large number of domestic companies to close down and go bankrupt. The Lingguang smart glasses that He Xingzhou just released cannot be manufactured without high-end chips. Chips are the core of all electronic devices and modern weapons. Without solving this problem, He Xingzhou can't make weapons and equipment that can fight against the Zerg. He Xingzhou said, it doesn't matter. They helped us. These 9 major areas are exactly what we want to conquer. Kong King said. Xiao He is right. They have helped us write down the scientific research goals. The rest depends on us to conquer together. Kui women said. These problems will depend on all scientists. I, who do logistics, will do my best to ensure the smooth implementation of your plan. He Xingzhou saw this and immediately said, at Kui women, then I just have a request. The next stage of research and development of the Sentinel Research Institute is chip manufacturing and lithography machine research and development. I hope to gather the top research forces in the country, including national research institutes and private enterprises. As a national research institute, He Xingzhou has the authority to mobilize resources himself. He is mainly for private enterprises. After years of development, some technology companies have also acquired some high-end talents and technical reserves. However, due to corporate competition and other relationships, if they want to temporarily put aside market competition and completely unite the front, they must rely on the country to dispatch. If it were in the past, Kui women would still hesitate. After all, they generally would not interfere with the operation and management of private enterprises. But after the past year, the Sentinel Scientific Research Institute and He Xingzhou's team have tackled various technical problems, and they are full of confidence in He Xingzhou. He said, okay, I will report it now. Chips are the country's heavy weapons. All the resources of scientific research institutes and enterprises across the country, no matter which one, as long as you want it, I will transfer it to you. He Xingzhou downloaded the files in the group, and printed out the 9 major fields and thousands of small projects on the list, and posted them in the conference room of the Sentinel Scientific Research Institute. Everyone, look, this is the scientific research project listed for Aspire competitors. If we cannot overcome these scientific research projects, the Chuan plan will not be able to be successfully implemented. So from today on, the above technology is what we are going to tackle. We must not only reach the top international level, but also surpass them and become a new benchmark for world science and technology. In the conference room, they were all filled with anger. When facing marine pollution and mutant creatures, they have been seeking international cooperation, but these people simply ignored them and refused to admit that there was pollution and mutation. Not only did they not cooperate, they also came up with this comprehensive competition. So everyone was holding their breath, hoping that one day earlier, the whole world would know that when the doomsday disaster comes, only Xingzhou was the last paradise for mankind. And it is these science and technology that protect the paradise. The news announced by Bing and others shocked the entire Xingzhou, and some private enterprises felt tremendous pressure and panic. Their international businesses encountered the biggest obstacle in history. Not only that, even the domestic market has begun to face problems. As soon as the news came out, the stock market plummeted across the board, but the US dollar and related favorable US stocks rose across the board. Of course, there are also many foreign companies protesting against this, because they believe that this has seriously affected their business, and they are also worried that Xingzhou will conquer the relevant technology by itself. For these voices, Bing and others directly suppressed them by force and compensated them with some means. The first to panic was the domestic smart product market. At Huawei, Xiaodong, the president of the mobile phone business, was so worried that his hair was about to fall out. At the high-level meeting, all the executives were frowning. Too cruel, they are too cruel, they actually use this kind of lose-lose tactics. The marketing director gritted his teeth and said, our overseas market has shrunk across the board, the latest chips are not available, and the domestic market is also shrinking. Now they are asking us to go back to 5 years ago. We might as well use our own chips. If there is no solution, within a year, the entire smart product market in China will be completely occupied by companies such as Apple, Samsung, and Google. Senior officials all know that consumers cannot accept the performance of processors from 5 years ago. As the saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. They are used to using high-end phones, can they go back? And there will be so many foreign brands to choose from on the market. How long can our chip reserves last? Xiaodong asked. All models are being reduced in production. The director of the logistics department said helplessly, even if we reduce production by another 50%, we can only last for a year at most. 1 year is not enough for us to upgrade the current chip to a level that can compete with foreign countries. Everyone was silent. This was almost a dead end. Even Xiaodong couldn't help thinking, is Huawei company forced to withdraw from the field of high-end smart products? This time it's not just for us. Companies like Damai, Waxing, Op, and Six will all encounter this problem. Someone said. Now for us, everyone has reached a moment of life and death. I hope to have a chance to compete with them, instead of being helpless like this. Xiaodong said in a deep voice, now we can only stop the research and development of some smart products and put all our energy into chip research. I hope there will be a breakthrough before we fall. In the conference room, there was a sad look. This was the moment of a do-or-die battle. If you pass, you will live, and if you don't, you'll die. Just as Xiaodong was about to sign the internal document, a person with a special identity came to the company. Hello, Mr. Xiao, I am from the National Security and Academy of Sciences. We have a plan. We want to unite the forces in the national chip field to jointly develop. I hope Huawei company can cooperate. When the other party finished speaking, Xiaodong was not worried, but asked. Are you telling the truth? This plan is led by He Xingzhou and his team? Of course it's true. The other party said. Okay. Xiaodong made the decision directly and said, if it was someone else, I might not believe it, but if it was He Xingzhou, our Huawei company is willing to contribute manpower, effort and money. As long as the chip technology can be broken through, we're willing to cooperate with it. A similar scene also happened in the Rice Group. In fact, Xinjun agreed directly when he heard that it was He Xingzhou who was leading it. He also stated, we can contribute the entire team and donate money to the team. He knew clearly that as long as chip technology could make progress, all this would be worth it in the end. He Xingzhou, you must succeed. The survival of Shenzhou's semiconductor and high-tech fields depends on you. There are also Shenzhou Semiconductor Group, Waxing Group, Matu Microelectronics Technology Group, etc. The top 10 companies in the Shenzhou chip field all joined this lineup. In addition to them, there are related research institutes and university research institutions across the country. For a piece of domestic high-end chip, the entire Shenzhou's high-end research force, regardless of economic interests, united together. Most of them only know that they are participating in the chip research project. Only a small number of core talents and leaders know that they are actually participating in only part of the Chuanwu plan. At this moment, He Xingzhou is also preparing. Team management planning, etc. are all in charge of specific people. What He Xingzhou has to do is to summarize the data and information, incorporate the existing scientific and technological data into the information database of the quantum optical brain, and directly light up these technologies. These collected data have saved him at least 200,000 units of energy points. He also drew out several major difficulties that restrict high-end chip manufacturing. High-purity silicon, this has been solved. The raw materials needed for chip manufacturing were solved by He Xingzhou a year ago. He remembered that in order to improve solar cell technology, in addition to nanocrystalline solar panels, He Xingzhou also provided a technical solution for high-purity silicon purification. Chip design, this problem needs to be solved. Then the most difficult part is chip manufacturing, that is, high-end lithography machines. This is also the most critical machine and technology in the entire chip industry. Thanks to Junmo Xiao and Wang Yu the 11th Shen for their rewards. Chapter 93 Chapter 100 Chapter 101 Extreme Ultraviolet Lithography Technology. For fans and subscribers, He Xingzhou turned on the quantum optical brain and looked at the relevant technology. First of all, there are chips. In terms of chip classification, there are mainly two types: carbon-based chips and silicon-based chips. Of course, there is also a photon chip, that is, all information is stored in a ball of light. I am the manufacturer of photon quantum chip technology. It was made said the quantum optical brain. Hearing it say this, He Xingzhou inexplicably thought of the giant of light. Is there an advanced civilization that can turn itself into light? Quantum optical brain. Of course there is. Some advanced civilization creatures have completely abandoned the bodies composed of silicon-based or carbon-based elements and turned into pure energy bodies. That level of civilization is already a rare civilization in the universe. He Xingzhou retracted his thoughts and continued to look up from carbon-based chips and silicon-based chips. In carbon-based chips, there are biochip technologies, protein chips, gene chips, cell chips, tissue chips. Even the most basic biochip design knowledge requires 100,000 units of energy to unlock. And in silicon-based chips, there is the current chip development route of humans on Blue Star. Unlocking the 7-nanometer silicon-based chip design knowledge requires 50,000 units of energy. Unlocking the 5-nanometer silicon-based chip design knowledge requires 100,000 units of energy. Unlocking the 3-nanometer silicon-based chip design knowledge requires 150,000 units of energy. Further down, there are 2 nanometers, 1 nanometer and even angstrom levels, which must be unlocked one by one, but He Xingzhou feels that this is unnecessary. Because when the chip process is lower than 3 nanometers, the manufacturing difficulty will rise sharply, and it will face the quantum tunneling effect, causing some transistors to fail. At this time, the silicon-based material can be changed and made of new materials, but He Xingzhou saw that the knowledge of quantum chips that are more advanced than this chip only requires 500,000 units of energy to unlock, and the performance directly crushes these traditional computing chips. With that energy point and energy, unlocking the quantum chip, isn't it good? He Xingzhou directly unlocked the 3 levels of silicon-based chips, spending 300,000 units of energy. The quantum chip will be unlocked later, because now the whole country is waiting to use high-end silicon-based chips, and there is no rush for quantum chips. In addition, there is the relevant knowledge of lithography machines. Lithography machines are also an ultra-precision machining technology. He Xingzhou unlocked the cutting technology of ultra-precision machining last year and developed the Longteng series of machine tools. This time, I have to unlock the ultra-precision special machining technology, which requires 100,000 energy points. To manufacture lithography machines, you also need photoresist. Photoresist, also known as photoresist, is a kind of etching-resistant thin film material, which is required for semiconductor processing. Photoresist is also on the list of Bing and others. Ultraviolet photoresist, suitable for 436 nanometers, minus 365 nanometers lithography technology, requires 10,000 units of energy to unlock. Deep ultraviolet photoresist, suitable for 248 nanometers, minus 193 nanometers lithography, requires 30,000 units of energy to unlock. Extreme ultraviolet photoresist, commonly used in 11 nanometers, minus 14 nanometers lithography, requires 50,000 units of energy to unlock. Radiation photoresist, used for higher resolution lithography, needs to be unlocked after all the above photoresists are unlocked. What He Xingzhou is going to use is extreme ultraviolet photoresist. Currently, the most advanced photolithography machine in the world is the extreme ultraviolet photolithography machine, which can produce 3-nanometer silicon-based chips. Another 80,000 units of energy. He Xingzhou also unlocked the photoresist material technology. Finally, it is the most important photolithography machine manufacturing technology. The photolithography machine is known as the pinnacle of human industrial technology. Using light as a knife, carving at the nanoscale. The world's most advanced EUV, extreme ultraviolet, photolithography machine has more than 100,000 parts. If you want to transport a photolithography machine, you need to prepare 20 trucks, 3 cargo planes, and 40 containers to complete the transportation. The various technologies involved cover almost all industrial fields. Some experts have asserted that no country can independently manufacture photolithography machines. In the list of the White Eagle 7 parties, all the key materials and components of the photolithography machine are marked with an X. It is to suppress the research and development and manufacturing of photolithography machines in Xingzhou in all aspects. The main reason that determines the performance of the lithography machine is the light knife. The shorter the wavelength of the light knife, the more precise the chip can be engraved. Ultraviolet, deep ultraviolet, extreme ultraviolet. Currently only a small in the windmill country can manufacture extreme ultraviolet lithography machines in the world. It is worth mentioning that Xingzhou currently has a certain deep ultraviolet lithography technology, and He Xingzhou has also included information and data. He only needs to unlock the extreme ultraviolet lithography technology. Quantum optical brain. Consume 300,000 units of energy to unlock the extreme ultraviolet lithography technology. After unlocking these, He Xingzhou only has 25,000 units of energy left. These are accumulated from the ever-expanding photovoltaic power stations during this period. It feels like the photovoltaic power station can't bear the energy consumption. He Xingzhou took a quick look at the technology tree. The subsequent technology unlocking starts with hundreds of thousands of units of energy. The photovoltaic power station saves 10,000 a day, which is only 300,000 a month. We have to find a way to build a nuclear power plant. If we have a nuclear power plant to supply energy for ourselves, we won't have to worry about energy problems within a year or two. Magic City, Microelectronics Research Institute. Here, the country's first 22-nanometer process lithography machine, also known as deep ultraviolet lithography machine, was manufactured. He Xingzhou brought his people and the team of academician Yan Yu from the Northwest Institute of Optoelectronics here. His team brings together the top talents in chip research and development in the country. At the project opening ceremony, He Xingzhou spoke to the top talents in the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, we come from all over the country, from different research institutes, enterprises, and units. Today we gather here, abandoning prejudices, interests and barriers, with only one goal. In order to break the blockade in the field of lithography machines and high-end chips, develop a new generation of extreme ultraviolet lithography machines, and manufacture completely domestically produced 3-nanometer processed chips. Find a real heart for the rise of the Eastern Dragon. Pa 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 pa. Everyone applauded. Some chip designers and engineers were excited. Have they ever thought that these big names in the industry could gather together? If it were in other countries, they would not even dare to think about it. Even the most powerful companies would compete with each other and would never open up their talents and technologies like this. And the units behind them, after receiving the order, all contributed their resources without reservation. Just for this 3-nanometer processed chip to come out as soon as possible. He Xingzhou divided the R&D team into 4 groups. The first group was led by academician He Xingzhou of the Institute of Microelectronics. He was an important figure involved in the design and manufacture of deep ultraviolet lithography machines. He was responsible for leading people to design 3-nanometer processed chips and extreme ultraviolet lithography machine structures. The second group was led by academician Liu Jianai, who used long-term machine tools to manufacture related accessories for lithography machines, such as polishing ultra-high progress lenses. The third group, led by academician Yan Yu and researchers from the Institute of Optoelectronics, was responsible for researching and manufacturing extreme ultraviolet knives. The fourth group, led by Fu Kan, a materials expert from Waxing Group, studies and manufactures materials needed for lithography machines and chips, such as high-purity silicon and photoresists. Researchers in the group, they cooperated with each other in research and development. And the outside world knew nothing about Xingzhou's gathering of national strength to tackle high-end chips. As time went on, the situation became more and more serious. That month, Huawei announced that it would stop selling the latest Huawei mobile phones and related smart products, and other products also reduced the supply. As soon as the news came out, Huawei's business was hit hard, and consumers protested. However, this was just the beginning. Immediately afterwards, the Rice Company, which originally claimed to enter the high-end smart product market, also announced that the new model would not be sold for the time being due to chip shortages. Other smart product companies were also like this. Those companies that had just obtained He Xingzhou's technical authorization to manufacture smart glasses also stated that the Lingguang series of smart glasses plans would be postponed indefinitely. This is not over yet. Because chips are the heart of modern electronic products, high-end chips are not just used in mobile phones and other products. Xingzhou First Automobile Group and BYD and other automobile companies announced that the manufacturing of high-end electromagnetic floating vehicles was temporarily suspended due to insufficient supply of onboard chips. Smart home companies announced that high-end smart home products would be temporarily suspended, and so on. These are industries visible to the general public. Invisible ones, such as some high-end equipment needed by the military, are also in trouble due to the lack of chips. On the internet, the public also began to panic about this. Someone asked, what exactly happened? Will all domestic high-end smart products be discontinued in the future? Don't foreign countries even make money from chips? Not making money? Didn't you see the news? This month, the performance of companies such as Apple and Samsung has skyrocketed, and the high-end smart product market is almost completely occupied by foreign products. Yeah, even if I support domestic products are all mid and low-end products. I heard that what is being sold now are all inventory chips. What should we do when they are used up? Can't we develop them ourselves? Do you know how difficult it is to develop lithography machines? By the time we catch up with foreign countries, the market will have been occupied by foreign companies. One step by step behind, and the gap will become bigger and bigger. Don't even mention chips, the latest computer graphics cards are not available. I'm really sick. Now if I want to buy high-end computer graphics cards, I have to buy them from abroad. They're so expensive. It's impossible for foreign countries to take so long. It should be released in a few months. I heard that Qualcomm and Intel are protesting. Some people are still looking forward to foreign countries lifting restrictions on chips. But they don't know that the world's technological landscape has undergone earth-shaking changes. This time, the attitude of Bing and other parties is more determined than ever before. Lumi, help me end the program. He Xingzhou is now in the National Industrial Software Research Institute. He is designing an industrial software specifically for designing chips. Before, they used foreign software to design chips. When the new list appeared, they were not allowed to use chip design software, so they had to design it themselves. The program has been entered. Lumi's sweet voice sounded in He Xingzhou's ears, and a new industrial software has been generated. He Xingzhou opened it, converted the format of the chip design drawings of the original Magic City Microelectronics Research Institute, entered it, and then began to improve it. He is now standing on the shoulders of his predecessors, and with the assistance of the scientific and technological information of the quantum optical brain, the speed of research and development is advancing by leaps and bounds. Several other groups also received some technical information provided by He Xingzhou. It's like solving a math problem. If you don't learn the relevant knowledge points and rely on yourself to create an equation to decompose, whether you can do it and how long it will take are all unknown. Now He Xingzhou is equivalent to providing them with equations, and they just need to understand and use them. These talents are elite gathered from all over the country. For them, understanding and applying is a piece of cake. Every day, some technical problems are overcome in the fields related to photolithography machines and chips. For example, extreme ultraviolet photoresist. With the application of data, Fu Khan's team has obtained laboratory products and is studying the technology of large-scale industrial production. Sakura Island, a photoresist industry conference is being held. As one of the essential materials for semiconductor manufacturing, photoresist is on the list. And 90% of the world's high-end photoresists come from Sakura Island, and some are produced in Dengao. Because of the comprehensive cooperation agreement reached by Sakura and White Eagle and other parties some time ago, the sale of high-end photoresists in Xingzhou has been completely stopped. This has had a huge impact on international photoresist giants, such as JSR, Tokyo Watcher, TOK, Fujifilm and other groups. Mr. Ioki, in 1 month, our photoresist revenue has been reduced by 30%. According to this trend, our company will suffer a heavy blow. The representative of ISR protested to the big man Ioki Daiki who came to attend the meeting. The agreement you participated in did not consider the harm to our industry at all. That's right, we have never leaked any relevant technology, why can't we even sell our products? The representative of Yinhua Group questioned. Xingzhou Enterprise is our big customer. Ioki Daiki knew that they were all full of resentment, but this was a decision made by the top, and he was powerless to change it. He had to say, high-end semiconductor manufacturing is in our and Western markets. We will hold an international trade event related to semiconductors. Your company can still keep the market by adjusting its business direction. This is completely different. The representative of Fujifilm was dissatisfied. As far as I know, during this incident, the Dow Group of Dengao took the opportunity to expand and seize the market, which has seriously affected our operations. Not everyone supports this so-called comprehensive cooperation, and they expressed opposition. Mr. Ioki, we hope to remove the restrictions in this regard as soon as possible. This is their unanimous request. Don't worry, everyone. You are the pride of Sakura. High-end photoresist technology is in your hands. As long as you can hold on through this period, you will still be the world's photoresist leader. Ioki Daiki comforted them. He knew that this decision could not be changed, so it was useless for them to say anything. Today he came here to listen to their complaints. What if Xingzhou breaks through the extreme ultraviolet photoresist process? The representative of JRS questioned. Ioki Daiki smiled and said, Technological breakthroughs are not something that can be achieved overnight. Don't worry, everyone. Xingzhou was now facing pressure from 7 industrial countries. They will definitely make concessions. Then you'll get more. They can't hold on until then. He was smiling, but saw another representative walk into the meeting room. It was Ichi Furukawa, the representative of Sumitomo Chemical Group. He looked anxious and shouted, "Everyone, something bad has happened. Thanks to Gido Yalu." Chapter 94 Chapter 102 Chapter 103 EVU Alliance, for He Xingzhou and subscription. The chapter title is wrong, EUV Alliance Furukawa Tung. What's wrong? Everyone looked at him in confusion. Furukawa Taichi said. Just now, the Xingzhou Academy of Sciences announced that they have made a breakthrough in the production technology of extreme ultraviolet photoresist and will begin large-scale manufacturing and production of high-end photoresist. What? Representatives of several major groups stood up suddenly. This is not something to joke about. I'm not kidding. Furukawa Taichi said. Several photoresist companies in Xingzhou announced that they have obtained technical authorization and will immediately build factories and start production. Seeing that his tone was anxious and did not seem to be lying, everyone immediately checked the information. Soon, they saw the news. Have you confirmed that the news is true? The representative of Tokyo Ocha Group called the president of the Xingzhou region of the group. It's true, we have sent people to contract them, and they've also specially displayed samples and related data. The other party replied. How can it be so fast? In the venue, the representatives of the Sakura photoresist companies looked at each other. They have only stopped supplying for a month, right? In 1 month, their technological advantages and product monopoly are gone. Even Yoki Daiki was stunned. If this is true, wouldn't they be shooting themselves in the foot? They just withdrew from the Xingzhou market, and Xingzhou already had its own high-end photoresist. Isn't this giving up market share in vain? Is there such a stupid thing in the world? Bagger. The representative of JSR cursed. This is a market worth tens of billions of dollars a year, and it was handed over to others because of a stupid agreement. Yoki Daiki didn't dare to speak casually. These multinational groups were also powerful. He could only say with a guilty conscience. Maybe they have already broken through this technology, but they just announced it now. No. Furukawa Taichi said angrily, this is entirely caused by a stupid agreement. I got the news that because of this matter, Xingzhou mobilized experts from all over the country and united tens of thousands of companies to develop together, so the progress is so fast. Under normal circumstances, they would never be able to break through the extreme ultraviolet photoresist technology so quickly. Hearing Furukawa Taichi's words, the other representatives glared at Yoki Daiki. They spent decades competing with the companies of Dengyu and finally established their position as the international leader in photoresist. Unexpectedly, they were overtaken within a month. All this was caused by the Comprehensive Cooperation Agreement. Mr. Ioki, we need an explanation, said the representative of JSR. Our losses were caused by the managers of Sakura country. He must come up with a solution, said the representative of Tokyo Ocha. Our group will issue a letter of protest, said the representative of Fujifilm in a cold voice. The protest they mentioned was not to let employees protest on the streets, but to play games at a higher level. These big capitals are inextricably linked to the management of Sakura Island. Yoki Daiki was sweating coldly behind his back. He knew that his faction had offended a big capital group. At the time, someone must take the blame to calm their anger, and he might become the scapegoat. Why, it's only been a month. Yoki Daiki shouted in his heart. If this technological breakthrough is a few months later, Xingzhou would definitely give in, but why so quickly? The breakthrough of extreme ultraviolet photoresist means that the most critical material problem of lithography and chip manufacturing has been solved. At the same time, Lu Jianai's team has polished the lens needed for extreme ultraviolet lithography. This thing was one of the products that could not be bought with money in the past. Only Hans Zeiss company could manufacture it. Now, Xingzhou can manufacture it by itself. Other high-end components are also being manufactured simultaneously. The chip design is relatively simple. Xingzhou can design high-precision chips, but it can't manufacture them. He Xingzhou made some improvements and completed the design of the 3-nanometer processed chip. Now there is only one last problem left for the manufacture of extreme ultraviolet lithography machines and the production of 3-nanometer processed chips, extreme ultraviolet light knives. He Xingzhou came to the Institute of Optoelectronics and studied with the team of academician Yan Rui. In the laser research room, Yan Wuli was describing the problems they encountered. We are now using a gas jet method to bombard the target material with a laser to generate plasma. The plasma emits UV radiation. The UV radiation passes through a focusing system composed of periodic multi-layer thin film reflectors and is incident on the reflective mask. The emitted UV light waves then pass through a projection system composed of reflectors to image the geometric pattern of the integrated circuit on the reflective mask into the photoresist on the silicon wafer, thereby forming the lithography pattern required for the integrated circuit. In theory, there is no problem with this process. He Xingzhou nodded. But the problem is how to reduce the particles, high-speed particles and other pollutants in the plasma atmosphere while increasing the wattage of the UV light source. Yan Wuli said with a headache, otherwise the light source will deteriorate rapidly. In addition, the extreme ultraviolet projection lithography system uses a reflective mask. Our UV mask defects are still as high as L defects/centimeters 2, and the manufacturing level of the inspection machine must be further improved. I think the team over there with Professor Liu should be able to solve the problem of the inspection machine. He Xingzhou said, as for the problem of the extreme ultraviolet light source, I have thought of a solution. What solution? The group of academicians and experts looked at him. He Xingzhou high-power laser heats the carrier to form plasma, and after multiple reflections, an extreme ultraviolet light source is formed. At this time, a discharge reaction chamber is designed to allow the plasma to further transform and radiate brighter and purer extreme ultraviolet light. If there are multi-layer reflectors, the nanoscale of EUV will be further improved, and it is possible to meet the requirements of the 3-nanometer process. In fact, this is the solution, but He Xingzhou said it a little euphemistically. We have thought about doing this before. Yan Wuli seemed to have some ideas. She asked, this electric reaction room, I have the design. He Xingzhou said. Really? Everyone was excited when they heard him say that, and they quickly said, let's see. Room. He Xingzhou said with a smile. Everyone went to the conference room together. He Xingzhou called Lumi and asked her to open the design drawings and explain. When he finished speaking, the whole audience was silent. Everyone was thinking and calculating. After a full 10 minutes, Yan Wuli was the first to stand up and said happily. Okay. My preliminary calculation shows that this plan is entirely possible to achieve the high brightness extreme ultraviolet light source we require. Yes, I think the same. An old academician stood up and said excitedly. This discharge reaction chamber is really a stroke of genius. After the light source is refracted and lost, the electrical energy converts the plasma to form a new high-energy plasma. Not only is there no light pollution, but the purity of the extreme ultraviolet light is further improved. The light knife made in this way may be the best in the world. Chief Engineer He, you are really a genius. You can think of such a plan. What are you waiting for? Let's try it quickly. The experts couldn't help it. Let's start now. He Xingzhou said with a smile. He knew that this attempt would definitely succeed. This was a design that he had completed after thinking and calculating for more than a month after unlocking the lithography machine technology. In the Land of Lights, the Avengers are holding a conference. This is not the Avengers in anime and movies, but the EUV Lithography Machine Technology Alliance led by White Eagle. It is composed of industry giants such as Intel, AMD, Motorola and IBM, as well as Sandia National Laboratories and Lawrence Livermore National Laboratories affiliated with White Eagle. In addition to the one in White Eagle, the Western Alliance also has a similar one, consisting of more than 30 countries and hundreds of companies, all of which are related to lithography machines and chips. A small windmill country can produce the world's top extreme ultraviolet lithography machines because it has obtained their support. Right now, because of the Comprehensive Cooperation Agreement, the EUV Alliance of White Eagle and the EUV Alliance of the Western Alliance have begun to cooperate and discuss the details of cooperation together. Alliance President Foster sat at the head. He was appointed by the White Eagle commander not long ago. His style is much tougher than the previous one. The members attending the meeting are all representatives from international giants. It can be said that their companies represent the world's top photolithography machines and chip technologies. Sakura submitted a proposal to us, saying that extreme ultraviolet photoresist technology has been conquered by Xingzhou, and hopes to open up the extreme ultraviolet photoresist market. Foster said slowly, what do you think? It can't be opened. The first representative to speak expressed his opposition. He was Morton, the representative from Dow Group, which is also one of the top 5 photoresist companies in the world. He said righteously, Since we have reached a cooperation agreement, we must advance and retrieve together. If we open at photolysis today, someone will say that they want to open the photolithography machine transmission lens tomorrow, and someone will say that they want to open the photolithography machine bearing the day after tomorrow. If this goes on, won't our cooperation agreement be a dead letter? Mr. Morton is right. Immediately, a member supported his point of view and said, the lithography machine and chip manufacturing technology must be firmly controlled in our hands, and no loopholes can be opened. Besides, whether Xingzhou's extreme ultraviolet photolysis is a laboratory product or can be mass-produced, there is no conclusion yet. What if this is a scam they set up? We will be fooled. Morton's opinion was unanimously supported, and Foster nodded and said, in this case, we will maintain our existing measures. In fact, for the EUV alliance, they are not on the same front as Sakura. When this alliance was first established, it was to target Sakura's semiconductor industry. Therefore, they don't care about the life and death of Sakura's related industries. Everyone should know about the trends in Xingzhou's semiconductor industry. Foster moved on to the next motion. They also set up an organization to jointly develop lithography machines in order to surpass us. Mentioning this, ASML Lithography's representative Hammer said disdainfully, it is impossible for them to surpass us within 10 years. I can say this, even if we give them the design drawings of the extreme ultraviolet lithography machine, the Orientals can't make it. This is the world's most advanced industrial technology, they are still far behind. After Hammer finished speaking, the representatives present all laughed, with a haughty look on their faces, and many people had the same idea of him. Someone also reminded, we can't let our guard down. In the past year, they have made many technological breakthroughs. Mentioning this, Foster's face turned cold and emphasized, ladies and gentlemen, why are their technological breakthroughs so fast? We suspect that some members may not abide by the regulations and leak technical information. So from today on, all high-end equipment and technology transfers between members must be submitted to the Alliance for review, and private transactions are prohibited. There was an audit before, and this time the effort was intensified to ensure that there would be no technical leaks. For this point, all members unanimously agreed that only technological monopoly can allow them to make a lot of money continuously. Another representative of Qualcomm asked, we are not selling high-end chips in the East now, which is extremely harmful to our company. When can we develop and sell them? Yes, our computer chip market has also been seriously affected. Representatives from companies such as Intel, IBM and AMD could no longer sit still. Foster motioned for everyone to be quiet and said, this is why we are meeting here today. Before the meeting, I have already communicated with ASML. They are designing a new generation of extreme ultraviolet lithography machines with a 3-nanometer process. We need to cooperate and help them come up with mature lithography machines with 3-nanometer process technology and more advanced lithography machines as soon as possible. If our chip technology is upgraded by one level, we can open up the first level chip. And the pressure from the East has been very high recently. They will soon make concessions, and everyone will gain more than they have lost now. Everyone communicated with each other and expressed their opinions. In the end, they reached a preliminary consensus. So many companies and institutions joined forces again to help ASML break through more advanced lithography machine technology. ASML's representative Hammer was even more excited to say at the meeting, within 2 years, with your help, within 1 year, we guarantee to deliver a mature, new generation of extreme ultraviolet lithography machines with 3-nanometer process technology. Good. Foster was very happy. This way, he could report to his superiors. Moreover, he had made such great achievements right after taking a fit. I hope you can achieve your goal as soon as possible. The EUV Alliance is your strongest backing. He thought to himself, when that time comes, those Orientals will definitely feel desperate. When the EUV Alliance meeting ended, in Xingzhou, Northwest Institute of Optoelectronics Technology, He Xingzhou, Yan Hui and others were testing their extreme ultraviolet light source. The discharge reaction chamber he designed before has been manufactured and connected to the laser transmitter. There are also various reflective lenses that form the extreme ultraviolet light knife generator. First test, emit laser. In the laboratory, Yan Hui carefully looked at the instrument and issued the experimental command. Thank you for the reward from. Please subscribe and vote. Chapter 95 Chapter 104 Chapter 105 Miracle Medicine for Core Disease. Subscribe for extra updates. The 10th. 2. On the laser transmitter, the gas jet laser was captured by the microlens. In the darkness, a beam of pure extreme ultraviolet light passed through the vacuum pipe, through layers of reflectors, and was constantly reflected in the complex and precise instruments. When passing through the electric reaction chamber, the plasma was transformed by the electric field, and it became brighter and purer. When the tip of the beam entered the final light knife formation space, a drop of absolutely pure water fell, and the beam just hit it. After refraction by the water, the wavelength of the extreme ultraviolet light was reduced again and fell on the blank silicon-based chip on the workbench. According to the computer program, it began to draw on the nanoscale chip. At this time, it was just a test, and the chip was not engraved according to the chip design, but its precision could be clearly observed through a microelectron microscope. This process was actually just a matter of a moment. The electronic sound kept ringing. The light source is stable. The light source intensity is qualified. The light source purity is qualified. Engraving accuracy, 3 nanometers, error 0.1 nanometers. The second test is on. Yanru suppressed the excitement in her heart and shouted again. They had to go through multiple tests to confirm the stability and engraving precision of the extreme ultraviolet light knife. The 20th experiment, engraving accuracy, 3 nanometers, no error. By the end of the second experiment, Yanru had stopped shouting for the next one, because she knew that this world's top extreme ultraviolet light knife had been truly manufactured. We succeeded, she murmured to herself, looking at the others. The others were also looking at each other. At this moment, they hadn't spoken yet, but He Xingzhou seemed to have heard their violently beating heartbeats. This was the calm before the volcanic eruption. Finally, an old expert in his 80s broke out emotionally. His voice trembled, and he burst into tears, saying, "For this extreme ultraviolet light knife, how many of our comrades have worked from young youth to old age?" When he said this, several old experts around him, as well as academician-level masters, couldn't help but moisten their eyes. Only they themselves knew that they had devoted their entire lives to this scientific research achievement. Academician Xi from the Shanghai Microelectronics Research Institute even grabbed He Xingzhou's arm and said, "Chief Engineer He, I must say thank you. Do you know? 3 years ago, I was invited to visit ASML in Europe. In front of our delegation, their designer said, even if we give you the drawings, you Orientals can't make a lithography machine." At the time, we were powerless to refute. Because we really don't have advanced lithography machines, and everything we say is very pale and powerless. Today, we have made it. The world's most sophisticated extreme ultraviolet light knife will create the world's most advanced lithography machine. We made it. His last voice was almost a shout. We made it. Everyone shouted, some laughed, some cried, and the volcano of emotions finally erupted. He Xingzhou was also infected by this emotion, and cheered and celebrated with everyone. Once the extreme ultraviolet light knife is assembled with other equipment of the lithography machine, we can officially start manufacturing high-end chips with a 3-nanometer process. He Xingzhou said loudly. Everyone, the days when China was blocked by foreign countries for chips are gone forever. Pa pa pa, in the laboratory, applause, laughter and crying merged into one, and the camera in the laboratory recorded this scene. It will be recorded in the history of China's technological development. Perhaps in a few years, it will be written into history textbooks like the explosion of China's first atomic bomb. After the extreme ultraviolet light knife assembly was completed, other parts were completed even faster. From factories all over the country, components gathered one by one to the Magic City Microelectronics Research Institute. The first 3-nanometer process lithography machine in the country and even the world is about to be born. In the industrial area outside the Magic City, a brand new factory is also being transformed. This was originally a wafer factory invested and built by Waxing Group. Now it will be fully transformed and will become the world's first wafer factory that can manufacture 3-nanometer chips. He Xingzhou calculated the date and posted the latest updates on the internet. 30 days later, Magic City, let's witness a miracle together. The last time He Xingzhou posted updates was in spring, and now it is the end of summer. Seeing his sudden update, fans became active. The author is dead. Warmly congratulate the return of the missing people. The video update is getting less and less active. What will be announced this time? He Xingzhou said it was a miracle, it must be something very important. It will take another month, hurry up. 30 days. At Huawei Company, Xiao Dong also saw He Xingzhou's dynamics. He hurriedly asked the contact person, is there any progress on the chip side? The other party replied, There is indeed progress, but it is not convenient to disclose it now. Wait for Chief Engineer He to announce it. Progress. This news gave Xiaodong a glimmer of hope. These few months were the most difficult months for Huawei company. Due to the lack of chips in high-end smart products, they were completely defeated. Is there a chance to break through the 10-nanometer chip process this time? He thought to himself, if there is really a 10-nanometer lithography machine technology, the current situation of our company will be much better. The 10-nanometer process chip can already meet the needs of some high-end smart devices. It's not that he doesn't dare to think about it, but Xingzhou is still researching lithography machines with a process of more than 20 nanometers. It's a bit unrealistic to want to jump so much at once. In Shanghai, He Xingzhou of Rice Company also saw the news. He immediately told his assistant, contact He Xingzhou's team immediately. I will go to Shanghai in 30 days. Li Kongmin, president of Waxing Group, was also thinking about He Xingzhou's dynamics. He asked the executives around him, what do you think is the breakthrough? An executive said, I think it may be a 14-nanometer lithography technology. It would be great if it were so. Said another president, the lithography machines we bought from Asmol before were also detained. The wafer factory that was originally planned to be built had to be suspended. Now our wafer factory has been taken over by the state and is being renovated. No specific information has been disclosed at all. If there really is a lithography machine with 14 nanometers or even 10 nanometers process technology. Li Kongmin gritted his teeth and said, the one who should panic is the EUV Alliance. As the leading enterprise of Xingzhou Semiconductor, Waxing Group faces more pressure than other peers. This EUV Alliance has suppressed them for more than 10 years. If the EUV Alliance can be defeated, they can also vent their anger after holding it in for so many years. There is another consideration for the 30 days decided by He Xingzhou. Because 30 days later, it is also that day when the Joint Trade Organization will meet again. In the office of the Commander-in-Chief in Demgo, he and his subordinates were discussing this matter. At this meeting, the East must make concessions. The commander said, we have paid such a high price for the comprehensive cooperation plan, and there are strong voices of resistance both domestically and internationally. If we can't make them compromise, we won't be able to report to the emperor. The subordinate said, in the past few months, the semiconductor industry alone, as well as semiconductor-related smart products, automobiles, home appliances and other industries, have all shrunk in the East. Our analysts believe that they're already at the end of their strength. They probably can't hold on at this meeting. We will join forces with others to put pressure on them, and we will succeed. By the way, how is the research on mutant creatures going? The military reports that we lost several soldiers in the Pacific. He asked a subordinate. The subordinate quickly explained, that's because they handled their weapons improperly. The mutant creatures pose no threat, and we have sent experts to conduct research. Well, the commander was only slightly concerned. After all, these animals, no matter how mutated they are still just animals. At most, they have some impact on marine fisheries, which is insignificant compared to other things. 29 days later, in the Clock Country, the headquarters of the United Trade Organization. This is another permanent organization independent of the National United Organization, mainly used to solve trade issues. Today is the first meeting. Members such as White Eagle, Hans, Sakura, John, Maple Leaf, etc. once again sent representatives to gather together. Of course, this time there is also the Eastern Dragon. At the beginning of the meeting, the atmosphere was a little tense. All members knew that the recent situation was a little uneasy. Those members who did not have much say simply did not speak and waited for the big brothers to express their opinions. After a brief ceremony and discussion of small issues, they finally discussed the current issue. The dragon said, the so-called comprehensive cooperation agreement of some people recently is actually a small circle exclusion. It has a very bad impact on the cooperation between our members. We want to complain that you violated the regulations and formulated a list of products that harms the interests of our other members. It must be revoked. Seeing him say this, White Eagle and others directly denied it and said, all our actions are under the rules. If you say that the rules are violated, Shenlong should correct it. He accused Shenlong, if we want to truly cooperate fairly, unless you revise the economic regulations and fully open up the financial market. Otherwise, everything is off the table. Everyone knows that White Eagle's strength can control the world's finance. Fully liberalizing is like washing your neck and sticking it out. Shenlong certainly won't agree. White Eagle smiled confidently and said, "If you can do this one day, we will consider selling high-end chips and other high-tech products." He can't do it, but Xingzhou can handle it. Hans, John, Sakura and other members also expressed their White Eagle is right. If you can do it, we will consider it. Otherwise, the technology on the list will never reach the East. They thought Xingzhou would panic and make concessions, but Xingzhou's attitude was extremely tough. He said, "We will never agree to these conditions. If you continue to violate the regulations, we will take action. We will discuss this issue tomorrow afternoon. I hope everyone can make changes." The first day of the meeting did not reach any results. They are pretending to be tough. White Eagle and others were still communicating privately. Yes, they have no trump cards anymore. We must continue to insist tomorrow. Very good. White Eagle nodded and said, "Our conditions remain unchanged. Let's see what other means they have." At this time, everyone was full of confidence. Before coming, they had all judged that Xingzhou had used all kinds of means. Just a high-end chip could lock this Eastern Dragon. The next day, Xingzhou, Magic City. It is now 2 o'clock in the afternoon in Beijing time. The time here is 6 hours ahead of the clock country, so the people who were meeting in the clock country are still resting at this time. In Shanghai, He Xingzhou has arrived at the wafer factory that has been completed. This will be the first production base for high-end chips in China. The media reporters got the news that something big was going to happen today, so they rushed to the scene early. The area prepared for the workers was full. There were no ordinary visitors today, and all the visitors were famous entrepreneurs in China. Some careful people have already discovered the clues. The president of Huawei Group, the president of Waxing Group, the president of First Automobile Group, the president of Shanghai Automobile Group, the president of BYD Group, the president of Damai Technology, the president of Ailton Semiconductor Group, the president of Longsing Technology Group. They are all presidents of the semiconductor industry and the smart product industry. Today, He Xingzhou's press conference has gathered the leading leaders of the entire Shenzhou semiconductor and smart product industry. The reporter of Science and Technology Daily joked in the real-time report. The market value of the companies participating in the conference alone is more than 1 trillion. If they move, they will have the power to change the times. There are also foreign media reporting on this matter. Enterprises in the semiconductor industry and smart product industry in the East are gathering in Shanghai today. Something big is about to happen. Today, all programs of the national television station and all local television stations were suspended. The only content broadcast was He Xingzhou's live broadcast in Shanghai. What are they going to do? Clock Country, Bin, who was about to hold a meeting, and others were also paying attention to this matter. He Xingzhou is now their #1 focus. Once he is going to do something publicly, the whole world will pay attention. At this time, in the TV and network live broadcast room, He Xingzhou was accepting an exclusive interview with Shen Bingbing. Shen Bingbing wore a light blue suit, with long curly hair and delicate makeup. She changed her previous sweet style of a girl next door and became a dignified and elegant host. She asked, "Mr. He Xingzhou, your presentation today can be said to have attracted national attention. Everyone is curious about what results you and your team have achieved, and what you are going to show us today." He Xing, looking at the camera, he said, "Dear audience. As everyone knows, in the past few decades, our country has always had a heart disease, which is the core disease. We lack high-end chips, and all high-end devices such as computers, smartphones, smartwatches, smart home appliances, electromagnetic floating vehicles, etc. have been seriously affected. Especially in the recent period of chip shortage, a large number of companies have closed down or struggled to survive. We have to use high-end products from abroad. And today, the technological achievements I want to introduce will completely rewrite this situation and cure this core disease that has troubled us for decades. Some people say that the pace is too slow. In fact, this article has a complete technology tree, advancing all the way from materials, design, manufacturing, and basic physics. As for the Z-line, it will also be launched soon, because the lithography machine is the pinnacle of human current science and technology, equivalent to a landmark technology product. Only after being able to manufacture lithography machines can we have the ability to develop future science and technology. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novel, as there you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96, Chapter 106, Chapter 107, The Pinnacle of Creation, Lunson. Chips. Chips are being released today. The audience was excited when the topic was mentioned. They have been watching a lot of news these days. Even a passerby who has no idea what a chip is knows that Xingzhou was having a hard time due to the lack of high-end chips. It's not just chips, right? At least there should be a photolithography machine. Could it be that He Xingzhou and his team have developed a high-end photolithography machine this time? No way. To solve this problem, we can only manufacture chips with a 10-nanometer process, and we have to mass-produce them. Can we do it? The members of the EUV Alliance had a video conference today, which was specially held for the Joint Trade Conference. President Foster has received clear instructions from the bosses to achieve some special results in today's meeting. Everyone was originally discussing the plan, and suddenly there was news that He Xingzhou was going to introduce chip technology, and the members were all paying attention. Foster said, everyone should know that Dongfang is holding a press conference now, saying that this is to showcase the results of chip technology. The purpose should be the same as ours, and it is also for the trade conference in the watch country this afternoon. They may have made a breakthrough in chips and lithography machines. The representative of chip giant Qualcomm said directly, not long ago, Xingzhou could only make chips with a 23-nanometer process in the laboratory, and it could not be mass-produced. This time, at most, it can mass-produce chips beyond the 20-nanometer process. It won't have much impact on us in high-end chips. Let's see, maybe they can give us a surprise. Foster said in a joking tone, and he didn't think much of it. Yes. ASML representative Hammer said, they spent $120 million to buy deep ultraviolet lithography machines from us before, and wanted to develop chips within the 20-nanometer process. Unfortunately, our production line was burned and we have not been able to deliver it so far. It's a pity. After he finished speaking, everyone laughed tacitly. It was a coincidence that such an important thing as the lithography production line caught fire accidentally. Let's see, maybe they can give us a surprise. Foster said jokingly, and he didn't think much of it. In front of the live camera, He Xingzhou was still talking to Shen Bingbing. Shen Bingbing asked, then Mr. He Xingzhou, let me make a small guess, have we made a breakthrough in photolithography technology today? He Xingzhou nodded and said, yes. Shen Bingbing had also done her homework on the show and had some knowledge of photolithography. She asked curiously, so what level of photolithography technology did we break through today? Is it the latest deep ultraviolet photolithography machine? Deep ultraviolet photolithography machines can already meet the manufacturing needs of high-end chips. Currently, only 3 countries in the world can manufacture them. Her curiosity was also that curiosity of the audience across the country. It must be a deep ultraviolet lithography machine. Xiaodong said to Li Kongmin, the president of Waxing Group, who was standing beside him. His tone was a little excited. If there is a deep ultraviolet lithography machine, our high-end products can resume production. Li Kongming was even more expectant and said, if it is a deep ultraviolet lithography machine, our Xingzhou semiconductor industry will directly squeeze into the top 3 in the world. The future is bright. Ha! There is another good show to watch today. The president of BYD Automotive Group laughed. Their electromagnetic floating car has been out of production for 2 months. The unmanned driving and intelligent transportation functions of the electromagnetic floating car must be performed by high-end chips. If there is really one, our company's computers will directly use domestic chips in the future, said the president of Xingzhou Computer. They were still looking forward to the deep ultraviolet lithography machine. As soon as He Xingzhou opened his mouth, he shocked the audience. He only heard him say slowly, it's not a deep ultraviolet lithography machine, but an extreme ultraviolet lithography machine, which is the most advanced EUV lithography machine in the world. Extreme ultraviolet lithography machine. Originally, Xiaodong, the president of Huawei, was still looking forward to the future with Li Kongmin, the president of Waxing Group. After hearing what He Xingzhou said, the two stood up from their seats. They are all presidents of giant groups, managing thousands of employees, handling tens of billions of projects, and experiencing many ups and downs. Logically, they should not be so impulsive. But the moment they heard He Xingzhou's words, they couldn't help but control their bodies. Extreme ultraviolet lithography machine. Really? Xiaodong's voice was trembling. If it was true, then their company would rise again and go to the world. We have an extreme ultraviolet lithography machine. Li Kongming even wanted to shout. However, He Xingzhou's next sentence directly made the whole audience boil. He said, "This time we have successfully developed the extreme ultraviolet lithography machine. It is the most advanced lithography machine in the world. It can already produce high-end chips with a 3-nanometer process in mass production. At present, there is only one in the world." When he finished speaking, He Xingzhou and others who were sitting originally also stood up, their faces full of disbelief. 3-nanometer process. What crazy talk is he talking about? A small representative Hyundai, who was watching the live broadcast on the internet, cursed directly, "We haven't done it yet, they can't do it." Is this He Xingzhou performing a talk show? If he said there is a deep ultraviolet lithography machine, I might still believe it. The representative of Intel said, but the extreme ultraviolet lithography machine is still a 3-nanometer process technology, which is absolutely impossible. They are deceiving God. The representative of AMD said affirmatively, "Are they really not afraid of going to hell?" President Foster was a little worried at first, but after hearing what He Xingzhou said, he directly asserted, 3 nanometers is simply nonsense. Our EUV alliance has united all the most advanced semiconductor companies in the world. Our technologies are combined, and we have not yet achieved a mature 3-nanometer process extreme ultraviolet lithography machine. Orientals, why? The sense of superiority in his tone was not concealed at all. Foster was a white supremacist. He always believed that they were the smartest race in the world. When the audience saw He Xingzhou's program, some knowledgeable people also discussed, "Fuck, is it true? If it is true, our semiconductor industry in China will take off. Hurry up and buy a wave of funds and stocks. Do you believe that it will rise to the limit today? I don't understand it very well. Is this thing amazing? What do you mean by amazing? If it is true, from now on, China's high-end industries, electronics-related industries, and semiconductor-related industries will also pass the world without having to look at foreign countries' faces." News media are also forwarding this news. Domestic news media are publishing articles, and foreign media have begun to question it in real time. A reporter from the New York Times wrote directly, "The Orientals claim to have developed an extreme ultraviolet lithography machine, all based on imagination." The underworld media BC also published an article, saying that this is just a farce. Within 10 years, it is impossible for the East to master the technology of extreme ultraviolet lithography machines. In the news broadcast room, Shin Bingbing covered her lips slightly and exclaimed, "Can this world's most advanced extreme ultraviolet lithography machine be shown to everyone?" Of course. He Xingzhou looked at the camera and said, "I think many people are questioning this matter now. It's useless to just talk. The place we are in today is the wafer factory located in the Magic City, which is also that factory that manufactures chips. Our extreme ultraviolet lithography machine is called Lunson. At this moment, it has been fully installed and can start production. Next, all audience friends, please witness the moment when Lunson was born together." He Xingzhou stood up, and the camera followed him all the way to the display area. At this time, the staff had let the media reporters in. In addition to a large number of domestic media, there were also a lot of foreign media. He Xingzhou explained as he walked, "The lithography area requires absolute dust-free and absolute safety, so we can't get close to the lithography machine today, but we can appreciate its grace through the camera screen." On the screen, a huge guy appeared. Its volume added up to the size of 20 trucks. The size of this huge machine alone is shocking. What is even more amazing is its details. Such a grand machine, every detail is exquisite to the extreme. The smooth alloy shell, the interlaced pipes, various small structures, the complex structure room, the engraving area, and so on. Just by watching the introduction video, everyone felt a sense of awe. This is the masterpiece of the pinnacle industry of human civilization, the photolithography machine. More than 100,000 parts, bringing together tens of thousands of manufacturers to produce various parts. It can paint at the nanoscale, injecting soul into modern technology. The introduction was also being made nearby, and the live broadcast room was already boiling. 666. Too exquisite. I didn't know what industrial beauty was before, but today I know. I cried. We made this ourselves. Aber. Is this the photolithography machine? It looks very powerful, like it. At the scene, Xiaodong, Li Kongmin, Xinjun and others were also admiring this scene, and there seemed to be a flame burning in their hearts. At this moment, they wanted to shout, but it was not time yet. Because they wanted to see the moment when the chip was actually made. The members of the UV Alliance were silent at this time. The moment they saw the appearance of the lithography machine, they suddenly felt a little guilty. What if it's true? Foster and others didn't dare to think about it anymore, the ending was too terrible. Lithography machine, they really have a lithography machine. In Ping's office, the commander saw this scene and slammed his hand on the table. He cursed. If they really made a 3-nanometer chip today, those who did intelligence should be shot. The lithography machine is not a gun or a nuclear bomb, but it is more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. Some scientists have said that the difficulty of developing a lithography machine is higher than that of developing a hydrogen bomb. Because there is more than one country that has a hydrogen bomb, but there is only one country in the world that has an extreme ultraviolet lithography machine, and it took the strength of many countries to manufacture it. This is a super technology that can change the entire world pattern. After a brief introduction, He Xingzhou was about to start the trial operation of the lithography machine. He said, "Chip design, wafer production, these processes may take several months or even years. Today, for that convenience of demonstration, we will directly use the manufactured wafers for chip engraving. In order to prove our lithography technology, we have also specially invited foreign reporters and expert friends. After we make the chips, you can use the equipment here to test them yourself." After He Xingzhou finished speaking, the staff began to prepare. A wafer was placed in the lithography machine, and according to its size, a Lunson chip was made. At least 400 chips can be engraved from this wafer. He Xingzhou continued to introduce. It takes at least 5,000 processes to actually make a chip. Today we will show the last engraving process. Next, the lithography machine will engrave more than 7 billion transistors on a small wafer. Everyone wait and see. After speaking, the staff began to operate. Of course, it is impossible for the audience to enter the lithography machine to see it. They can only watch it through computer simulation and partial monitoring images. What is being played now is the process we have completed before. The first step is ingot production. On the screen, a pile of sand was oxidized and purified to obtain high-purity silicon. These high-purity cylinder. Step 2, wafer cutting. The cylinder was smoothed and cut into thin slices less than 1 micron. Step 3, wafer grinding. Continue to thin the wafer and polish it. Step 4, apply photoresist. Step 5, exposure. Use optical elements to project the mask pattern onto the wafer. Everyone saw that the electronic root pattern of the chip had appeared on the thin wafer. Step 6, development. Dissolve the exposed area. Step 7, etching. This is when the photolithography machine comes into play. Under the simulation of computer technology, the audience saw that the extreme ultraviolet light kept etching on the chip, and the speed was slowed down by 10,000 times, which was difficult for the human eye to recognize. The 8th step is coating. The 9th step is metal filling. The 10th step is polishing. He Xingzhou said this and added, "The 10 steps I just mentioned are just a process, and this process must be repeated, which is equivalent to superposition layer by layer. If we are all microscopic creatures, you feel like building a skyscraper on flat ground. The process just now is just to lay that foundation and build the first floor. The next step is to continue to build high-rise buildings and complete the etching of 7 billion transistors. Soon, our chips will be packaged." On the screen, the 3D structure of the chip is displayed simultaneously. Building the skyscraper on the nanoscale. Seeing this scene, even the audience who don't understand chips and lithography machines have only one thought in their minds: awesome. The skyscraper was carved layer by layer, and everyone waited for a moment, and the first chip was already packaged. He Xingzhou announced to the world. At this moment, I announce that the world's first 3-nanometer process Lunson chip has been born. Thanks to the book friends such as Code Little Lily, Cute Dolphin, Yoon Tang, etc. for their rewards. Chapter 97, Chapter 108, Chapter 109. A UV Alliance disbanded on the spot. Subscribe for extra updates. X2, looking at the chip in the camera, which was less than the size of a fingernail, a sense of pride surged in everyone's heart. At this time, several foreign experts came out of the testing area. After packaging, they also participated in the testing. Foreign reporters hurried forward to ask, "Professor Akai, what are the results of the chip test?" "Mr. Oil, is what He Xingzhou said true or false?" Reporters noticed that the expressions on the faces of these professors and scholars were not good. Among them, Royal, an expert in the field of semiconductors, said with difficulty, "After testing, it is indeed a chip with a 3-nanometer process, and the performance is good." Other foreign scholars also fell silent, and no one expressed opposition. You know, at the beginning, many of them expressed doubts. Hearing this news, foreign reporters were dumbfounded. They had received instructions before that if there was any problem with this chip, they would magnify it 100 times to report it. But now, they didn't find a problem. A reporter from Kangaroo Country did not give up and asked, "Are you really testing the Lunson chip? Is it possible that it is another chip?" His question was a leading question, but a reporter from China said to him with contempt, "At present, we are the only one in the world that can make 3-nanometer chips. Whose chips do you think it will be?" This? The reporter from Kangaroo Country was stunned. It seemed to be like this. Then, these foreign reporters were silent collectively, and some even directly cut off the live broadcast and photography. They did not plan to report this to the country. The reporters from China at the scene were collectively excited and reported frantically, "My country has developed the world's most advanced extreme ultraviolet lithography machine and produced the world's first 3-nanometer processed chip." Hello, everyone, I'm a reporter from Phoenix News. I'm now at He Xingzhou's press conference in Shanghai. We have just learned an exciting news. The world's first 3-nanometer high-end chip was born, and my country broke the world's chip blockade. Lunson was born. Penbo News is broadcasting live for you. At the scene, seeing the chip in He Xingzhou's hand, the invited entrepreneurs cheered. Xiaodong and Tianjun hugged each other, and the two old men shouted like teenagers, "We have our own high-end chips, so great." They had forgotten at this time that they had quarreled with each other at the press conference not long ago. Li Kongming hugged Fu Khan, one of the leaders of the research team, tightly, and said excitedly, "Old Fu, sending you out this time is the wisest choice I have ever made in Waxing Group. It's all worth it." There are also those researchers involved in the research and development. They come from all corners of the country, various units, enterprises, and research institutes. At this moment, they are all cheering. Someone shouted to the sky, and the Yanga that had been suppressed for decades could finally be vented today. People were also celebrating in front of the TV and the internet. Kim University sent a congratulatory message. Jinqing University sent a congratulatory message. Shanqing Vocational and Technical College sent a congratulatory message. I want to say, He Xingzhou, you are so great, thank you. Ha ha ha, I can finally use domestically produced high-end smart electronic products, at Arty, build them all for me. I'm so happy today, shouting Lunson is awesome, and everyone will get 100 red packets. The live broadcast room was instantly filled with the barrage of Lunson is awesome, but the so-called Brother Long was nowhere to be found. He Xingzhou still held the Lunson, and wherever he went, there was cheering and applause. Seeing this scene, all the members of the EUV alliance looked like they had eaten shit, and their uncomfortable expressions were visible to the naked eye. Is the verification true? A semiconductor manufacturer asked unwillingly. The representative of Intel said in a deep voice, "Among the experts sent for verification, there are people, it's true." How could this be? ASML's representative Hammer was going crazy. How did they do it? Why were they able to build a new generation of extreme ultraviolet lithography machines before this? In the past, ASML was the only company in the world that could build extreme ultraviolet lithography machines, and now, in the same situation, it is not. And the extreme ultraviolet lithography machine made by He Xingzhou is more advanced than theirs. His proud sense of superiority was completely shattered. He even began to doubt his life. "Gentlemen, our blockade has failed," said the representative of IBM, the world's semiconductor and chip industry. "The highest flag is now being raised in the East. All our members will be affected. AMD, Qualcomm, Broadcom, etc." These international giants began to think about the future in their irritability. President Foster's eyes were straight, and he didn't know what to say. At this time, a call came in. It was the call of the White Eagle commander. He cursed. "Foster, look at your results. The East has made lithography machines and chips. We're about to suffer heavy losses. Now it's not us who force them to make concessions, but they will show off to us later. You have to bear the responsibility that cannot be shirked." "Commander, me." Foster wanted to explain, but the White Eagle commander hung up the phone directly. Foster just felt a blockage in his heart. But the impact of the breakthrough of Lunson has just begun. The representative of Qualcomm couldn't sit still any longer. He shouted, "Since we have failed in the blockade, what's the point of discussing here? Soon, they will produce all kinds of high-end chips. Before, these were our markets, and our company lost tens of billions of dollars in revenue every year. The representative of Intel also said, yes, our high-end chips should be opened in the Eastern market. Otherwise, we will be digging our own graves. When something like Lunson occupies the market, it will be too late. I agree. This agreement is totally unscientific. Representatives from AMD, IBM, Nvidia and other companies shouted. More and more representatives protested, saying, the agreement must be modified. We cannot face such losses. Even Asmalsheimer spoke up, saying, we demand to sell lithography machines to the East. Foster stammered, don't be impulsive. We can still discuss new plans. What a bullshit new plan. If it doesn't work, we will withdraw from the EUV alliance. The representative of Qualcomm shouted. This EUV alliance can only harm our interests. We might as well not stay. When the others heard it, they followed suit. You guys. Thinking of this terrible consequence, Foster fainted in a video conference without a breath. The representatives saw this scene, but no one cared. Even if this old man died, it would not be their business. They only wanted to consider their own interests now. The EUV alliance is dead in name only. It's better to disband it on the spot. Someone whispered. The whole of Xingzhou is celebrating the breakthrough of the extreme ultraviolet lithography machine and chip of Lunson. At the gate of the residential area where He Xingzhou lived, the cars of the leaders and the cars of the community blocked the place. Some people presented banners to celebrate. Beijing University of Science and Technology specially pulled out a red banner on the campus, which read, "Specially congratulate our student He Xingzhou and his team for jointly conquering the technology of extreme ultraviolet lithography machine. He Xingzhou will go down in history." Seeing this scene, the teachers were a little envious and proud. The school committee has just passed a decision to erect a statue for He Xingzhou in the school. You know, even the big guys who have been selected as academicians of the Academy of Sciences will definitely get such an honor. The students are even more incredible. Some people went directly to the dormitory where He Xingzhou used to stay to punch in. God of learning bless me, let me not fail this year. I came to visit, is this the dormitory where senior He Xingzhou used to stay? To be honest, He Xingzhou and I are roommates. We have a close relationship. Feng Tao is bragging to a group of younger students, attracting the envy and admiration of the younger students. Senior, can you whack me as a contract? I have a question. And at the trade organization conference held in Windmill Country. Today, White Eagle, Sakura, Hans, John, etc. all fell silent. Just yesterday, they were still aggressive, demanding that Shenlong fully open up the financial market and amend various laws, but now, these people are pretending to be dumb and not saying a word. Shenlong saw this and said, there is a piece of news, I believe everyone knows it. His tone was extremely proud. Just today, our Xingzhou has broken through the world's most advanced extreme ultraviolet lithography technology and produced a 3-nanometer processed chip. Congratulations, congratulations. Shenlong's younger brothers congratulated him, but others were still pretending to be dumb. So, Shenlong said, in semiconductors, chips and related industries, I suggest that we still cooperate for mutual benefit and not form any small circles. In addition, I hope everyone can be more friendly to our Dongfang and change all your unruly regulations. I advise everyone to be more conscious. Everyone was very upset. Shenlong meant that if you are not conscious, I will help you be conscious. But now they are inferior to others and have no right to refute. They all looked at Bayan. Now they could not bear the pressure. Bayan coughed twice and said, we will discuss this later. He also knew that the partners of comprehensive cooperation had cracks. Shenlong continued to speak, although we are discussing trade issues today, I have to raise one thing. In the field of life science and technology, we should also pay attention to and cooperate. I am not exaggerating. The problems of marine pollution and mutant organisms have reached an unmanageable level. In a few years, it will affect our lives and safety. Bayan spoke directly, today is not an environmental protection conference, so we will not discuss this issue. Shenlong saw this and knew that they were unwilling to mention this issue, so he had to give up. The trade conference ended successfully. Of course, it was a successful ending for Shenlong, and he gained many benefits. As for Bayan and others, they all regretted participating in this conference. In China, the news of chip breakthroughs has fully encouraged the market. The stock prices of all domestic semiconductor, upstream and downstream, smart products, and electronic technology-related listed companies are rising. Foreign capital saw this and also invested money. The Lumson team announced that they will quickly replicate the Lumson extreme ultraviolet lithography machine and expand production capacity at the fastest speed. Huawei, Waxing Group and others also announced that they have already booked Lumson chips and will open up the high-end product market. It can be said that the breakthrough of the extreme ultraviolet lithography machine has greatly increased the national strength of China, and the means by which foreign countries can restrict it are getting fewer and fewer. He Xingzhou had a rare few days of rest, and he was also very tired these days. He wanted to go out for a walk, but he is a celebrity now, and no matter where he goes, he will attract attention, and even directly cause street congestion. There are also various official units, enterprises, research institutes, and universities that invited him to attend. He Xingzhou could only choose to stay at home and rest for a few days. Brother, now they are all guessing that I am your relative. In the video call, He Xingzhou was sitting in the dormitory, wearing a cute cartoon t-shirt, introducing herself to He Xingzhou. At this time, there was no one in her dormitory, otherwise if people saw her chatting with He Xingzhou via video, I'm afraid that He Xingzhou's dormitory would be blocked by fans who came to admire her that day. You'd better not make it public. He Xingzhou said, otherwise, you can't finish your university studies quietly. Yeah. He Xingzhou smiled, when they know about it in the future, they will be shocked. By the way, my roommate said when she watched your live broadcast that she would marry you. Brother, do you want me to introduce you to my roommates and classmates? There are also beautiful women. Chief Engineer He, how can he have time? This is the voice of Zhu Zilan, who is also in He Xingzhou's residence, and this is the duty of a personal secretary and bodyguard. He, I forgot that Sister Zilan is still thinking about my brother. He Xingzhou laughed. Don't talk nonsense. Zhu Zilan blushed and spat. He Xingzhou glanced at Zhu Zilan. At this time, she was wearing loose home clothes, sitting on the sofa with her long legs crossed. She pretended to be working, but in fact she was always secretly glancing at him. Could it be that she has fallen in love with me? He Xingzhou thought to himself. As the saying goes, love grows over time, not to mention that there is a beautiful woman with outstanding ability and appearance around him. Brother, Sister Zilan is so beautiful, why don't you hurry up and get started? He Xingzhou was still fanning the flames. Isn't this the wife given to you by the country? Her. What you said makes some sense. He Xingzhou laughed. Zhu Zilan didn't say anything, pretending not to hear, but she was a little happy in her heart. The two are joking, and Zhu Zilan suddenly sat up straight, frowned slightly, and whispered, Chief Engineer He, something happened. Seeing her so serious, He Xingzhou knew it was not a trivial matter. He said to He Xingzhou, I'm working. Let's talk next time. Yeah. He Xingzhou turned off the call obediently. He Xingzhou looked at Zhu Zilan and asked, what happened? It's the news from the ocean monitoring station. Zhu Zilan handed the smart glasses to He Xingzhou, and the video data was directly transmitted to his lenses. I finished adding more, so I made a decision that went against my own will. I changed the monthly ticket to 200 monthly tickets for one more update. Go. Chapter 98 Chapter 110 Chapter 111 The Anomaly Under the Ocean. Subscribe for more updates. X2 This is real-time data. Zhu Zilan explained again. The smart glasses have switched to VR mode, and He Xingzhou seemed to have arrived at the scene. Master, this is the E-457 ocean monitoring station located in the Pacific Ocean. Lumi's voice sounded in He Xingzhou's ears. Wherever He Xingzhou saw, there was a piece of black sea water. This is the junction of the Sakura Sea, the Pacific Ocean and the Xingzhou Sea. Because it is a deep-sea area, there is no extra sunlight reflection, so the seawater looks dark. After the Chuanhua plan was launched, Chuanhua executives built ocean monitoring stations in the seas of the world. The ocean monitoring station at this coordinate is an extremely important one, because it monitors the junction of the Sakura Sea and the Xingzhou Sea. He Xingzhou's vision switched to the sea surface, and he saw a scene that shocked him. Under the sea surface, dense marine life is migrating. This is a group of mutant creatures, most of which are some kind of mutant fish. They are huge in size, at least the size of a calf on average. Those with low mutations still retain the characteristics of most fish. The ones with a high degree of mutation have become unrecognizable monsters. Some have sharp claws that marine creatures don't need, some have human-like heads, and some have multiple heads or other organs. There are probably tens of thousands of these mutant creatures. Logically, they should fight each other. But their actions are now orderly and tacitly like robots. Some ordinary marine creatures hide away in fear when they see them. A group of sharks tried to approach the edge of the fish school to hunt, but as soon as they approached, they were struck by a high-voltage current. The monitoring equipment captured a mutant creature like an electric eel, which hid in the migrating group to escort. He Xingzhou's breathing became heavy. At this time, the monitoring station had begun to launch more underwater detectors. One of the underwater detectors swam to the front of the migrating team. It captured a scene that made He Xingzhou clench his fists. At the front of the team was a creature that He Xingzhou had never seen before. From the perspective of its body shape, it looks like a giant Pacific octopus, with a body length of more than 20 meters, which is larger than the largest giant octopus on the world record. Ordinary octopuses are reddish, but this giant mutant octopus has a skin color as black as ink. In other words, its body surface is covered with a layer of colored, which may have some biological functions. Its head is huge. As a mollusk, its head should change shape with the flow of water. But the image of the detector shows that the shape of its head remains stable. It can be seen at a glance that it has grown a skull. It has a stable brain structure. The most terrifying thing is that it actually found the detector. He Xingzhou saw that its pair of white pupils stared at the detector, and a tentacle grabbed it and rolled it into pieces. Not only that, He Xingzhou immediately saw that the mutant creatures began to attack this ocean monitoring station. Under their collision, biting and attack, this floating ocean monitoring station was completely destroyed in less than 3 minutes. The video screen was also interrupted, and before the interruption, all the information of the monitoring station was sent back. These monsters are attacking with precision and with a purpose. Zhuzilan's pretty face turned pale. The immersive VR made her feel particularly real. Especially the scene of the overwhelming mutant monsters attacking the monitoring station from the ocean, which made her hair stand on end and caused small bumps on her skin. Yes, that octopus monster has a very high intelligence. He Xingzhou took a deep breath and analyzed. What worries me most is that these mutant creatures actually listen to its command. They seem to be taking some kind of action. As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the Chuan executive chat group started a video conference. Did everyone see what happened just now? Qin Peng said to everyone with a serious face. I see. Song Jinghong said in a deep voice, the evolution level of this group of mutant creatures is already very high, and their leader seems to have reached the Z standard we have recognized. Kong King worriedly said, they actually took the initiative to destroy our monitoring station. Their intelligence is no less than that of humans. He Hongwei said, this is not the first time we have photographed the migration of mutant marine creatures, but this time is the most. Kui women. Are these guys transferred from the waters of the Sakura Sea? Wouldn't the Sakura Sea be flooded? There is really no news at all. Lu Mei said. The Sakura side has not announced the situation. They now insist that there is no marine pollution and no mutant creatures. But a few days ago, they have secretly banned fishermen from going to the waters of F Island to fish. Qin Peng asked. I would like to ask a few experts, how did this situation come about, and how should we deal with it? The ships of the Marine Force are ready and on standby at any time. Kong King said. Of course, send a ship over immediately to continue tracking them, monitoring them, and see where they migrate. If they come to our waters, things will be troublesome. Qin Peng. Okay, I'll have someone send a ship over right away. Lay off a few more torpedoes and blow them up first. Song Jinghong said. Logically speaking, mutant creatures won't come to the Shenzhou waters so soon. Kong King also said. Yes, according to our speculative model. The nuclear wastewater from F Island will follow the warm ocean currents and first go to the Maple Leaf and White Eagle waters. After encountering the obstruction of the American continental plate, it will flow back along the Pacific Ocean. It will take at least 8 to 10 years for the ocean currents to reach our coast. He Xingzhou also spoke. He said, the ZEG is not nuclear wastewater and will not necessarily spread with the ocean currents. Just like land creatures have their own territories, once the number of mutant creatures in the Sakura Sea increases, they will naturally spread to the surrounding waters. This migration should be for this reason. Song Jinghong said. He Xingzhou's word hit the nail on the head, I think so too. He Hongwei said in horror. According to this statement, wouldn't our preparation time be reduced by a few years? And our southeastern waters are too close to the Sakura Sea. Especially the Magic City, which is almost the nearest big city. If the Z lands in advance, the Magic City will be the first to suffer. Qin Peng pointed out. In addition to the Magic City, the Ryukyu Island is also very close to the Cherry Blossom Sea, and it will inevitably encounter danger. He Xingzhou said. It is entirely possible. So our plan must be changed, advanced and accelerated. What should we do? Kui women asked. They need to listen to the opinions of experts on these matters. Song Jinghong said first. Send ships to capture and hunt them, reduce their number to a certain extent, and also obtain research samples. The leader of the migration team, I guess it is a real Zeg. They are now compiling the Zeg biological dictionary. The samples in the research institute are not real Zeg, but advanced mutants. According to their speculation, those who have intelligence no less than that of humans and can command other mutants are considered real Zeg. As for the higher divisions between Zeg, they have not figured it out yet. Kong King said. Since they are migrating and have advanced intelligence, they must have a migration destination. We should be able to get some information there. Two commanders, we must find out where their migration destination is. Qin Pen said. Okay, I will ask the fleet to study this matter. He Xingzhou said. To figure out these things, we need to build a comprehensive observation system. We can't take care of the oceans of the world, but we must be able to grasp the movements of the Zeg in our own waters. So continue to build ocean monitoring stations and maritime military bases. Qin Pen praised. We should do this. He Xingzhou added. In addition to the ocean, there is also global space observation. We cannot observe the waters of other regions at any time. Some other countries do not cooperate, and those who cooperate may not have the ability to observe. So establish a space observation network to observe the situation of the whole world in real time. Space cannot observe the situation in the ocean, but it can observe the situation on land. It is only a matter of time before these Zed land. He Hongwei asked. Is this network also equivalent to a military network? He Xingzhou affirmed. Yes. It must have this function. Because it takes time to build a global space network, He Xingzhou has to bring it up now. Ocean observation is not difficult, and they can do it now. What else? Qin Pen asked. And to build a super military system. He Xingzhou said, this is also in my plan. We have to conquer quantum computer technology and build a military system with the highest intelligence. Everyone, I also plan to start implementing the plan for the Great Wall of Steel. Is it finally going to start? Lu Mei asked, are we going to announce the Chuan plan to the world? Kui women said in embarrassment. Our resource reserves are not yet complete. At best, we are ready to there are less than 2 years left, and the Chuan project requires too many resources. With the current international situation, once we announce it, these resources will definitely not be available for purchase. He Xingzhou said. How long will it take? Kui women said. At the fastest, it will take a year to meet basic needs. I have a way. He Xingzhou said, the core of the Great Wall of Steel is a super high-speed rail that runs through the coastline. We can announce that we will first develop and build this super high-speed rail, leaving space for design and manufacturing. When the time is right, we will directly expand it into the Great Wall of Steel with the super high-speed rail as the core. Kui women immediately agreed. This idea is feasible. If we build a super high-speed rail, other countries in the world will not be able to restrict us too much. While they were discussing, Xingzhou's fleet had already set out to track and detect the target sea area. This move immediately attracted the attention of neighboring countries. What are they doing? Pay attention to their movements. It's just an ocean survey ship, there shouldn't be any problem. In any case, keep observing. The eyes around are also paying attention to this place. At this moment, in Maple Leaf Country, somewhere in the sea, the International Ocean Research Organization jointly established by White Eagle and others is also conducting an investigation. Just 1 day ago, someone reported that a fishing boat was wrecked here, suspected to be attacked by mutant creatures. A sea party is being held on the luxurious survey ship. A group of shirtless young men, and bikini-clad sexy beauties in swimsuits are enjoying the sun on the research ship. They are playing songs, dancing, drinking champagne, and some are swimming in the sea, having a blast. On the other side of the research ship, a group of real investigators are watching this scene helplessly. A bunch of young men and women. They are not here to investigate, but to have fun. Are they carrying out a scientific research mission? A marine biologist cursed in a low voice. Be careful not to be overheard by them. The companion reminded, these people are the descendants of those powerful people. They joined this investigation organization just to gild themselves. When the time comes, take a few photos and videos, and write our investigation results on their resumes, and they can smoothly enter those government offices. Oh, they can also hold a few charity dinners in the name of environmental protection organizations and do some black deals. So, we don't have to take it too seriously. Just find some research results and fool around. I don't care what they are dirty about. The marine biologist said angrily, but this investigation mission is completely different from the past. This mutant creature has begun to attack humans. According to our information, such a thing has also happened in the Sakura Sea. These mutant species will cause a global disaster. His words made everyone look at him. Dr. Barry, you're exaggerating. Everyone said. Dr. Barry, who was speaking, is a marine ecology expert and biologist, and is also the scholar who pays the most attention to mutant creatures among their group. I'm not exaggerating. Barry gritted his teeth and said, the work we do may be related to the future of mankind. If you all want to do it perfunctorily, you will all become sinners of mankind in the future. Everyone found it difficult to understand. Ha ha ha, Dr. Barry is angry. A young man also heard his words and laughed. Barry, you're advocating your set again. I think you are too nervous. Lina, give our doctor a bottle of champagne to relax him. He shouted, and a sexy beauty immediately stepped forward and helped Barry open a bottle of champagne. Get out. Barry pushed the champagne away directly, and he cursed. You will regret it one day. He locked himself in the cabin and silently studied the mutant biological samples he had obtained before. Outside the cabin, there was laughter again. It's just a stubborn old antique. Don't let him affect your mood. Let's continue. Thank you He Xingzhou for the reward. Chapter 99 Chapter 112 Chapter 113 Highlights of the planning map, for Ghost and Subscription Extra. In the cabin, Barry was dissecting a mutant corpse. This was not what they caught, but a mutant fish they bought from a fisherman before they came. It is said that when it was caught, it tore the net and injured people. The sailors shot dozens of bullet holes in it with a gun before killing it. What a pity, it would be great if there was a living sample. Barry thought. When he cut open its head with the cutter, he suddenly found that something seemed to be wriggling in the brain tissue. Parasite. Or a small marine organism. Barry carefully covered it with a glass bottle and loaded it. From the brain tissue, a milky white, long one with a big head crawled out. Looking closely, it had countless tiny hairs on its body. What kind of worm is this? As a marine biologist, Barry knew all kinds of marine organisms, but he had never seen this kind of worm. When the worm saw people, it immediately drilled into the brain tissue again. Barry was surprised to find that it could actually control the biological cells and impact the bottle cap. Could it be that it has been controlling the mutant fish, and it is related to the mutation of the fish? Barry quickly tightened the lid. He realized that he might have discovered the secret of this mutant creature. He didn't plan to tell anyone about this matter, because those people would not take it seriously at all, and might even take this discovery for themselves and turn it into their own research results. In Xingzhou, He Xingzhou had ended his vacation and returned to the Sentinel Research Institute. The first thing he did was to inform all members of the recent situation. In the conference hall of the Underground Research Institute, the members of the Sentinel Research Institute sat upright. He Xingzhou said, "Everyone, the current situation is worse than we originally predicted. The Zeg has actually begun to migrate and has come to our nearby sea area. There are extremely intelligent leaders among them, and their groups and forces are rapidly expanding under the sea. Within 2 or 3 years, they will pose a threat to the land." After reading the information, everyone was shocked. 2 or 3 years is actually very short. For example, He Xingzhou's chip research and development this time has already taken more than half a year. So we have to speed up. He Xingzhou announced loudly, "From today, I declare that from now on, the Great Wall of Steel project is officially launched. We will build an 18,000-kilometer-long steel wall along the coastline of China to protect the safety of China. In order to cooperate with the implementation of the Chuanwu project, we will not announce this plan for the time being, and claim to build a coastal super high-speed rail. It's finally going to start, Chief Engineer He. We have been preparing for more than a year." A senior engineer stood up. He is the second-level executor of the Chuanwu project and an academician at the National Academy of Engineering, He Xingzhou. "Yes, for more than a year, we have been exploring and measuring, and have obtained detailed data near the coastline." Zheng Jinwan, an engineer from the construction group, stood up. He had been in charge of the transformation of the magnetic road and also did preliminary preparations for the Great Wall of Steel. "It's time for us to show our skills. Some researchers have been looking forward to it for a long time." "Okay." He Xingzhou was very satisfied. Over the past year or so, the Sentinel Research Institute has indeed made a lot of preparations. He said, now I will plan the 5 major tasks that we must accomplish in a short period of time before announcing the Z disaster and the Chuan plan to the world. The first one. He looked at the biological research team, where academician Pan Yan and her team were sitting, as well as He Xingzhou's familiar junior Jing and his former senior Ru. It is to decipher the Z language, improve the Z biological dictionary. Academician Pan Yan will lead the team in charge. Pan Yan stood up and said, we will complete it before the plan is announced. The second one. He Xingzhou looked at Zhu Chengfeng and said, develop super high-speed rail, plan the construction plan of the Great Wall of Steel, and start construction as soon as possible. Academician Zhu Chengfeng and his team will be responsible for it. Guarantee to complete the task. Zhu Chengfeng shouted proudly. The third one. He Xingzhou said, develop quantum chips and quantum computers to create a super military system. This is the responsibility of academician Minjiri and his team from the Institute of Quantum Science. We will do our best. Minjiri promised. The fourth one is to build a global satellite network, so that it has the functions of network communication and global monitoring. He Xingzhou said, this is the responsibility of Comrade He Xingzhou and his team from the National Space Administration. Although He Xingzhou has a delicate name, he is a real man. He used to work in the Air Force and later transferred to the Space Administration and participated in many major projects. Guarantee to complete the task. He Xingzhou saluted. The fifth task. He Xingzhou looked at a familiar figure in the audience, his teacher at the University of Science and Technology, Professor Zhang Boyan. He Xingzhou said, that is to study nuclear energy and build multiple nuclear power plants along the Great Wall of Steel. This project will be led by my teacher, Professor Zhang Boyan. Okay, we will ensure the energy supply of the Great Wall of Steel. Zhang Boyan said seriously. He was also full of gratitude to He Xingzhou. He knew that with such a task, even with his position in the academic world, it would be difficult for him to become a leader. He Xingzhou gave him the task to give him full trust. After the 5 plans were announced, He Xingzhou said, 5 projects will be carried out at the same time. Everyone wishes success. Wishes success. Everyone shouted loudly. The entire Sentinel Tower Research Institute began to move, and comrades from other departments helped to contact personnel and collect resources to promote the project. And He Xingzhou himself was also thinking about how to reasonably advance the progress of the project. Among the 5 projects, the biological project and the nuclear power plant project do not require my concern for the time being. For the biological project, the team has made progress, and there is also information sharing with the team of academician Song Jinghuang. As for the nuclear power plant, Shenzhou already has the technology of nuclear fission nuclear power plant. The nuclear power plant is built to power the Great Wall of Steel and He Xingzhou's quantum optical brain. For the other 3 projects, quantum computers and military systems are not high priority. For the global monitoring network, let the space agency do the primary work first, design satellites and manufacture launch vehicles. With this analysis, the super high-speed rail is the most urgent project at present. Only when the super high-speed rail technology test is successful can the Great Wall of Steel begin to be manufactured. Fortunately, the research and development of the super high-speed rail already has a technical foundation. When He Xingzhou developed the electromagnetic floating car, he was ready for the super high-speed rail. The super high-speed rail is the use of vacuum steel pipes for railway transportation. The high-speed rail uses magnetic levitation technology to operate. In theory, it can reach a speed of 20,000 km per hour, which is 16 times the speed of sound at normal temperature and pressure. Once the super high-speed rail is opened, it will be able to fly from one end of the Great Wall of Steel to the other within an hour. He Xingzhou opened the technology tree of the quantum optical brain and searched for relevant information. The magnetic levitation motor technology needs to be upgraded to become a high-efficiency magnetic levitation motor, which requires 10,000 units of energy. He Xingzhou upgraded directly. The vacuum pipeline construction technology requires 50,000 units of energy to unlock. He Xingzhou unlocked another technology. The electromagnetic levitation mobile platform technology requires 100,000 units of energy. This must be unlocked. When the maglev train is flying at high speed, how do passengers or goods get on and off the train? He Xingzhou's idea is that the super high-speed rail cannot stop. Once it stops, getting on and off the train will waste a lot of unnecessary time. so it is necessary to design a mobile platform or a mobile cargo box. The front of the super high-speed rail keeps running. Before reaching a certain station, the passengers or goods at that station have already entered the temporary carriage. The temporary carriage accelerates and connects with the front of the super high-speed rail to achieve seamless getting on and off. This technology is very complicated, and the domestic high-speed rail research team has not figured it out yet. He Xingzhou directly used the energy accumulated in the past few months to unlock it. Finally, a linear traction technology is also needed. The speed of the super high-speed rail is not enough just relying on the magnetic levitation motor. It also needs a straight-line traction force in front to accelerate. This technology consumes 100,000 units of energy, which He Xingzhou unlocked at once. A large amount of information poured into his mind. He Xingzhou closed his eyes and tried to digest it. Outside the office, Zhu Zilan knocked on the door gently and walked in. Seeing He Xingzhou with his eyes closed, she felt a little distressed. He must be very distressed with so many things, right? A pair of slender fingers gently pressed on his head to help He Xingzhou do a head massage. He Xingzhou did not speak. When all the information was digested, he opened his eyes. Zhu Zilan whispered, "Academician He Xingzhou just sent the route map, as well as detailed planning drawings." These things could have been transmitted directly through artificial intelligence, but Zhu Zilan specially printed a paper backup for He Xingzhou's convenience so that he could easily check it. He Xingzhou picked up the drawing to check it. He couldn't help laughing after just one glance. "What's wrong?" Zhu Zilan looked at him puzzledly and asked, "Is there a problem with the drawing?" "No problem." He Xingzhou said with a smile, "The design is very good, but I thought of something very funny." "What is it?" She became even more curious. He Xingzhou picked up the blueprint, pointed to a section of the end of the Great Steel Wall, and said in a teasing tone, "What do you think those people will think if we release this section?" Zhu Zilan opened her eyes wide and looked at the blueprint carefully. The part pointed out by He Xingzhou was the second half of the Great Steel Wall. There was a dotted line in it. The starting point at one end was Rongqing, and the dotted line crossed the sea, while the end point of the other end was Yizhou Island. That is, the precious land in the sea area of Xingzhou. Because of historical reasons, some people in Yizhou are still a little dissatisfied with the mainland of Xingzhou. Is the Great Steel Wall going to be built all the way to Yizhou? And it has to cross the sea? Zhu Zilan asked. Of course. He Xingzhou's tone was a matter of course. He said, Yizhou was originally the territory of our Xingzhou. Besides, even if we defend our side, if Yizhou is attacked by the Zerg, they are definitely no match for the alien creatures. If they are invaded by the Zerg, it will be a big hidden danger for us. Every piece of soil and wood in Xingzhou must not be lost. Yizhou was also a base facing the Pacific Ocean. If we are able to counterattack the Marine Zerg in the future, we will definitely need this base. So the Great Wall of Steel will definitely be built there. No matter if some people agree or not. Zhu Zilan nodded and said, "Yes, the Great W. Well, let's give them a heads up first. Go update my online status and send out this super high-speed rail plan, so that they can take a look and be mentally prepared." "I'll go right away." Zhu Zilan was also very interested in this matter. She immediately helped to make a short video and sent it to He Xingzhou's online account. He Xingzhou's status has not been updated since the last release of the Lumson Extreme Ultraviolet Lithography machine and chip. But among his hundreds of millions of fans on the entire network, almost no one has unfollowed him. Instead, they would take a look when they have nothing to do to see what news He Xingzhou has released. Xingzhou, southern coastal area, Rongqing. In a university dormitory, several students are resting in the dormitory. The updated expansion pack of Gods and Demons Wukong is so awesome, brothers, hurry up and get together. A student shouted. Here we go. The others turned on their computers and prepared to get started. At this time, Tao Chen, who was playing with his mobile phone on the bed, suddenly sat up and shouted, He Xingzhou has posted a new status. What? He Xingzhou has new updates again. Several boys could no longer care about their games and quickly opened their phones to check. He Xingzhou's update read. We're working with the high-speed rail technology research and development team to jointly study the super high-speed rail, and we will meet you during the test. Below the text is a short video. First, the functions and performance of the super high-speed rail are introduced. The speed exceeds 20,000 km per hour, 16 times the speed of sound, and it can cross the country in an hour. Fuck, it's awesome. If this is built, I will travel around the country immediately. Really, it's much faster than an airplane, and if it's a high-speed rail, it should be much cheaper than an airplane. What else can I say? He Xingzhou, the eternal god, yoids. Wait. Tao Chen shouted, brothers, you seem to have not noticed something. What? Several roommates looked at him. Tao Chen adjusted the video progress bar to the scene of the planning map and said, look carefully, what are the highlights? Build along the coast. I see it. A boy shouted excitedly, look, Rongqing, there is a dotted line here, connecting to the sea. The four people looked at each other and said in unison, this means that the super high-speed rail will be built all the way to the other side of the sea. Is your island, is it going to return to the motherland? This plan is amazing. Tao Chen said excitedly. Do you think it's possible? A roommate asked. Why not? Tao Chen said, we are so strong now, they are destined to come back. Besides, this is the plan released by He Xingzhou. It has been so long, has He Xingzhou achieved what he predicted? What lithium-air batteries, electromagnetic floating vehicles, ultra-precision machine tools, he has even made extreme ultraviolet lithography machines and chips, what are you still doubting? Thanks to FS Manager for the reward. Chapter 100 Chapter 114 Chapter 115 Emergency. Is it so exciting? When does it say? A roommate asked. It says that once the test run of the super high-speed rail is successful, it will start full construction. Is this the date? 666. Several people couldn't help but get excited and quickly posted their findings online. In fact, not only them, but other people also discovered this small detail. He Xingzhou's dynamics have always attracted a lot of media attention. As soon as this happened, it was immediately covered by news reports. Shuddy observation. He Xingzhou has released new dynamics again, claiming that he is developing a super high-speed rail. A small detail is thought-provoking. Waxin.com. A planning map has set off the entire network. Let's see He Xingzhou's super high-speed rail plan. Penguin News. He Xingzhou has updated again, hurry up and catch up. UC browser. He Xingzhou's new video, 1.4 billion people are shocked after watching it. The first on the Dyson, QI and Weibo hot search list is all about this topic. He Xingzhou releases new dynamics. At the top of the hot list, someone asked, what do you think of He Xingzhou's new dynamics? Can the super high-speed rail be successfully developed? Are the highlights of the planning map real? This question attracted countless responses from netizens, including many professionals. Someone answered anonymously, I have a vested interest in answering. I'm on Mars and just got off the spacecraft. Okay, no more jokes. We have been developing the super high-speed rail, but we still have the problems of vacuum pipes, mobile platforms, linear traction and magnetic levitation technology. Since He Xingzhou has announced this plan, it means that he and his team will take charge of this project. Everyone has seen what He Xingzhou has done. He has been breaking the impossible. I believe that with their participation, the super high-speed rail will be a successful test run. As for the highlights of the plan, it is very likely to be true. I don't know if you have been paying attention to the news. Recently, we have launched more and more ships and built a large number of monitoring stations on the ocean. I can't say more about the rest. I can only say that those who understand will understand. There were more than hundreds of thousands of replies alone. Some people were really analyzing, while others were just bragging. Anyway, this matter has attracted the attention and heated discussions of the entire network. Of course, the people of Yezhou who were most concerned about this matter are the people of Yezhou on the other side of the sea. Someone reposted this news, and the Yezhou network suddenly exploded. What? The locals said they want to develop a super high-speed rail, and they want to build it all the way to our place. Some people were already panicking. Are they coming over? No way. Isn't there a strait in between? How can a super high-speed rail be built on the sea? Are you all scared silly by them? This is simply impossible. Look carefully, a super high-speed rail with a speed of 20,000 kilometers per hour, isn't this bragging? Still want to cross the sea? Dream on. This kind of rubbish news is just for reading. And that He Xingzhou, isn't he just a liar? Not everyone likes He Xingzhou. For example, in Yezhou, many people slander him. Of course, this has a lot to do with the local media smearing him. Because of this incident, many Yezhou TV programs were also discussing this incident that day. Among them, Emergency Moment is such a program with a very high ratings. Not only is there a low, many viewers from Yezhou watched the show, and many netizens in China also watched it. Some people even broadcast the show live on the internet. Because of He Xingzhou's dynamics that day, many local netizens entered the live broadcast room, for no other reason than to have fun. Something happened, something big happened. At the beginning of the show, a host with sparse hair and glasses shouted. Seeing him, netizens flooded the screen with comments. He appeared. Why are you so pale and skinny? All the entertainment programs nowadays are not good, I just love yours. What kind of gods did you invite to perform today? The host's real name is not Xingzhou, but because of something he said before, netizens gave him this nickname. In addition, he has a partner today, He Xingzhou, who, like Xingzhou, has his own story of fame. In addition, He Xingzhou is also a candidate for a doctorate in electrical machinery and automation, and is also a regular guest to this program. Brother Xingzhou said in an exaggerated tone. Brother Li, do you know? Something big has happened over there again. Local scientist He Xingzhou announced that he would develop a super high-speed rail with a speed of 20,000 kilometers per hour, and also threw out a plan. Everyone, look carefully, this plan, see the dotted line, they are going to build a super high-speed rail to our place. Brother Li, what do you think? Brother Tianshu took a look and immediately slammed the table and shouted. This is bullshit. Everyone knows, I tell you. I graduated from Asia University of Transportation and I'm about to become a doctor. I can be said to know a lot about this. What is this super high-speed rail, with a speed of 20,000 kilometers per hour? Think about it, is it possible? What is the concept? 16 times the speed of sound. Our planes are not that fast. At this speed, are they going to fly to the sky? Oh, then why do they still take a car? Isn't it better to take a plane directly? Besides, how can there be such a fast engine? How can passengers get on and off the car? This is unscientific. This is completely a folk scientist, he doesn't understand science at all. Brother Xingzhou nodded and said, Brother Li is an expert in this field. This analysis is not unreasonable. What do you think of the planning map, Brother Li? That's wishful thinking on their part. Brother Tianshu laughed, everyone knows it. There is such a big strait between the mainland and Asia. How were they going to build it? Build a cross-sea bridge or an undersea tunnel? Let me show you some data. There is a Hong Kong-Shanghai-Macau bridge in the mainland. How much did it cost to build it? Nearly $20 billion. To build it here, it must cost hundreds of billions of US dollars. Do they have so much money? Brother Xingzhou also responded, Brother Li is right. And we don't want to build a high-speed rail, so how can they build it? They can't build it. That's right. Brother Tianshu agreed, when the time comes, let them build half of it and don't open it to traffic. So, this news is completely the Onion news over there, everyone just watch it as a joke. Brother Xingzhou waved his hand and said, don't say that if they build it here, the super high-speed rail will not exist. If they can develop a super high-speed rail, why would I host a show? I'll just build a high-speed rail for them. Xingzhou brother also laughed and said, when the time comes, at me. I'll squat in the sea and build a tunnel for them. The two laughed together. The audience in Yizhou also laughed, and their views were consistent with the host and the guests. But on the local side, netizens were crazy about the screen. What are you laughing at? When the time comes, we will catch you and build a high-speed rail. Brothers, take screenshots and record the video. This will be evidence in the future. The two brothers who will build a high-speed rail are booked. Do we need your consent to build it or not? What are you thinking? Ha ha ha, I'm laughing to death. You two might as well make your debut and call yourself a Railway Workers Group. It will definitely be popular. Wait, watch He Xingzhou's next live broadcast, the super high-speed rail test run, and then we'll see what they say. Too funny, I can't stand it. He Xingzhou was also watching the show in Yizhou. Next to him, Zhuzilan held her stomach and laughed non-stop. He Xingzhou also smiled and said, since they all say so, we must fulfill their wish. Let's do this. When we test run the super high-speed rail, we will issue them 2 railway work permits and see if they will come. At this time, they were sitting on the plane to Southwest Jiaotown University. Shenzhou's super high-speed rail project had already started before He Xingzhou made the decision, and the main research and development team was the team of Southwest Jiaotown University. However, the super high-speed rail they developed has a speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour, which is still a long way from the goal set by He Xingzhou. Soon, He Xingzhou came to the high-temperature superconducting magnetic levitation technology laboratory located in the Design Institute of Southwest Jiaotown University. Project leader He Xingzhou, Professor Wang Qingyang of Southwest Jiaotown University and their team introduced their current progress to He Xingzhou. Our current suspension plan is to install superconductors at the bottom of the train and replace the track with permanent magnets. Then cool the liquid nitrogen to -196°C, the resistance of the superconductor disappears, and a strong magnetic field is generated when electricity is turned on, and magnetic levitation is performed. Wang Qingyang introduced. He Xingzhou nodded slightly. High-temperature superconductivity is the most feasible way at present. The high temperature here is relative. The so-called high temperature of liquid nitrogen is also -196°C. As for normal temperature and pressure superconductors, no good materials have been found in the world so far. Liquid nitrogen is relatively low cost and more suitable for large-scale applications. He Xingzhou said, "We are now trying to achieve three basics: self-suspension, self-guiding, and self-stabilization. On this basis, increase the speed of the super-high-speed rail. The biggest problem is still the three we mentioned before." He Xingzhou certainly knew that before he came, he had unlocked the corresponding technology from the quantum optical computer. He immediately said, "First, give me the design of the super-high-speed rail electromagnetic floating unit, let me see it." The two looked at each other, and they certainly knew that the most advanced electromagnetic floating unit in the world was designed by He Xingzhou and his team. Wang Qingyang said happily, "It's ready." In front of the computer, He Xingzhou began to improve the existing electromagnetic floating unit. He already had experience and ideas in this regard, and his speed was extremely fast. Wireless power transmission devices can also be added to the vacuum pipe, so that the super-high-speed rail can be continuously powered. Use the strength and direction of the electric current to change the direction of the magnetic field and act a linear traction force. When the linear traction force is consistent with the direction of the super-high-speed rail, it can continuously assist acceleration. When the direction is opposite, it can assist deceleration. This problem is easy to solve. The key is the problem of moving the station. How to merge and separate at high speed? He Xingzhou kept modifying the drawings. Every stage of his process was shared with other engineers and designers through the intelligent system. They adopted the cloud office model, and everyone could submit their opinions or improvement. The design is written on the computer, and others can communicate and consult it at any time. In this way, the research and development efficiency is improved several times. While He Xingzhou was busy with research and development, foreign countries were also discussing the so-called super-high-speed rail plan. Musk, a famous capitalist in the United States, wrote on Twitter, "Hyperloop is the inevitable way of transportation in the future. Our country should be ahead of the world. So I decided to invest more money in the research and development of super-high-speed rail. The railway technology should be launched faster than the super-high-speed railway of Xingzhou." As soon as he tweeted, the stocks of several companies under his name soared that day. The Super Transportation Railway Company of Dengazhou stood up and said, "We have been developing super-high-speed railway technology. The so-called 20,000 km per hour of Xingzhou was completely unrealistic. We are currently breaking through the super-high-speed railway technology at nearly 2,000 km per hour. The transportation director of Mokshan country also stood up and said that they are jointly developing with the Super Transportation Railway Company of Beijing. Once the technology is broken through, a super-high-speed railway will be built in Mokshan." The Western Alliance also made similar statements, and even some people in Tianzhou stood up and claimed that they were also developing super-high-speed railways. Unknowingly, the whole world is watching the actions of the East and starting a technological race. If they are surpassed by Shenlong in other high-tech fields, they may lose their position. In the southeastern waters of Xingzhou, a frigate is patrolling the sea area, followed by an oceanographic research ship. "Captain, the torpedoes we launched only hit some mutant biological groups, and the leading Z escaped," a crew member reported to Captain Zhu Yang. Zhu Yang frowned slightly and said, "Can it dodge the tracking and positioning torpedoes?" A deputy replied, "When the torpedo approached the target, it was interfered by strong electromagnetic interference and the radar system failed." Zhu Yang was in a heavy mood. When he first came to perform this task, he thought it could be easily completed. Who knew that the mutant creatures seemed to be able to sense the approach of their ships, and began to intentionally disperse and dodge when they were dozens of nautical miles away. Now they can even interfere with the positioning radar of torpedoes. These guys are too scary. Moreover, he heard that most of these mutant monsters have not evolved into real Zeg. According to those scientists, if they're real Zeg, even aircraft carrier fleets cannot get close to them. How scary is that? Professor Yi, our torpedoes failed to hit the primary target. What about you? Zhu Yan asked Professor Yi of the oceanographic research ship next to him. 70% of the ocean detectors we issued were damaged. The good news is that we caught 2 mutant fish and installed trackers on them. They have followed the migrating monsters and have not been discovered by the Zeg yet. That's good. Zhu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally he got something. He looked at the vast ocean and murmured to himself, "This is the third group of migrating mutant creatures we have discovered. Where do you think they are going?" The crew members were at a loss. They didn't know where the destination of these migrating mutant creatures was. Thanks to book friends such as Ailing D. Maomao, King Quan CV, Qian-san, He Xingzhou and others, end of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.